Chapter 579. After escaping the predicament, Jiang Xi did not forget to send a message to his two masters to report his safety. Although Tao Lord Nine Firmaments and True Lord Wine Sword had his life jade, he still had a clone. Even if his original body died, the life jade would not shatter. Therefore, if he did not take the initiative to send a message, his two masters would not know the current situation of his original body. Now that his original body was free, he should report his safety. However, when he was about to send a message, he realized that there was a problem with his communication pearl. Just like how Liu Yuzhou could not sense the fluctuations of Tao, he also could not sense Tao Lord Nine Firmaments and True Lord Winesword's communication imprint. It should be because the Skyspan mountain and river diagram cannot cover this universe. Jiang Xi guessed the reason. As expected, he tried to enter the Skyspan mountain and river diagram through the communication pearl and connect to the Skyspan network, but they all failed. In the end, Jiang Xi could only use his clone in the original universe to contact his two masters. His original body and clone's consciousness were connected. Even if they were in different universes, they could still send messages. After a while, the clone reported his safety and sent back a message that shocked Jiang Xi. Master Nine Firmaments actually gave the order to exterminate the Buckwheat clan? Jiang Xi was shocked and moved. According to what Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said, whether his original body died or not, he had to exterminate the Buckwheat clan to intimidate all the races in the universe. It would make those restless top races not dare to attack him, a peerless genius of the human race. Although the human race is the strongest race in the universe, it still has to pay a certain price to exterminate a top race. Riverward took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. 10 days in the original universe is 100,000 years here. I have to take advantage of this opportunity to let my strength undergo another great transformation. Perhaps I'll be able to make it in time for this extermination battle. Then, he cleared all distracting thoughts and prepared to enter seclusion to cultivate. I have to refine the heavenly Tao origin to obtain enough experience points. Before refining, Jiang Xi first looked at his experience points. Experience points, 14 trillion, he had only been in the ancient deity realm for less than a day, but he had already killed more than 100 perfected cultivators of foreign races. After killing these foreign perfected lords, each of them gave at least 10 billion EXP, which brought him close to 5 trillion EXP. Of course, the experience points obtained from these kills were not even as much as a strand of heavenly Tao origin. Refining a wisp of heavenly Tao origin would give him 10 trillion experience points. This time, he had gone through 9 tribulations in the ancient immortal world, and the universe had given him a total of 3,191 strands of heavenly Tao origin. The experience points after refining all of them should be enough for me to deduce for 100,000 years, right? Jiang Xi thought to himself as he began to refine them. With the current strength of his primordial spirit, he could refine 100 strands a day. However, in just 10 days, Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised. When he had refined the 999th wisp of heavenly Tao origin, which meant that his EXP had exceeded 1 trillion, a notification from the interface rang in his mind. The EXP panel has been updated. Please check it. This voice hasn't appeared for a long time. Jiang Xi quickly opened the experience panel. After a careful examination, he found a few places that had changed. Cultivation, main body, tribulation transcender, 9 tribulations, 90 billion, 90 billion, clone, tribulation transcender, 9 tribulations, 90 billion, 90 billion, Tao technique, no changes secret technique, no changes amplitude, no changes cultivation technique. No changes deduction, 1 million EXP conversion 1 eternal EXP equals 1 trillion EXP 1 eternal fragment equals 1 eternal EXP experience points, 1004 trillion eternal EXP, 0. First of all, in terms of cultivation, there had been a change after he had gone through 9 tribulations. The main body and clone belonged to the same primordial spirit level. Since the main body had gone through the heavenly tribulation, the clone was naturally judged to be a 9th tribulation transcender by the universe. The only difference was that the clone's physical strength was not as good as the main body that had gone through the heavenly tribulation and the baptism of the immortal gate. Secondly, There was a change in the deduction function. In the past, it consumed 10,000 EXP to deduce once. Now, it consumed 1 million EXP, and the deduction efficiency was higher. Then, there was a new function, conversion. Finally, there was a new unit of EXP measurement, eternal EXP. 1 trillion EXP can be converted into 1 eternal EXP, which can then be converted into 1 eternal fragment. Eternal EXP is easy to understand, but what is an eternal fragment? Jiang Xi tried to convert 1 trillion EXP once and succeeded in converting 1 eternal EXP. However, when he tried to convert the eternal fragment, he failed. It gave me a new function, but I can't use it. What kind of garbage panel is this? Jiang Xi complained. Is it because my cultivation level is not high enough? After calming down and thinking about it, Jiang Xi guessed that the eternal fragment should not be something that a tribulation transcender powerhouse could come into contact with. Therefore, he could not use this function for the time being. I'll try it after I reverse life and death and become a true monarch. Jiang Xi did not think much and continued to refine the heavenly Tao's origin. After more than 20 days, he finally refined all 3,191 wisps of the heavenly Tao's origin. Experience points, 2,924 trillion eternal EXP. 1. His EXP balance had reached a number that even River Word himself couldn't imagine. This gave him a huge boost of confidence. Next, I'll deduce with all my strength. After the deduction function was upgraded, Jiang Xi only used the panel to deduce the mountain sea sword scripture once and noticed obvious changes. The trace of inspiration in his heart regarding the 7th style of the Great Tao Scroll became clearer. The efficiency is very high. Perhaps it will only take a few thousand years to deduce it successfully. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Moreover, on Liu Yuzhou's Starry Sky Island, a few thousand years was less than a day in the original universe. In addition, while deferring with all his strength, he did not forget to observe the secret technique stone inscriptions, using the panel to learn the secret techniques and accumulate his own foundation. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xi had spent 5,000 years on this Starry Sky Island, but only half a day had passed in the outside world. In the sky above this Starry Sky Island, there was a Milky Way formed by stars, hanging upside down like a waterfall. It was very spectacular. At this time, at the source of the Milky Way, Qing Shi and Celestial Venerable Liu were sitting cross-legged, looking at the Starry Sky Island below. Qing Shi, why do you have to go through all this trouble and find a little guy to complete this bet? Even if he is a prodigy of the human race, it's impossible for him to create an ultimate secret technique in 100,000 years. Although Celestial Venerable Liu, who looked like a young girl in green, was sitting cross-legged, she supported her chin with one hand and sighed in boredom. If I'm not careful and kill him, who will be responsible for this? Is it yours or mine? The human race is a bunch of lunatics. The previous Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament and the current Celestial Venerable Ming are all ruthless people. I don't want to be enemies with them. Look, this little guy is not dead yet, but the human race is about to start a race extermination war for him. I'm just a willow tree. I can't bear their anger. She sighed again. Qing Shi smiled. Don't think about such useless things. You should feel sorry for your 5th stage supreme treasure first. TSK, I don't believe he can overturn the heavens. Celestial Venerable Liu glanced at him. You should prepare to go to the Chaos Sea with me. I've been eyeing that treasure land for a long time. Qing Shi just smiled and shook his head, no longer speaking. In just a moment, Celestial Venerable Liu's expression changed. This is impossible. In the secret technique stone forest on the Starry Sky Island below, 7 sword lights rose into the sky, as if they were going to change the world. Even time and space were affected. After 5,000 years of deduction, I finally created the 7th style of the Great Tao Scroll through that trace of inspiration. Jiang Xi opened his eyes, and a ray of sword Tao divine light burst forth, exuding astonishing power. Just his gaze alone could easily kill a tribulation transcender powerhouse. He had successfully deduced the 7th style of the Great Tao Scroll, the 5 elements sword style. The difficulty of this 7th style was not low. The time it took to deduce the first 6 styles of the Great Tao Scroll added up to less than 1,000 years. In comparison, in order to deduce the 7th style, He had used more than 5,000 years. Moreover, this was under the condition that the deduction function had been upgraded. If it hadn't been upgraded, it would probably have taken him 50,000 years to deduce it. As expected of an ultimate mystic technique that only Tao Lords can master, Jiang Ci understood that without the existence of the experience panel, it would be impossible for him to create an ultimate mystic technique with only the cultivation of a ninth tribulation transcender. Although it was only the most basic ultimate mystic technique. He looked at the changes in the experience panel. Mystic technique, Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, Great Tao Scroll, 10 trillion 10 trillion, because it was a self-created mystic technique, there was no need for the experience panel to continue upgrading it. Let's test its power. Jiang Ci stood up, and the fourth stage supreme treasure, Abyss Devouring Divine Sword, appeared in his hand. Buzz the sword trembled slightly, and just the buzzing sound alone shook the void. Immediately afterward, 7 huge sword lights soared into the sky. A green sword light representing the wind sword style was suspended above. A 5-colored sword light representing the 5 elements sword style appeared under his feet. 5 different colored sword lights that represented the 5 elemental Daoist techniques circled around him. These 7 sword lights were like a whole, forming a complete system. It was as if they could change heaven and earth and affect this space-time. Very strong. Jiang Ci carefully sensed the power of the sword lights, full of confidence. With a thought, the space-time within 1,000,000 kilometers of this starry sky island was under his control. Self-created heaven and earth. Although it was still not as good as a Tao Lord space-time control, it was far better than his previous self-created heaven and earth. But this time, it was 1,000,000 kilometers. This is still not controlling space-time, but the second stage of self-created heaven and earth. Jiang Ci had long understood this point. In the past, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments had explained to him in detail the division between self-created heaven and earth and space-time control. Whoosh! Suddenly, he disappeared into thin air. As if he had teleported, he crossed 1,000,000 kilometers and appeared at the edge of the self-created heaven and earth. This is a method that only perfected lords and above are qualified to use, spatial teleportation. Jiang Ci smiled. The ancient immortal world had a terrifying aura. Space was completely still, so it was naturally impossible to use such a method. But in the universe, one could sense space fluctuations, so there was no such restriction. The distance that perfected lords could teleport was related to their understanding of the heavenly Tao. If they did not have any understanding of the heavenly Tao, they could not use spatial teleportation. The greater the understanding of the heavenly Tao, the further the teleportation distance. But the spatial teleportation of a perfected lord is far inferior to my teleportation in terms of distance and flexibility. As long as I am in the range of the self-created heaven and earth, I can teleport to anywhere. Not only that, I can also accelerate time for a short period of time. Jiang Ci teleported again and came in front of a small grass that had just emerged from the ground. With a thought, the grass began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 3 seconds, it grew from an inch tall sprout to 3 inches tall. The next moment, Jiang Ci's face turned pale, and he quickly stopped this process. Phew, so much energy. A short period of time acceleration had almost used up all the immortal power in his body, and more than half of the energy of his essence spirit was also consumed. When I reverse life and death and cultivate to become a perfected lord, the immortal power in my body will transform. Then, the pressure on me will definitely not be so great. And in a battle between experts, there can be hundreds and thousands of collisions in a second. 3 seconds of time acceleration, coupled with spatial teleportation, is enough for me to do a lot of things. My strength has increased greatly, and I can kill a 5th transformation perfected lord with 1 strike. However, in my current state, if I encounter a Tao Lord, it will still be very dangerous. Jiang Ci calculated in his heart. He knew very well that if he did not solve the problem of his essence spirit's defense, he would always be passive in front of a Tao Lord. Even if he reversed life and death, it would at most improve this problem. Once he encountered a top-notch Tao Lord, the other party might be able to completely destroy his essence spirit with 1 strike. So, this time, I must win the bet between Senior Qing Shi and Heavenly Venerable Liu. As long as I win the bet, I can get a 5th stage essence spirit supreme treasure from Heavenly Venerable Liu. Jiang Xi thought so in his heart, but he did not choose to challenge Heavenly Venerable Liu now. According to the bet, Heavenly Venerable Liu's cultivation level had to be the same as his, both being 9th tribulation transcenders. Moreover, Heavenly Venerable Liu could use the most basic ultimate secret technique. However, Jiang Xi was not arrogant enough to think that he could defeat Heavenly Venerable Liu just by creating an ultimate secret technique. His foundation was far inferior to Heavenly Venerable Liu's. Even if Heavenly Venerable Liu suppressed his cultivation level to 9th tribulation transcender, his understanding of battle and on-the-spot experience would definitely far surpass his. At the very least, I have to go through all the secret techniques in the secret technique stone forest to be safe. Just as Jiang Xi was thinking this, the figures of Qing Shi and Heavenly Venerable Liu suddenly appeared in front of him. "Greetings, seniors." He hurriedly bowed. Qing Shi grinned like a prehistoric barbarian. As for Heavenly Venerable Liu, she moved in front of Jiang Xi and stared at Jiang Xi's face for a long time. In the end, when Jiang Xi felt his hair stand on end, she said in disbelief, "If it weren't for your age, I would have thought that you were some prehistoric old monster pretending to be young and teaming up with Qing Shi to trick my treasures. In just a short 5,000 years, you created an ultimate secret technique. Even I don't have the ability to do this." Heavenly Venerable Liu shook his head repeatedly. "Thank you for your praise, senior." Jiang Xi laughed. "Actually, before coming here, I had already created the prototype of this ultimate secret technique. Now, it's mainly because of Senior's secret technique stone forest that I was able to complete this ultimate secret technique in such a short time." Jiang Xi was very modest and credited the secret technique stone forest to him. He flattered Heavenly Venerable Liu so that he might have a good impression of him. He did not want to offend a Heavenly Venerable for no reason. All right, stop flattering me." Heavenly Venerable Liu waved his hand. "Tell me, what kind of supreme treasure do you want?" Jiang Xi was stunned. "Senior, we don't have to compete." "What's the point of competing?" Heavenly Venerable Liu was very unhappy. "Even with the secret technique stone forest's help, I estimate that the time you used to create this ultimate secret technique was less than 10,000 years. With such a heaven-defying talent, if I really let you continue to study it for 100,000 years, I will still lose when we compete again. Moreover, this ultimate secret technique of yours can actually affect time and space and form a world of its own. No matter what, I can't win. Therefore, there's no need to compete at all. You win." Jiang Xi imitated Qing Shi and grinned. "Hurry up, what kind of supreme treasure do you want?" Heavenly Venerable Liu did not hide his displeasure and said in a bad mood. "An essence soul supreme treasure," Jiang Xi said hurriedly. "Take it." Something appeared in Heavenly Venerable Liu's hand and he threw it out. At the same time, he said, "This treasure is called the Heavenly Awakening Soul Armor. With your current cultivation, if you completely refine it, even if you encounter a flood-level Tao Lord who specializes in essence soul attacks, your essence soul will be safe and sound." "Thank you for the treasure, senior." Jiang Xi received it in surprise and joy. This was a golden armor that was only the size of a thumb. It had a misty halo and looked somewhat illusory. It emitted the aura of a 5th stage supreme treasure. "All right, the bet is over. You can leave on your own." Heavenly Venerable Liu waved his hand. "That?" Jiang Xi was a little embarrassed. "You have the treasure. What else do you want?" Heavenly Venerable Liu glared. "Senior, can I continue to cultivate here for a while?" Jiang Xi asked. The flow of time here was 3.6 million times faster than that of the original universe. There was also the secret technique stone forest that could be considered a treasure trove. He did not want to let go of such a precious cultivation ground so easily. Heavenly Venerable Liu looked at Qing Shi, who did not speak. Then, she said, "That's fine, but there is a condition." "Senior, please tell me," Jiang Xi hurriedly said. "When you become a Tao Lord, help me take care of Mu Ning. Speaking of which, he is the same as you. He is also a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect of the human race," Heavenly Venerable Liu said. "Mu Ning?" Jiang Xi was surprised. Heavenly Venerable Liu was indeed related to Mu Ning. No wonder their outfits were so similar. That's right. I watched Mu Ning grow up. He can be considered my disciple. Heavenly Venerable Liu nodded. I am about to head to the Chaos Sea. I don't know when I will return. Mu Ning has the heart of a child and is pure by nature. I am worried that he will suffer in the future. Chaos Sea. Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had heard of this place. Then, he explained, Senior, Mu Ning and I are good friends. Even if you didn't say it, if Mu Ning encounters any difficulties in the future, I will help him. That's good. Heavenly Venerable Liu nodded and disappeared into thin air. Jiang Xi held the Heavenly Awakening Soul Armor in his hand. The joy in his heart had yet to dissipate. He looked at Qingshe, who had been silent all this while, and bowed respectfully. Jiang Xi thanks Senior Qingshe. Not only did Qingshe save him from a life-and-death crisis, but he also brought him such a great opportunity. This was a great favor. No need to thank me. You won all of this with your own ability. Qingshe smiled. A fifth-stage Essence Soul True Treasure is very difficult to find even in the Chaos Sea. I hope you can make good use of it. Jiang Xi nodded solemnly. At the same time, he was very curious. What kind of place was the Chaos Sea that these two Heavenly Venerables were talking about? Although he had not cultivated for long, with his identity, he could come into contact with a lot of secret information. He thought that he knew a lot about the original universe, but he had never heard of the Chaos Sea. Then, he asked Qingshe about this. If the Chaos Sea is an ocean, then the original universe that we live in is just one of the bigger islands. You should be able to understand if I put it this way, right? Qingshe answered very simply. But this simple sentence subverted Jiangxi's worldview, making him incomparably shocked. How big was the original universe? In Jiang Xi's opinion, it should be vast and boundless. But now, Qingshe told him that the original universe was just one of the bigger islands in the Chaos Sea. Jiang Xi fell into deep thought. So there was such a big world. You can continue cultivating here. Whenever you want to leave, just use that green token to send me a message. Qingshe interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Xi was speechless. Previously, he had tried to send a message countless times, but there was no response. Haha, don't worry. I'll definitely be there this time. Qingshe saw through Jiang Xi's thoughts. He laughed and disappeared Heavenly Venerable. Jiang Xi looked up at the upside-down Milky Way, fascinated. He had been using his heaven and earth, but these two Heavenly Venerables came and went freely in front of him. Moreover, he could not sense the spatial fluctuations when the Heavenly Venerables left, even though this was his heaven and earth. Heavenly Venerable, the Chaos Sea is just a matter of time. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. Then, he teleported back to the secret technique stone forest and entered a state of cultivation again. First, he adjusted the content of his cultivation. He did not continue to derive the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra. Instead, he focused on deriving the mantra. According to his deduction, the next volume of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra was the Heavenly Tao volume, which was based on the Heavenly Tao. His current mantra realm was still at the Great Tao level. Only by going one step further and stepping into the Heavenly Tao could he continue to improve the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra. However, even with the help of the experience panel, Jiang Xi could not guarantee that he could derive the mantra to the Heavenly Tao level in just 100,000 years. Usually, only the talented perfected lords had the chance to comprehend the Heavenly Tao. However, just comprehending it and mastering a Heavenly Tao was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This was because mastering at least one Heavenly Tao was the prerequisite to becoming a Tao Lord. In the entire primal universe, there were only 100 or so Tao Lord level experts. One could imagine how difficult it was to control a Heavenly Tao. If I can derive the mantra to the Heavenly Tao level, I can directly use the experience panel to reach perfection and become a Tao Lord in one fell swoop. This is not as simple as crossing a major realm. The difficulty can be imagined. Jiang Xi shook his head. The greater the increase in strength, the more difficult it would be to cultivate. My cultivation speed is already very fast. Let's consider reversing life and death and becoming a perfected lord first. Jiang Xi's gaze landed on the secret technique stone inscriptions. Reversing life and death tested one's mental state and foundation accumulation. In terms of mental state, Jiang Xi was naturally not afraid. There were 3 realms of mental cultivation: false, grand, and void. He had already reached the perfection level of the void heart realm, and his mental state had reached greater mastery. What he lacked now was foundation accumulation. The secret technique stone inscriptions in front of him could solve this problem very well. In the following time, Jiang Xi derived the mantra while learning the secret technique stone inscriptions. At the same time, he did not forget to refine the supreme treasures. The rank 5 supreme treasure Sixfold Mountain, the rank 5 supreme treasure Heaven Awakening Soul Armor, and the special supreme treasure Heaven Piercing Tower all needed to be refined. Especially Heaven Piercing Tower. The 100 million supreme grade immortal crystals he had exchanged with the Immortal Abode token last time was enough for him to refine Heaven Piercing Tower to the 36th level. The only problem was that refining Heaven Piercing Tower would take a very long time. Previously, in order to refine Heaven Piercing Tower to the 9th level with the help of a supreme treasure that was 100 times faster than the Heavenly Spirit Origin liquid, he had spent a full 1,000 years. If he wanted to refine Heaven Piercing Tower to the 36th level, it would naturally take even longer. But now, he was in an environment where time was accelerated by 3.6 million times. None of this was a problem. Moreover, he had the even more effective Heavenly Spirit Gold liquid to assist in refining. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xi had spent 80,000 years on Liu Yuzhou's Starry Sky Island. This was also the longest seclusion he had ever gone through since he started cultivating. When he opened his eyes, the vicissitudes of time flashed through them. Although only 8 days had passed in the original universe, he had lived for close to 90,000 years. After 80,000 years of seclusion, Jiang Xi had used the interface to learn and upgrade all the secret techniques in this stone forest. Now, he felt like he had read a lot of books, and the quantitative change had reached a qualitative change. The foundation that he had accumulated had become incomparably deep. Jiang Xi believed that even among Tao Lords, there were not many who could surpass him in terms of foundation. This was because the secret techniques in this stone forest had been hidden by a heavenly venerate. In the entire original universe, perhaps only the secret technique vaults of the human race, the demon race, and the ghost race, the 3 pinnacle races, could compare to this stone forest. And now, he had learned all the secret techniques in the stone forest. The foundation has been formed. I can reverse life and death. Jiang Xi's aura was very strong. Chapter 580. Reversing life and death was a very mysterious process. Life and death could be achieved with a single thought. Throughout the primal universe, countless talented cultivators had been born from the rise and fall of races since ancient times. However, the number of cultivators who could actually take this step was very few. Even for a peak race like the human race, there were only slightly more than 100,000 true monarchs. And that was after countless eras. Sometimes, there might not be a new perfected cultivator even after thousands of eras. As for those who could reverse life and death 5 times and become rank 5 perfected cultivators, there were even fewer of them. There were only 1,000 rank 5 perfected cultivators in the original universe. On this day, in another universe, Jiang Xi began the process of reversing life and death. He was very decisive and didn't hesitate after making the decision. In an instant, the universe within 1 billion kilometers fell into complete darkness and the stars lost their light. 5 soul lamps appeared between Jiang Xi's eyebrows. Then, as the soul lamp continued to expand, it quickly rose into the air above the starry island. In the end, the 5 soul lamps became 90,000 feet tall. The golden flames in the lamps were like small stars, becoming the only light in the dark universe. Extinguish, Jiang Xi thought. As if someone had blown on it, the first soul lamp was extinguished. Then, the soul lamp collapsed and turned into specks of golden light. Like a golden rainbow, it fell back to the island and went into Jiang Xi's mind. At this time, His primordial spirit was sitting on the 7-colored lotus in his mind. There were 2 golden light circles behind his head. When the golden streak of light from the first soul lamp entered his sea of consciousness, the previously tranquil sea of consciousness was thrown into turmoil. The golden rainbow looked sacred, but it was affecting the mind, as if it was trying to draw out the evil thoughts and desires in the deepest part of Jiang Xi's heart. Kill. There seemed to be a murderous and lustful sound that created all kinds of evil thoughts in Jiang Xi's mind. Then, Jiang Xi's primordial spirit opened its eyes and shot out a ray of light. Surrender. In just an instant, those evil thoughts all dissipated, and his sea of consciousness returned to calmness. The golden rainbow also turned into a circle of golden light. As if it sensed the attraction, it appeared behind the Essence Soul's head, becoming the 3rd circle of Essence Soul golden light. After becoming a first revolution true monarch, one's lifespan would be endless. As expected, the soul-extinguishing lamp consumes one's foundation. In order to subdue the golden streak of light formed by the soul lamps, one had to possess a sufficiently powerful mental state. If one's mental state is weak, it's very easy for one to get lost in the evil thoughts, eventually leading to the collapse of one's essence soul. Jiang Xi understood. Just now, he'd clearly sensed that when he'd extinguished the soul lamp, the foundation he'd accumulated over the past 80,000 years had been slightly reduced. Then, after the golden rainbow entered the sea of consciousness, it would lead to all kinds of evil thoughts, causing people to lose themselves. If one's heart was demonic, or if one's will was not firm enough, it would be very difficult to subdue the golden rainbow. My state of mind has long reached the perfect 3rd realm. Nothing can affect my state of mind. Jiang Xi was very confident. The next moment, he felt that his essence soul was extremely empty, and his body was extremely hungry. It was as if he'd been hungry for 10,000 eras. He was so hungry that his heart was flustered, and his eyes were green. If I want to complete the next transformation, I still lack energy. With a thought, Jiang Xi was like a black hole, crazily devouring and plundering the cosmic energy within a radius of 1 billion kilometers. The sea of stars was trembling and rumbling as an endless stream of cosmic energy gathered. During this process, his body and essence soul were rapidly transforming and improving in all aspect. Originally, his body was comparable to a 2nd-stage ultimate treasure, and the strength of his essence soul was comparable to that of a 5th transformation true lord. Finally, after this transformation, Jiang Xi discovered that the strength of his body and essence soul had increased by 100 times. Moreover, he just completed 1 reversal of life and death, and there were still 4 more. What level could his body and essence soul reach in the end? Jiang Xi was looking forward to it. On the other side, Jiang Xi's reversal of life and death attracted the attention of Heavenly Venerable Liu and Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi. These 2 Heavenly Venerables arrived at a void near the Starry Sky Island almost at the same time. 90,000 feet tall, this is a limit soul lamp. Only the most talented cultivators can draw out such a soul lamp from the immortal sec. Heavenly Venerable Liu said softly. Although she had the appearance of a young girl in green, her eyes were extremely deep. Time and space flowed, and all things evolved, hiding the truth of the universe. Heavenly Venerable Liu glanced at Jiang Xi. The person who was reversing life and death in front of him was the most talented genius of the human race. Or rather, the most talented genius of the original universe. The height of a soul lamp ranged from 100,000 feet to 90,000 feet. The higher the soul lamp, the stronger the talent. A 90,000-foot tall soul lamp had not appeared for many, many years. After the first soul lamp was extinguished, Heavenly Venerable Liu said to Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi, "This little guy borrowed my secret technique treasury to accumulate an incomparably deep foundation for himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance to blow out such a limit soul lamp. Moreover, his transformation was completed by absorbing Liu Yuzhou's energy. He owes me." Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi grinned and said nothing. Heavenly Venerable Liu continued, "You saved him from the ancient immortal world and helped him take a 5th-tier supreme treasure from me. You think very highly of him." Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi still said nothing. "I don't care what you're scheming about him. Now that he owes me, shouldn't you help him pay it back? You can accompany me to the Chaos Sea and pay it back for him." Heavenly Venerable Liu tried to make a final invitation to Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi. Jiang Ci will pay back what he owes you in the future. It has nothing to do with me. Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi smiled and shook his head. Heavenly Venerable Liu gritted her teeth and said, that treasure land might have clues to a 7th-tier supreme treasure. That's a legendary item. Maybe it's a disaster. Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi still shook his head. Heavenly Venerable Liu's eyes widened. She didn't expect Qing Shi to remain indifferent after she threw out such a big piece of news. She was about to say something when the dark starry sky in the distance changed again. It expanded from a radius of 1 billion kilometers to 10 billion kilometers. In the starry sky, all the stars lost their light. It was as if the sun had been extinguished. He's going to extinguish the second soul lamp. Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi and Heavenly Venerable Liu turned their attention back to the starry sky island. How many can he extinguish in a row? Heavenly Venerable Liu muttered to himself. With his current accumulation, he should be able to extinguish 3 of these extreme soul lamps. However, it depends on his mental cultivation. He has been in seclusion here for 80,000 years and has experienced very little. His mental cultivation shouldn't be too high. Do you want to make another bet? It's still the same bet as last time. If you win, I can accompany you to the Chaos Sea. Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi suddenly smiled. Heavenly Venerable Liu was very tempted. After frowning slightly, she shook her head. I don't have the habit of losing a second time. At this time, the second 90,000 feet tall soul lamp was extinguished. Just like before, it turned into a golden rainbow and fell into the starry sky island. In just a moment, the cosmic energy within a radius of 10 billion kilometers was almost completely devoured by Jiang Ci. Then, the dark starry sky expanded again, covering a radius of 100 billion kilometers. Jiang Ci was going to reverse life and death for the 3rd time. Next, the 2 heavenly venerables stopped talking, and their expressions became serious. Because Jiang Ci's soul lamp was an extreme soul lamp, the difficulty of reversing life and death for the 3rd time was even higher than ordinary perfected Lord's 4th rank. But soon, the 3rd soul lamp was extinguished and successfully turned into a golden rainbow. Then, it was subdued by Jiang Ci without any difficulty. His mental cultivation. Heavenly Venerable Liu was a little surprised. Even though she was a heavenly venerable, she felt that she couldn't see through Jiang Ci anymore. A little guy who had been in seclusion for 80,000 years and hadn't experienced much actually had such a high mental cultivation. But Heavenly Venerable Liu discovered that the surprise just now was only the beginning. Because Jiang Ci had no intention of stopping at all. The dark starry sky expanded again, from 100 billion kilometers to 100 trillion kilometers. Not long after, the 4th reversal of life and death was successful. Immediately after, the dark starry sky expanded to an area of 1 light year. He's preparing to extinguish 5 soul lamps in a row? Becoming a rank 5 perfected lord in one go? Heavenly Venerable Liu's eyes widened. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone, who looked like a barbarian, had a deep look in his eyes as if he could see through everything. But at this moment, there was a flash of worry in the depths of his eyes. He knew very well that the difficulty of Jiang Ci's 5th reversal of life and death was no less than that of becoming a Tao Lord. In the entire history of the original universe, no cultivator had been able to reverse life and death 5 times in a row. Even that pitilessly talented lunatic of the human race took more than 1,000 years to extinguish 5 soul lamps. Are we going to witness the birth of a legend? Heavenly Venerable Liu had a mysterious feeling in his heart. In fact, Jiang Ci was also a little hesitant just now. He believed that with his mental cultivation, he could resist the evil thoughts caused by the 5th soul lamp. However, the foundation he had accumulated might not be enough. After extinguishing 4 soul lamps in a row just now, he had already used up more than 70% of his foundation. The first spurt of energy, the second spurt of energy, and the third spurt of energy. If I miss this opportunity, it might be even more difficult to extinguish the 5th soul lamp. Jiang Ci realized. Without any hesitation, he expanded the area covered by the dark sky. Then, with a thought, He used the remaining foundation in his mind to turn it into an invisible wind and blow it toward the flame of the fifth soul lamp. Whoosh! The golden flame, which was almost 10,000 feet tall, shook violently in the sky as if it was about to be extinguished, but it still flickered tenaciously. My foundation is not only the accumulation of cultivation, secret arts, but also memories. Extinguish. Jiang Xi gave it his all. In the end, he turned all of his memories into an invisible wind and blew it toward the flame of the soul lamp. Woo! The last bit of the soul lamp's light disappeared. The space within a 1 light-year radius was completely dark and silent. Jiang Xi's eyes became blank as if he had lost everything. All of his memories and foundation in his mind were burned out by the golden flame of the fifth soul lamp. After an unknown period of time, he began to recover. An extremely strong devouring power was crazily devouring the universe energy within a 1 light-year radius. A 1 light-year radius was larger than the size of the solar system. But at this time, all of the universe energy, stars, meteorites, nebulas, and so on were devoured by Jiang Xi. These energies were helping Jiang Xi complete an intense transformation. At this moment, his body, primordial spirit, and the immortal power in his body were all rising to an unimaginable level. It was definitely not a level that an ordinary fifth-rank true monarch could reach. A moment later, the transformation ended. Jiang Xi sat cross-legged in the air quietly, but his body was overflowing with treasure light. Just the ripples of his aura alone were enough to cause the space around him to crack open into terrifying abyssal rifts. After extinguishing 5 soul lamps, my body's strength has risen from a 2nd-rank true treasure to a 4th-rank true treasure. Jiang Xi was overjoyed. Before the opening of the ancient immortal world, the true monarchs of the original universe were not qualified to possess true treasures. Even 1st-rank true treasures were extremely precious. And now, his body was a 4th-rank true treasure. Previously, when my body was still a 2nd-rank true treasure, Tao Lord Buckwheat couldn't do anything to me. Now, even if I stand there and let him attack me, he won't be able to break through my defense. Jiang Xi smiled confidently. It was a well-known fact that true treasures were difficult to destroy, let alone a 4th-rank true treasure. Then, Jiang Xi's consciousness sank into his sea of consciousness. He could see that there were 7 golden halos behind his primordial spirit. They seemed to have reached a perfect state and were incomparably sacred. 2 of the golden halos were obtained by cultivating his mind. The other 5 were naturally formed by reversing life and death. After reversing life and death 5 times, my primordial spirit seems to have undergone 2 transformations. The strength of my primordial spirit is comparable to a 5th-rank true monarch. Could it be that it has risen to the level of a flood-level Tao Lord? Jiang Xi was a little uncertain. He knew that there were 4 major realms of Tao Lords: space, time, flood, and desolate. However, he didn't know the specific situation of the various realms of Tao Lords, so he couldn't determine how strong his primordial spirit was. After breaking through 2 realms, he should have reached the level of a flood-level Tao Lord. As for the specifics, he needed to make further judgments. No matter what, my strength has undergone a qualitative leap this time. Before reversing life and death, I could be considered the number 1 person in the primordial universe. Now, even among Tao Lords, I can be ranked above average. Jiang Xi was in high spirits and extremely confident. Furthermore, he had a 5th-rank armor and 5th-rank essence soul supreme treasure. There shouldn't be many Tao Lords who could pose a threat to him. Furthermore, I have a special supreme treasure, the Heaven Connecting Tower. In the past 80,000 years of seclusion, with the help of the Golden Spirit Liquid, he had successfully refined the 36th level of the Heaven Connecting Tower. He could unleash 1% of the Heaven Connecting Tower's power. With my current cultivation, I should be able to kill a flood-level Tao Lord if I activate the Heaven Connecting Tower, right? Jiang Xi guessed. He shook his head again. Without actual combat, nothing could be confirmed. Since I've completed reversing life and death, my seclusion this time can be considered complete. Jiang Xi flipped his hand and took out a green token. He prepared to send a message to Heavenly Venerable Bluestone and leave Liu Yuzhou. With his current strength, Even if he entered seclusion here for another 10,000 to 20,000 years, it would be difficult for him to improve much. More importantly, he still wanted to meet Jiang Dudu again. He didn't want to wait here any longer. However, before he could send the message, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone and Heavenly Venerable Liu appeared in front of him. Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. This time, he sensed the spatial fluctuations of the two Heavenly Venerables teleporting. Who are you, kid? Could you be the reincarnation of some prehistoric monster? Heavenly Venerable Liu frowned, the shock in his eyes still lingering. It's mainly because of Senior's cultivation ground. Jiang Xi smiled. Don't talk about such useless things. You've cultivated for less than 100,000 years to reach such a level. The cultivation environment has little effect. It's mainly up to you. Heavenly Venerable Liu shook his head. With your strength, even a universe realm Dao Lord would find it difficult to harm your life now, he added. Jiang Xi understood. It seemed that his judgment of his strength just now was quite accurate. At this moment, a sparkling and translucent willow branch appeared in Heavenly Venerable Liu's hand. This is my keepsake. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can contact me through this, whether it's in the primal universe or the Chaos Sea. Thank you, Senior. Jiang Xi didn't decline, nor did he think too much about it. For now, having this Heavenly Venerable keepsake was equivalent to having an additional backer. One had to know that the human race was so powerful, but they only had one Heavenly Venerable. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone watched from the side and grinned. Of course, he knew Heavenly Venerable Liu's intentions. It's time to go, he said to Jiang Xi, then disappeared with Jiang Xi. Only Heavenly Venerable Liu was left in the starry island. She stood in place, frowning slightly, and muttered to herself, "This old guy is the most mysterious Heavenly Venerable in the primal universe. No one knows his roots. I didn't expect him to have such a close relationship with a prodigy of the human race. This time, through Jiang Xi, I might be able to find out his secret." A cyan stone carried two people through a world full of grey fog at an extremely fast speed. It was unknown how fast it was. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone sat cross-legged, while Jiang Xi was a little excited and found it difficult to calm down. If he counted the 80,000 years of seclusion, he hadn't seen Jiang Dudu for more than 80,000 years. However, this long period of time didn't erase his memories of Jiang Dudu. Instead, they became even clearer. Not long after, the cyan stone passed through a spatial barrier and arrived at a paradise. There were flowers and trees here, a small bridge with flowing water, and a 7-colored rainbow hung in the sky. Just being in it could make one completely calm down. However, at this moment, Jiang Xi became even more excited. At a glance, he saw a fairy-like figure lying in the middle of a flowerbed, as if she was sleeping. Whoosh, Jiang Xi's movements were very light. In a flash, he arrived beside Jiang Dudu. The little girl was sleeping very soundly. He tried to wake her up, but failed. Senior. Jiang Xi looked at Heavenly Venerable Bluestone in confusion. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone smiled and said, "You can't wake her up because this is a small world I created. No matter how many years have passed in the outside world, it is only a moment for Jiang Dudu, who is sleeping. She won't wake up unless I remove time stop," Heavenly Venerable Bluestone said with a smile. Jiang Xi was startled. He used heaven and earth. Sure enough, he sensed that the time in this world was frozen. He nodded, and a smile appeared on his face. This was for the best. He understood Jiang Dudu's character very well. If this little girl really cultivated in seclusion for 6,000 years, she would probably die of boredom. Then, Jiang Xi discovered something that surprised him. The aura fluctuations emitted from Jiang Dudu's body indicated that she was a 9th tribulation transcender. This little girl really has a cheat that can make her stronger while sleeping? Jiang Xi's eyes widened. He had gone through a lot of hardships in the original universe to cultivate to the 9th tribulation transcender realm. Jiang Dudu became a 9th tribulation transcender after sleeping for 6,000 years. She didn't even need to transcend the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Xi couldn't help but ask, "Senior, what secret is Jiang Dudu hiding?" Before entering Liu Yuzhou, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone had said that Jiang Dudu's secret would attract the attention of many Heavenly Venerables. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone smiled. When you become a Heavenly Venerable, you will naturally know. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. Another Heavenly Venerable. However, it would be soon. He had already cultivated to rank 5 True Monarch, and the next step was to become a Dao Monarch. When he became a Dao Monarch, would Heavenly Venerable still be far away? At this time, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone said, "Now that you have seen her, I will send you back to the original universe." Jiang Xi was a bit dumbfounded. Just like that, they had seen each other. They hadn't even spoken a word. Her current state is very good, and her strength will continue to increase. Once she wakes up, it will be very difficult for her to enter this state again, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone explained. Jiang Xi sighed. Fine, let him continue to bear the loneliness of this long night. Let's go back to fight and kill Dao monarchs. Liu Yuzhou had been in seclusion for 80,000 years, but only 8 days had passed in the original universe. At this time, the human race had already mobilized an army of immortals to surround the Buckwheat clan and prepare to exterminate them. If he went back now, he would be able to make it in time for this great battle. After being in seclusion for 80,000 years, Jiang Xi didn't forget that he had almost been killed by Dao monarch Buckwheat. Meeting with a smile and dissolving enmity, this kind of thing would never happen to him. Repaying kindness with kindness and taking revenge with revenge, this was his style of doing things. Afterward, the azure stone once again passed through the spatial barrier and entered the world of grey fog. It moved in a certain direction at a strange speed. After a while, Jiang Xi was a bit surprised because he saw 3,600 enormous planets through the rolling grey fog. "Senior, why have we returned to the ancient immortal world?" Jiang Xi asked. "The entire original universe is covered by your human race's skyspan mountain river diagram. Only by passing through this chaos fog can we not be discovered by the diagram," Heavenly Venerable Bluestone said with a smile. Jiang Xi nodded. Chaos fog. Another new term. It sounded like Heavenly Venerable Bluestone didn't want to be monitored by the human race. Before entering the ancient immortal world, Jiang Xi asked again, "Senior, what's the origin of this ancient immortal world? Those supreme treasures, immortal artifacts, and immortal Dao materials don't seem to be naturally formed, but artificially forged." When he entered the ancient immortal world for the second time, he had picked up a supreme-grade immortal artifact called the Imitation Dragon Saber. It was obviously artificially forged, but it was unearthed in the ancient immortal world. At that time, he guessed that there might have been a race more powerful than the human race in the original universe, and the ancient immortal world was the habitat of that race. Or perhaps, the ancient immortal world was an ancient battlefield with a long history. You can think of the ancient immortal world as the universe's garbage station. The will of the heavenly Tao will gather the indelible garbage of every era here, and then clean it up regularly. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's words were shocking, completely different from Jiang Xi's guess. Jiang Xi was stunned. What the fuck is this garbage station? Thinking about it carefully, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's words seemed to contain a lot of information. Indelible garbage of every era? What was this era referring to? Every era? He quickly rejected this conjecture. It obviously wasn't referring to every era. Jiang Xi wanted to ask more, but Heavenly Venerable Bluestone shook his head. "I'll see you off here." The green stone had already arrived in front of the invisible barrier of the ancient immortal world. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone waved his hand and cut a hole in the invisible barrier. Jiang Xi was helpless. He knew that Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's temper wouldn't reveal too much information. At the same time, this Heavenly Venerable powerhouse who had sat on Earth's second moon became more and more mysterious in his heart. The ancient immortal world, which was regarded as a land of treasures by all the races in the universe, was described as a garbage station by Heavenly Venerable Bluestone. It was as if the supreme treasures unearthed here were all garbage. Universe's garbage station, here I come. Jiang Xi passed through the hole in the barrier and entered the ancient immortal world for the 4th time. This time, his strength had taken a huge leap. He could explore the ancient immortal world with his true identity without fear. In the entire original universe, there were very few powerhouses who could threaten him. Chapter 581. Rakshasa Star Zone, Rakshasa Star, the fourth holy land of the ghost race. On this gloomy planet, there were two great temples standing in the starry sky. At this moment, in the second temple, Tao Lord Pan Lian of the Rakshasa race was talking to Tao Lord Hunzi from a top race. After the great battle in the ancient immortal world, Tao Lord Hunzi was worried about the safety of his race and had returned. This was only an avatar he had left behind. Because the atmosphere in the original universe had been very tense in the past few days. In order to avenge Jiang Ci, the human race had started a race extermination war. They wanted to destroy a top race with a Tao Lord overseeing it. One had to know that there were only 26 top races in the entire original universe. The crazy actions of the human race worried Tao Lord Hunzi because the Hunzi race was also a top race. 8 days ago, he had also participated in the battle to kill the human race's prodigy. He was worried that the human race would target the Hunzi race after destroying the Buckbuckle race. Although Tao Lord Hunzi was only a desolate level Tao Lord, he was still a peak existence who had lived since the ancient era. He had witnessed the rise of the human race and their madness. In his opinion, the human race was a bunch of lunatics, especially the upper echelons of the human race. Whether they were alive or dead, they were all lunatics. For the sake of revenge, they could do anything. Therefore, he had left an avatar with his good friend, Tao Lord Pan Lian. Although the Hunzi race wasn't a subordinate race of the ghost race, he had a good relationship with Tao Lord Pan Lian. If the human race really went crazy and wanted to destroy the Hunzi race, he could use this avatar to ask Tao Lord Pan Lian for help in time. With this relationship, the ghost race wouldn't need to send an army of immortals. 1 or 2 Tao Lords would be enough to protect the Hunzi race. In the main hall, Tao Lord Hunzi and Tao Lord Pan Lian's topic turned back to the battle 8 days ago. I still can't believe that the human kid died just like that. Tao Lord Hunzi's avatar shook his head. Then, he said confidently, Tao Lord Buckbuckle also insists that he didn't kill Jiang Ci. I think there must be something wrong. Unlike Tao Lord Hunzi's slightly anxious expression, Tao Lord Pan Lian was very calm because the Yarrow clan and the Ghost clan were also peak clans. They naturally didn't have to worry about the wrath of the human clan. Moreover, the 3 peak clans were enemies to begin with. They had already fought against each other for countless epochs in the Outer Realm battlefield. Tao Lord Pan Lian said softly, the spatial ripples of the ancient immortal world are completely still. No teleportation methods can be used, unless a celestial venerable secretly took action and pulled him out of the ancient immortal world. However, our race's supreme ghost lord, Heavenly Sovereign Yang Du, has already confirmed that the human race's Heavenly Sovereign Ming Ming did not leave the bright cosmos at that time. There are only a few celestial venerables in the original universe. That human brat has cultivated for less than 10,000 years. It's impossible for him to have the opportunity to meet those lone celestial venerables. He shook his head again. How strange. Tao Lord Chaos sighed softly, feeling a sense of loss in his heart. More than 100,000 eras ago, he had bestowed upon his favorite disciple, true monarch Darktime, a grade 3 armor artifact in the shape of a triple mountain. 300 years ago, perfected monarch Darktime had told him that the triple mountain supreme treasure was incomplete and the other parts were with a human perfected monarch. This meant that the triple mountain supreme treasure was not just grade 3, but at least grade 4. Not long ago, true monarch Darktime had died, and this armor artifact had fallen into the hands of that human perfected monarch. After that human perfected monarch's identity was exposed. He was the peerless prodigy of the human race, Jiang Ci. That was why Tao Lord Chaos had participated in that earth-shattering battle 8 days ago. His goal was not only to avenge his disciple, but more importantly, to obtain the armor artifact on Jiang Ci's body. But in the end, he had seen with his own eyes that Jiang Ci had been reduced to ashes by Tao Lord Buckwheat's attack and had disappeared without a trace. He must be hiding other secret. Tao Lord Chaos thought to himself, but he did not say these thoughts out loud. He knew very well that even if Jiang Xi's body was destroyed, that armor artifact, which was at least grade 4, would not be damaged. At that moment, a rank 5 true monarch of the Rakshasa race requested an audience and interrupted the conversation between Tao Lord Chaos and Tao Lord Pan Lian. Apart from the rank 5 true monarch, there was also the clone of a rank 3 true monarch who was also from the Rakshasa race. Greetings, Lord Pan Lian and Lord Chaos. The two perfected monarchs bowed respectfully. Tao Lord Chaos often came to the Rakshasa race, so these perfected monarchs knew him. What's the matter? Tao Lord Pan Lian regained his dignified appearance and his voice boomed like thunder. The rank 5 true monarch glanced at Tao Lord Chaos hesitantly and did not immediately speak. Haha, then I'll leave for now. Tao Lord Chaos laughed. It's fine. You're an important guest of the Rakshasa race. There's no need to leave. Tao Lord Pan Lian smiled faintly. He usually paid attention to his demeanor and had to maintain the demeanor of a Tao Lord of a peak race. What's the matter? Tell me in detail, Tao Lord Pan Lian said to the two perfected monarchs below the hall. The two perfected monarchs looked at each other. Finally, the rank 3 true monarch's immortal power clone said respectfully and in detail, Lord Pan Lian, I just found a flying supreme treasure that's about to be born on planet 181 of the ancient immortal world. Its aura has reached the level of a rank 2 supreme treasure and is still strengthening. According to my judgment, it's at least a rank 3 flying supreme treasure. Whoosh, silence. Only the sound of the wind could be heard in the hall. The atmosphere was a little tense. The two perfected monarchs looked at each other carefully. They knew very well that a rank 3 flying supreme treasure was more valuable than many rank 4 supreme treasures. This was because flying supreme treasures were notoriously rare and extremely precious. Since the opening of the ancient immortal world, more than 10,000 supreme treasures had been born, but only 3 flying supreme treasures had appeared. And all of them were rank 1 supreme treasures. Secondly, and most importantly, flying supreme treasures were life-saving treasures. In this silence, Tao Lord Pan Lian's calm smile froze on his face. He felt like he had shot himself in the foot. Of course, he understood what the two perfected monarchs understood. And in the eyes of Tao monarchs, a rank 3 flying supreme treasure was even more valuable. This was because even Tao monarchs did not have many flying supreme treasures above rank 3. One could imagine how valuable they were. Tao Lord Pan Lian had nowhere to vent his anger. Logically speaking, the Rakshasa perfected monarch was the first to discover this supreme treasure. He would have the upper hand in the upcoming battle for the supreme treasure. But now, Tao Lord Hunzi had also heard this news. Although they were good friends, there was no need to talk about friendship in the face of such an important opportunity. They had to fight for it because as Tao monarchs, they were already qualified to enter the Chaos Sea. If they could have a high-grade flying supreme treasure while exploring the Chaos Sea, it would be very useful. Not only would it greatly increase their life-saving ability, but it would also make it easier to obtain many opportunities in the battle for them. Alright, you guys can leave. Tao Lord Pan Lian waved his hand. In the end, he did not get angry at his subordinates. After all, he was a Tao monarch and had to have a demeanor. The two Rakshasa perfected monarchs left the second sacred hall, trembling in fear. In the silent hall, Tao Lord Hunzi did not say a word. His expression did not change and he was still smiling. He did not show the surprise in his heart. Fellow Daoist, this supreme treasure. Let's use our own methods for now. If we encounter a human or demon Tao monarch, how about we work together? Tao Lord Pan Lian said. A rank 3 flying supreme treasure would definitely attract many Tao monarchs to fight for it. Alright. Tao Lord Hunzi nodded slightly. In fact, his true body in his race had already set off. In the ancient immortal world, the more precious a supreme treasure was, the greater the commotion when it appeared. It did not mean that it would belong to whoever discovered it first. As the aura of the supreme treasure grew stronger, it would attract more people to discover it. Not long after the Rakshasa perfected monarchs reported the news, the Tao monarchs of the human race and demon race, as well as some of the top races, also received the news of the appearance of a flying supreme treasure. A flying supreme treasure that was at least rank 3. Many Dao monarchs heard the news and rushed to planet 181 of the ancient immortal world. In this battle for the supreme treasure, Dao Lord Pan Lian and Dao Lord Hun Zi definitely had the advantage in terms of information. Dao Lord Hun Zi also had the advantage of location because the Hun Zi tribe was closer to the ancient immortal world. Of course, the human Dao monarchs also had a good chance. This was because one of the whirlpools in the ancient immortal world in the human race's territory led directly to planet 181. At the same time, Jiang Xi bade farewell to heavenly venerable Bluestone and entered one of the planets in the ancient immortal world. He did not disguise himself this time and showed his true appearance. Not long after, he identified the planet's serial number through some landmarks. Planet 2334. If you leave the ancient immortal world through this planet's whirlpool, you'll appear near an abandoned secret realm in the primal universe. That place is too far away from the human race's territory. The whirlpool from planet 181 to the ancient immortal world is the closest one to the human race. This information quickly flashed through Jiang Xi's mind. There were 3,600 planets in the ancient immortal world. Every planet had a whirlpool to leave the ancient immortal world. There were also 3,599 whirlpools to other planets. The whirlpool to planet 181 is more than 200 million kilometers away from here. With my current speed, I can fly there in about 15 minutes. Well, there's no hurry. Then, Jiang Xi flew toward one of the whirlpool portals. He wanted to take a detour to planet 181. As for searching for treasures in the ancient immortal world, he had no intention of doing so at the moment. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's words just now made him lose interest. Right now, his entire being was a fourth-tier supreme treasure. He also had a fourth-grade ultimate treasure, the Abyss Devourer Divine Sword, and two fifth-grade ultimate treasures, the Sixfold Mountain and the Heaven-Opening Soul Armor. In addition, he had an extremely mysterious ultimate treasure, the Heaven-Connecting Tower. In addition, he had dozens of third-grade ultimate treasures and below that he had obtained from killing perfected monarchs of other races. He was filthy rich. And he was still picking trash from the garbage? That was too degrading. No wonder the Dao monarchs of the primal universe rarely come to the ancient immortal world. Only when a fourth-grade ultimate treasure or above appears will Dao monarchs appear and compete for it. Jiang Xi understood. It had been more than 1,300 years since the opening of the ancient immortal world. Dao monarchs had only entered 4 or 5 times. And the last 2 times Dao monarchs entered were related to him. The first time was when he obtained the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode. Dao monarch Anlan of the demon race came to the ancient immortal world to bully the weak, but he was defeated by his 7th senior brother, Emperor Mi Luo. The other time was 8 days ago. 6 Dao monarchs of other races wanted to kill him, but 3 human Dao monarchs stopped them in the end. The 9 Dao monarchs had an earth-shattering battle that shook the entire universe. I hope there won't be any trouble this time. I'll leave the ancient immortal world safely and participate in the war. Jiang Xi was looking forward to another battle with Dao monarch Buckwheat. In 8 days, he had gone from being an invincible perfected monarch to being comparable to a flood-level Dao monarch. He should be able to shock the entire universe. Whoosh! Jiang Xi flew in the sky above planet 2334 at a leisurely pace. He had no intention of hiding and was not afraid of being discovered. 500,000 kilometers away, there's an ordinary rank 3 true monarch of the Star Phoenix race. Did he discover me? This was a vast mountain range. A rank 3 true monarch with a bird head and a human body was hiding there. He saw a figure flying quickly in the distance. Am I seeing things? Is that the peerless prodigy of the human race, Jiang Xi? The rank 3 true monarch of the Star Phoenix race was shocked. The earth-shattering battle 8 days ago, which was rarely seen in hundreds of thousands of eras, had already spread throughout the entire universe. And the cause of that battle, a human perfected monarch who called himself Wu Di, had also become famous. In fact, all the races in the universe already knew that this so-called perfected monarch Wu Di was perfected monarch Wu De, who had also caused a huge commotion. Not only that, but he was also the new invincible tribulation transcender of the human race, the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. He was also the peerless prodigy of the human race, Jiang Ci. These identities made the upper echelons of many races speechless and shocked. He really knew how to cause trouble. The most shocking thing was, of course, the last identity. No one expected that this young man who had cultivated for less than 10,000 years was actually roaming the ancient immortal world as a Dao integration stage cultivator. He had the battle prowess of a rank 5 true monarch at the Dao integration stage. What was even more shocking was that this peerless prodigy of the human race directly triggered a heavenly tribulation when facing the 4 rank 5 true monarchs of the ghost race. Then, he went through 9 tribulations in a row and pushed open the immortal gate in one go, seizing the opportunity to reverse life and death. At the same time, he also killed a total of 8 rank 5 true monarchs of the ghost race and the demon race among them. True monarch Nether, who was known as the #1 expert of the ghost race below the Dao monarchs, also died. Finally, it was the climax of the matter. The 9 Dao monarchs fought for this peerless prodigy of the human race. The aftermath of the earth-shattering battle almost cracked the extremely sturdy planet of the ancient immortal world, and it still hadn't recovered. It said that he was killed by Dao monarch Buckwheat, and the human race started a war of extermination. He actually appeared now. Could it be that the rumors are true? That he still has a clone hidden in the human race's territory, and the one that appeared now is his clone? Judging from his aura, I can confirm that he's a rank 9 tribulation transcender. The eyes of the Star Phoenix race's rank 3 true monarch flashed with a fiery light, but it quickly extinguished. No, even if this is his clone and can't compare to his true body, he's still not someone I can match. He must have something to rely on if he dares to swagger into the ancient immortal world. However, he's flying without concealing himself. Could it be that he wants to set a trap to kill the true monarchs of the other races? The Star Phoenix race's rank 3 true monarch was shocked by this thought. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Maybe the commotion is bigger than I thought. I have to leave the ancient immortal world quickly to avoid being affected. He turned and flew toward the whirlpool passage that left the ancient immortal world. In his opinion, no matter what identity this peerless prodigy of the human race had, something would happen every time he came to the ancient immortal world. Last time, 9 Dao lords were involved in a battle. This time, the commotion would only be bigger, not smaller. Although the battle 8 days ago had taken place between Dao lords, close to 1,000 true monarchs had been killed by the aftermath of the battle. If a great battle really broke out again, he didn't want to be killed by a sword light so innocently. True monarchs had endless lifespans, and he was also a rank 3 true monarch. He could live freely in the original universe for countless eras. Those old friends of mine are also on this planet or a nearby planet. I have to inform them and let them leave quickly. Soon, the news of Jiang Ci's appearance in ancient immortal world 181 spread among the true monarchs of the other races. If Jiang Ci knew that the Star Phoenix race's rank 3 true monarch had so many thoughts in an instant just by looking at him, he would be in a daze then. He wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. I just want to go home quickly. I really don't want to cause a big commotion. In fact, this 3rd rank true monarch of the Star 1 race had actually guessed correctly by accident what happened next. The distance of more than 200 million kilometers was covered by Jiang Ci in 20 minutes. The whirlpool passage to planet 181 is in front. In the sky, there was a whirlpool that looked like a black hole. It was flowing with colorful lights and emitted a terrifying energy. If an ordinary 9th tribulation transcender came into contact with this energy, even if they didn't die, they would lose half their life. Jiang Ci naturally wasn't afraid. He stepped in, and after a moment of dizziness, he arrived at planet 181. As soon as he appeared at the other end of the passage, his eyes suddenly lit up. This aura fluctuation is actually so strong. With his current strength, he could easily sense the aura fluctuations within a radius of millions of kilometers. If the aura fluctuation was stronger, he could sense it even if it was billions of kilometers away. A supreme treasure has appeared. This aura fluctuation has already reached the level of a rank 3 supreme treasure, and it's still increasing. From the looks of it, it should be a rank 4 supreme treasure. I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing as soon as I came back from seclusion. Could this be the accumulated luck of 80,000 years? Jiang Xi's face was full of smiles. As for the garbage dump and the like, even if it was garbage, it was still good garbage that was delivered to the door. He didn't care about it. A rank 4 supreme treasure was definitely worth it. Whoosh! Jiang Xi directly accelerated in one direction, and his speed soon approached the speed of light. While flying, he also sensed the situation there. Around the supreme treasure aura, there are more than 3,000 auras of different strengths mixed together. It's obvious that true monarchs are fighting over the supreme treasure. In addition, there are thousands of auras rushing over from within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. They are also true monarchs. Big commotion. It's going to be another earth-shattering battle. Jiang Xi sighed. Why was it that every time he came to the ancient immortal world, there was always a big battle? This is a good thing. I just happen to lack experience, so let's go all out. During Liu Yuzhou's seclusion 80,000 years ago, the experience points he obtained from refining the heavenly Tao's origin source had almost been used up. Whoosh whoosh, Jiang Xi's speed was very fast, and he didn't conceal it at all. Along the way, the other true monarchs who were rushing to fight for the supreme treasure soon discovered him. These true monarchs were mostly in small teams of 2 or 3 true monarchs. Only a few true monarchs were alone, but their strength was above rank 3. That's Jiang Xi of the human race. Oh my god, he's really still alive. I feel like something big is going to happen. What are you afraid of? His original body is already dead, so this must be his clone. His original body can defeat so many true monarchs as a Tao integration stage cultivator. The cultivation resources he used must be unimaginable. I don't believe that he can use the same cultivation resources to nurture his clone. So, his clone is definitely not as powerful as his original body. At most, it's an ordinary true monarch. He's so fast, even faster than a rank 5 true monarch. Do you think he's weak? These true monarchs all had different reactions when they saw Jiang Xi. Some were shocked, while others were disdainful. The more cautious ones, like the rank 3 true monarch of the Star Phoenix race, directly left the ancient immortal world. Of course, the cautious ones were the minority. After all, this was the birth of a rank 4 supreme treasure. In the face of such a great temptation, all the true monarchs were tempted and went crazy. On the other side, Jiang Xi could still hear these conversations even though he was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. He thought for a while and slowed down a little. Speed is also a part of strength. If I'm too fast, I might scare away some of the true monarchs. Is this considered fishing? A minute later, Jiang Xi was only 2 million kilometers away from the place where the supreme treasure was born. He could reach it in 10 seconds at most. He sensed that there were more than 5,000 true monarchs gathered there at the moment. There are 94 rank 5 true monarchs. It seems that the aura of the supreme treasure this time has attracted a lot of expert. Jiang Xi was shocked. There were only about 1,000 rank 5 true monarchs in the original universe, and almost 10% of them had come. At this moment, boom! The world rumbled, and a powerful and special space-time fluctuation appeared on this planet. At the same time, a terrifying demonic figure was reflected in the sky, as if it was the ruler of space-time. A Tao Lord had descended. Tao Lord Hunzi had the advantage of information and location, becoming the first Tao Lord to arrive at Planet 181. It's actually a rank 4 flying supreme treasure. He was pleasantly surprised. With his strength, he could clearly sense that the aura of the supreme treasure had gradually stabilized. The current aura fluctuation was a rank 4 supreme treasure. Haha, such an opportunity belongs to me, Hunzi. He laughed loudly. A rank 4 flying supreme treasure was more valuable than many rank 5 supreme treasures. Tao Lord Hunzi was in high spirits and could not help but think. With this supreme treasure, he did not have to worry about his life and death. He could explore the Chaos Sea without worry. As a desolate level Tao Lord, he stood at the peak of the universe. He seemed high and mighty and was respected by all living beings. However, in a place like the Chaos Sea, desolate level Tao Lords were only existences at the bottom, like cannon fodder. Tao Lord Hunzi had always had a secret. Although he had become a Tao Lord in the ancient era, he had only entered the Chaos Sea once in countless epochs. Moreover, he had quickly retreated. Or rather, it could not be called retreating. Instead, he had fled back to the original universe. I was very lucky in that battle. Under that Supreme Existence's will, a large number of desolate-level Tao Lords died. If I had been closer, I would have lost my life long ago, Tao Lord Hunzi sighed. Compared to the Tao Lords of the peak races, the Tao Lords of the top races were often alone. Without the aid of a more powerful Tao Lord, it would be far too difficult for him to traverse the primordial Chaos Sea on his own. This time, if I have a rank 4 flying supreme treasure, I can really explore the Chaos Sea and obtain a great opportunity. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to improve and become a flood-level Tao Lord or even an Eon-level Tao Lord. Tao Lord Hunzi's heart was filled with ambition. These thoughts flashed through his mind. In the next moment, his will swept out, and darkness spread across the planet with his will. He wanted to control the space-time of this planet. Tempage, everyone below the Tao Lord level is an ant. What's the point of these perfected lords fighting so intensely? It's just a futile effort, Tao Lord Hunzi sneered. Through controlling space-time, he probed the situation around the rank 4 supreme treasure. Then, he discovered a familiar figure. Tao Lord Hunzi's breathing paused, and then he was even more surprised. Oh, that's Jiang Ci of the human race. The armor supreme treasure on his body and the sword in his hand are exactly the same as 8 days ago. From this, I can tell that this isn't his clone, but his true body. This is a great opportunity. Not only can I obtain a rank 4 flying supreme treasure this time, but I can also obtain the supreme treasure on this human. An armor supreme treasure that's at least rank 4 and a rank 4 offensive supreme treasure. Ha ha ha, I, Hunzi, have been ordinary in the original universe for countless epochs. Finally, I've welcomed the day of a great opportunity. Tao Lord Hunzi laughed excitedly. As for Jiang Ci's strength, he didn't care at all. Although he didn't know how River Word had managed to escape that day, he had clearly seen how River Word had almost been killed by Tao Lord Buckbuckle. Tao Lord Hunzi was confident that he would do a better job than Tao Lord Buckwheat, so that Jiang Ci wouldn't have a chance to escape. In a short 8 days, he had never thought that Riverword's strength would change, and it would be such a huge change. Oh, that's Tao Lord Hunzi? Jiang Ci's eyes flickered as he saw the terrifying demonic figure in the sky. While Liu Yuzhou was in seclusion, his clone hadn't been idle and had collected detailed information about that shocking battle. He remembered the 6 alien Tao Lords who had attacked at that time. Now that he had encountered them, there was no reason to let them go. This is a good opportunity to test my strength. Jiang Ci was eager to give it a try. Chapter 582. Ancient Immortal World, Planet 181. The aura of the treasure had completely stabilized. The aura it emitted finally showed that it was a rank 4 flying treasure. On the bleeding ground, there was a palace about a foot long. 1/3 of it was above the ground. At this moment, more than 5,000 perfected lords were fighting for this treasure. Even rank 5 perfected lords could die in this kind of battle. The terrifying energy fluctuations were second only to the shocking battle between Tao Lords 8 days ago. However, a terrifying demonic figure suddenly appeared in the sky, calming the chaos temporarily. The perfected lords were shocked. They knew that Tao Lord had descended. Instantly, despair and madness began to grow. We've fought for so long and lost hundreds of perfected lords. Is it all for nothing? That's a rank 4 flying treasure. Is it mediocrity or the peak? Today, I'm going to fight to the death. The treasure has already appeared. As long as I get it, I'll escape immediately. What can Tao Lord do to me? Kill. Continue to fight. This supreme treasure should be mine. Tao Lord's spacetime control hasn't spread here. I still have a chance. However, these crazy perfected lords had underestimated the speed of Tao Lord's spacetime control. Because the essence spirit was different from the body, the pressure of the ancient immortal world had less of an effect on the mind. Tao Lord Hunzi's mind swept across at a speed faster than the speed of light. He kept bringing the spacetime of this planet into his control. In my spacetime, you're all ants. What's the point of struggling? Tao Lord Hunzi sneered. Of course, he also knew that the goal of this trip was to fight for the treasure, not to kill. These 5,000 perfected lords came from various races in the universe. Many of the rank 5 perfected lords were from the 3 peak races. If he killed all of these true monarchs, he would be in big trouble. If he attracted the anger of these races, even if he was good friends with Tao Lord Pan Lian of the Ghost race, he wouldn't be able to protect the Hunzi race. I've already made a fortune by getting these treasures. Tao Lord Hunzi was excited. He expanded the spacetime he controlled and flew toward the location of the rank 4 flying treasure first. He had to deal with that human prodigy Jiang Ci. Whoosh! The dark spacetime continued to spread and soon arrived at a place over 1 million kilometers away from Jiang Ci. He has a self-created world with a radius of 10,000 feet. Although the area is small, it can prevent me from controlling spacetime. However, given my speed, he's already a turtle in a jar and won't be able to escape from my grasp. Tao Lord Hunzi was extremely confident. Then, he was puzzled. After he saw me, he didn't run for his life. Instead, he took the initiative to fly towards me. Who gave him such courage? The next moment, Tao Lord Hunzi's expression changed and he was no longer calm. What? How could his speed? No. Why is it that the spacetime I control can't go any further when I'm 1,000,000 kilometers away from him? Could it be that his self-made heaven and earth doesn't have a radius of 10,000 feet? Did it expand after the last tribulation? Tao Lord Chaos was a desolate level Tao Lord and his essence spirit was not as strong as Jiang Ci's. Therefore, he did not discover Jiang Ci's true cultivation level. Otherwise, he would have been even more shocked. At the same time, this scene was also noticed by the true monarchs who were engaged in a chaotic battle. It was difficult for them not to pay attention because they had never seen such a thing before. 2 figures were flying towards each other in the sky. One was a terrifying demonic figure that covered the sky, while the other was very small. Ah! That's Jiang Ci. What is he doing? Is he crazy? Is he taking the initiative to seek death with a Tao Lord? When will the Tao Lord of the human race descend? If he doesn't, Jiang Ci might really die. Jiang Ci was not crazy. His expression was very calm. With a thought, he fused with his sword and transformed into a green phantom. In an instant, he approached the speed of light and flew towards Tao Lord Buckwheat. After the 7 styles of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's Grand Tao Scroll were perfected, the power of the Wind Sword style had also increased greatly after fusing with his sword. His speed was almost the same as a Tao Lord's. Moreover, after the Great Tao Scroll was perfected, the range of his heaven and earth had expanded to a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. In the face of a Tao Lord's control of spacetime, he was much calmer and not as passive as before. Last time, I was powerless in front of Tao Lord Buckwheat and almost died. This time, I'm going to crush him. Jiang Ci's eyes flashed with a divine light as his aura continued to rise. His current combat strength was comparable to that of a flood-level Tao Lord, while Tao Lord Hunzi was only at the desolate level. Whoosh whoosh, Jiang Ci and Tao Lord Hunzi's speed was close to the speed of light. In less than 10 seconds, the distance between the 2 sides was only 100,000 kilometers. They were about to clash. Their auras were close to the peak, shaking the space within a radius of 10 million kilometers. So what if you're fast? So what if your heaven and earth has expanded? Before becoming a Tao Lord, everything is useless. Tao Lord Hunzi's eyes were cold. He was 10,000 meters tall, and his powerful aura filled the sky. The 12 black horns on his head emitted a terrifying light. Swish! These black horns pierced through the void, forming a death-reaping diagram formation that shot forward. In the face of this, Jiang Ci could no longer remain calm. He felt his blood boil as he roared, "Kill!" He was like a god-fiend, and his body under the armor was surging with energy. The power of his entire body, essence spirit, immortal power, Tao arts, and secret arts condensed into a ball and was released through the abyss-devouring sword. A terrifying 5-colored sword radiance flashed out, illuminating the entire sky and earth. Whoosh! The void exploded as the five-colored sword light destroyed Dao Lord Hunzi's death-reaping diagram formation with unstoppable momentum. The 12 black horns were covered in a dim light as they flew out. What? Dao Lord Hunzi's expression changed drastically. This scene exceeded his imagination, instantly destroying his attack. Even a desolate-level Dao Lord of the same level would find it difficult to do so. However, he was a Dao Lord after all. He reacted quickly and attacked again. He formed a huge fist seal and smashed it toward Jiang Ci. Rumble. The fist seal was like a mountain. When it smashed down, it was accompanied by the rumbling of heaven and earth. Its power was enough to flatten a large galaxy. Fist seal? Is that all you're capable of? Jiang Ci laughed. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He put away the abyss-devouring sword. Like a divine sword, he tore through the void and collided with the fist seal. You want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. Dao Lord Hunzi snorted angrily as if he was offended. He suddenly threw out hundreds of even more terrifying fist seals. At the same time, the 12 black horns that flew out earlier were mixed in with the fist seals and pressed over. Although I'm not good at essence spirit attacks, these fist seals contain some of my essence spirit power. The 100 of them that I threw out with my full strength are enough to destroy his essence spirit. Previously, Dao Lord Hunzi had seen the battle between Jiang Ci and Dao Lord Buckwheat from afar. He knew where Jiang Ci's weakness was. In fact, that sword strike just now had really frightened him. His intuition told him that there was something wrong with Jiang Ci. However, there was no point in thinking about it now. So what if something was wrong? Everyone below the Dao Lord realm was an ant. He could just kill them with his fist. Dao Lord Hunzi's thoughts and punches happened in the blink of an eye. It was extremely short. At that moment, Jiang Ci had already arrived in front of the fist seals and punched out with a single fist. Shatter. A fiend celestial roar reverberated in the surroundings, shocking almost all the perfected lords who were watching this battle. To the onlookers, the punches of the tiny human genius looked even more insignificant in the face of the gigantic fist that was like a 100,000 feet tall mountain. However, the next moment, the world was shocked. Boom! That puny punch seemed to possess the power of a fiend celestial. With a five-colored sword beam, it instantly destroyed the gigantic fist that was the size of a 100,000 feet tall mountain. Thereafter, the aura did not decrease. Instead, it became even stronger. With an aura that could destroy the heavens, it charged towards the hundreds of fist seals that blotted out the sky. Although Jiang Ci did not use a sword, his body was like a sword. Although the body of a Grade 4 Cardinal Treasure was weaker than the Abyss-Devouring Sword in terms of armor penetration, it was stronger in terms of strength. Boom! 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 Almost instantly, the hundreds of fist seals that could destroy an entire galaxy were shattered by him and a terrifying aura reverberated through the world. Under such a situation, sword beams circled around Jiang Ci and five-colored sword beams illuminated the sky. Suddenly, he became taller. Impossible! Dao Lord Hunzi's eyes widened in disbelief. His shock did not only come from the power of Jiang Ci's fist sword, but also from the defense of Jiang Ci's essence spirit. Dao Lord Hunzi was confident that the hundreds of fist seals could definitely destroy Jiang Ci's essence spirit and kill him instantly. But now, Jiang Ci was unharmed. In fact, his aura was not weakened at all. He clearly saw the 12 black horns striking Jiang Ci's body. What kind of defense is that? Dao Lord Hunzi realized that he had an ominous feeling. After 2 consecutive exchanges, he could not do anything to this human. This ant's strength was beyond his imagination. However, the current situation did not allow him to think too much because Jiang Ci had already arrived in front of him. Hunzi, die! Jiang Ci shouted coldly. He attacked with one fist and the abyss-devouring sword at the same time. Dao Lord Hunzi had participated in the previous operation to kill him. Now that he had encountered him, there was naturally no reason for him to let him go. Dao Lord Hunzi only snorted angrily and punched out as well. He believed in his body. The punch was like a small mountain. It was accompanied by the 12 black horns that formed a life-reaping array that pressed down. It collided with Jiang Xi's fist. Boom! The two fists collided and a powerful energy erupted, causing terrifying abyssal cracks to appear in the void. Under such a powerful collision, Tao Lord Hunzi's terrifying body was sent flying. On the other hand, Jiang Xi, whose figure seemed tiny, stood in midair, unmoving. Tao Lord Hunzi's expression changed drastically because the energy in his body became chaotic and he could not control his body. He found this exchange hard to believe, and his heart was even more overwhelmed with shock, because his body was actually covered in fine lines. He was injured. However, the human in front of him was still unharmed. Impossible. Tao Lord Hunzi roared. He was a Tao Lord and had an armor treasure on him. Although it was only at grade 3, it was enough to deal with many powerful attacks. However, in the face of Jiang Xi's attack today, his armor treasure was useless and did not weaken the attack at all. While Tao Lord Hunzi was furious, he had to accept a fact. That was, Riverward's attack had exceeded the defensive limits of this Tier 3 defensive treasure. This was the only possibility. Swoosh! Riverward didn't give his opponent any chance to counterattack and launched a series of attacks. His sword was like a rainbow that tore through the void and struck Tao Lord Hunzi, who was still flying. Phut! The armor-piercing effect of the Grade 4 Abyss-Devouring Divine Sword easily broke through the defense of the Grade 3 armor treasure. The power of the 5-element sword stance was all poured into Tao Lord Hunzi. Kaila! Tao Lord Hunzi's 10,000-meter-tall body exploded into thousands of pieces. The sword beam wreaked havoc and tore through Tao Lord Hunzi's body as though it was tearing through the void. Swoosh! However, Tao Lord Hunzi's body fragments quickly reassembled. Ultimate. Tao Lord's secret technique. Tao Lord Hunzi's expression was terrible. His body seemed unharmed, but in reality, that sword strike had caused him great damage. That was because in order to recover his body, he had used up 1% of the indestructible substance and other special substances in his body. I can't break through his defense, but he can break through mine easily. Tao Lord Hunzi's eyes flashed with confusion. He could not understand why the strength of this human paragon before him had changed so drastically in just 8 days. 8 days ago, he saw with his own eyes that this human was almost killed by Tao Lord Buckwheat. Now, the situation had changed completely. He was also a desolate level Tao Lord. Why couldn't he hurt a single hair on this human? Then, Tao Lord Hunzi had to admit a fact. Now, he couldn't continue this battle no matter what. Otherwise, he might perish here. This fact infuriated him. He was a peak expert who stood at the peak of the universe and was revered by all living beings. There were only slightly more than 100 Tao Lords in the entire primal universe. Today, he had actually been defeated by a human. He even had to flee because if he did not flee, he would die. Whoosh! Tao Lord Hunzi turned and left, turning into a streak of dark light. You want to leave? Jiang Xi's figure flashed as he raised his sword and slashed again. Phut! It accurately hit Tao Lord Hunzi, causing his 10,000-meter-tall body to explode again. Roar! Tao Lord Hunzi reassembled his body and roared angrily with a hint of anxiety in his voice. The spatial fluctuations of the ancient immortal world were completely still. He could not use teleportation techniques. If this continued, he would really die. Human Jiang Xi, I admit your strength. Can you spare my life? Tao Lord Hunzi gritted his teeth. I don't need you to admit it. You wanted to kill me last time, so I'll kill you now. It's that simple. Jiang Xi's expression was indifferent as he slashed again. Both sides were close to the speed of light. Tao Lord Hunzi could not shake off his pursuit at all. Therefore, Tao Lord Hunzi exploded again, and his aura weakened again. Last time, it was because you killed my disciple, perfected Lord Dark Time. I'm avenging my disciple, right? Tao Lord Hunzi was really anxious. Tao Lords are not allowed to participate in a battle between perfected lords. You broke the rules. Jiang Xi swung his sword again as he flew. Phut! I don't want revenge anymore. From now on, we're even. Heh, you think we're even? You're still coveting my supreme treasure. Jiang Xi. What? What will it take for you to let me go? Kill you. Fart. In just 3 seconds, Tao Lord Hunzi's body exploded dozens of times. His aura had weakened by 30%. Of the two figures, one was big and one was small. One was as terrifying as a fiend while the other was a puny human. Many perfected lords heard Tao Lord Hunzi's roar and Jiang Xi's casual reply as they chased each other in the sky. What's going on? Am I hallucinating before I die because I used too much of the imperishable substance in my body? Tao Lord Hunzi is running for his life. This is shocking news. That human paragon is going to kill Tao Lord Hunzi? At that moment, the perfected lords of the various races who were fighting for the Grade 4 flying supreme treasure were stunned. Many perfected lords thought that they were hallucinating because they were in disbelief. Boom. Right then, the world rumbled and another terrifying figure appeared in the sky with a torrential ghostly aura. It was Tao Lord Pan Lian of the Rakshasa race of the ghost race. Pan Lian, save me. Tao Lord Hunzi's anxious roar echoed in the world. Tao Lord Pan Lian, who had just arrived, was clearly stunned. He hurriedly used spacetime control and soon detected the battle between Jiang Xi and Tao Lord Hunzi. That's impossible. Tao Lord Pan Lian was shocked. He could clearly sense that Tao Lord Hunzi's aura had decreased by half. This was caused by the excessive consumption of the imperishable substance and another special substance in the Tao Lord's body, and the cause of all this was the human paragon who was killed by Tao Lord Qiufeng 8 days ago. This almost impossible scene made Tao Lord Pan Lian have a very low-level thought. He wondered if there was something wrong with his eyes. Pan Lian, save me. Another pitiful roar rang out. At the same time, Tao Lord Hunzi's 10,000-meter-tall body exploded in the air once more. Not good. Tao Lord Pan Lian rushed over. However, when he saw the situation in front of him, his expression became extremely solemn. Because the distance was too far, it was too late even if he rushed over. Every sword strike of that human paragon could cut away almost 1% of Tao Lord Hunzi's aura. Another one. Tao Lord Pan Lian of the Ghosts is also at the desolation level. Jiang Xi's expression was calm. In the special environment of the ancient immortal world, even a universe-level Tao Lord wouldn't be able to save Tao Lord Hunzi. Whoosh! The 5-colored sword light pierced through the void and slashed Tao Lord Hunzi again. Jiang Xi of the human race, spare his life. Tao Lord Pan Lian's thunderous voice came from afar. Who are you? Jiang Xi didn't even bat an eyelid as he chased after Tao Lord Hunzi in the sky. If you kill him, the ghosts won't let you off. Tao Lord Pan Lian was furious. What a joke. Jiang Xi laughed. Are you joking with me? Humans and ghosts are enemies. If you come near me, do you believe that I'll kill you too? You. Tao Lord Pan Lian choked on his words. Jiang Xi ignored him. His figure flashed as he chased after Tao Lord Hunzi to within 10,000 feet. This time, he didn't use his sword. Instead, he punched out. 5-colored sword light flashed between his fingers, containing the power to shatter the heavens. Tao Lord Hunzi was enraged and despaired in the face of this punch. His aura was less than 30% of his peak. This meant that his strength had also decreased so much that he could no longer resist. I'll drag you down with me even if I die. Tao Lord Hunzi roared as he punched back. Boom. 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 Jiang Xi and Tao Lord Hunzi transformed into 2 blazing balls of energy. Their fists collided continuously as they fought fiercely. A blinding light exploded in the sky as terrifying energy surged. Suddenly, a blazing ball of light exploded. I can't accept this. Tao Lord Hunzi's voice was filled with despair and misery. The dark spacetime that he controlled instantly dissipated, and the grey sky of the ancient immortal world appeared once again. But then, rumble, heaven and earth rumbled as thunder rumbled. A blood-red rain fell from the sky, dyeing the sky of this planet red. A shocking phenomenon covered the entire world. Heavens! All the true monarchs on the planet saw this scene. Many perfected lords felt their primordial spirits tremble and their bodies tremble. What did they see? A Tao Lord who stands at the peak of the universe has fallen. There were only 100 or so Tao Lords in the entire primal universe. Each of them was an existence that was undying and invulnerable to all tribulations. In the primal universe, it was too difficult for such a peak expert to die. The last time a Tao Lord died in the primal universe was billions of eras ago. At this moment, except for the human race, all the perfected lords of other races felt as if they had fallen into an abyss. The scene in front of them was too surreal. This human prodigy who had only become a 9th tribulation transcender 8 days ago had actually killed a Tao Lord. For a moment, the entire planet fell silent. The terrifying atmosphere was suffocating. It was as if they were witnessing the rise of a legend. Could it be that this human prodigy was going to dominate the world and become the strongest person in the primal universe? Jiang Xi's aura was like a rainbow as he stood in the sky, looking down on this world. In the final exchange just now, he was too domineering. He used his body as a sword, and his body was comparable to a 4th-grade supreme treasure. His strength was already terrifying. When he used the ultimate secret technique, the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, it was even more terrifying. It could be said that he had used his strength to blow up a desolate-level Tao Lord one punch after another. In fact, Jiang Xi himself did not expect such an outcome. According to his expectations, it would be enough to crush Tao Lord Hunzi. He did not expect to be able to kill a Tao Lord with his own hands. The main reason is that the environment of the ancient immortal world is too special. If we were in the primal universe, Tao Lord Hunzi would be able to use many escape methods. But here, under the terrifying pressure of the ancient immortal world, even a Tao Lord's speed can't reach the speed of light, let alone teleport away. He can only be killed by me. Jiang Xi exhaled softly and calmed his excitement. Those were Tao Lords who stood at the peak of the universe and were respected by all living beings. Today, he had killed one with his own hands. Another surprise was the experience points he received from killing Tao Lord Hunzi. You have killed a desolate-level Tao Lord. Eternal experience points +1. The moment Tao Lord Hunzi died, this notification sounded in Jiang Xi's mind. 1 eternal experience points equals 1 trillion experience points, which was equivalent to 1,000 wisps of heavenly Tao origin. To Jiang Xi, this was a pleasant surprise and also a surprise. Just this 1 eternal experience points alone can be considered a huge gain. Over there, there's another one. Jiang Xi looked into the distance. Tao Lord Pan Lian of the Ghost Clan, who had been threatening him just now, was fleeing rapidly. It was obvious that he was scared out of his wits. It's too far away. I can't catch up. Jiang Xi shook his head. He felt that it was a pity. If he had known that killing a Tao Lord would give him so much experience points, he would have waited a little longer and caught a few more big fish. There are still many small fish left. Jiang Xi turned his gaze to a place more than 2 million kilometers away. There, more than 5,000 perfected lords were fighting for a Tier 4 flying treasure. Run. He wants to kill us. It's over. We're going to die here. Apart from the human race, when the other perfected lords noticed Jiang Xi's gaze, they immediately fled in all directions. Boom. 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 At this moment, another 5 Tao Lords arrived one after another, their figures reflected in the sky. A terrifying aura instantly filled the air and covered the sky. Chapter 583. The 5 Tao Lords who had descended upon the ancient immortal world were similar to the battle 8 days ago. 2 of them were Tao Lord Sword One and Tao Lord Chengfeng of the human race. The other 2 were Tao Lord Dao Tai and Tao Lord Anlan of the demon race. The last was Tao Lord 7 Souls of the ghost race. When they descended, the phenomenon on planet 181 had yet to disappear. Bloody winds were still howling and bloody rain was falling from the sky as if the end of the world had arrived. The 5 Tao Lords had grave expressions. Their first reaction was, who had died? Who had killed the Tao Lords? Soon, they discovered everything through their space-time manipulation methods. They saw Tao Lord Pan Lian frantically fleeing, saw River Word standing in the sky like a god descending from the heavens, and also saw the 4th-grade flying-type supreme treasure, as well as the true monarchs fleeing in all directions. Of course, they also heard the cries of the perfected lords. Tao Lord Hunzi died. Jiang Xi did it. Tao Lord Sword One, who carried a giant sword on his back, had a rugged look on his face. "Haha, it's my little martial nephew." Dao Lord Chengfeng laughed loudly. This sudden surprise really shocked them. As the top experts of the human race, the two of them knew that Jiang Xi was still alive. But now that they had met again and caused such a huge commotion, they really didn't expect it. Compared to them, the three Dao Lords of the demon race and ghost race weren't in such a good mood. It's only been 8 days, but this human kid can already kill Dao Lords. Dao Lord Dao Tai said in a low voice. More importantly, he's already a rank 5 true lord. He actually extinguished 5 soul lamps in a row in just 8 days. Dao Lord Anlan of the man-faced demon spider race's paleface was incomparably solemn and filled with killing intent. Just now, when Jiang Xi killed Dao Lord Hunzi, he had unleashed his full combat strength at the last moment and didn't continue to hide his cultivation aura. Now, what they sensed was Jiang Xi's true cultivation. The two Dao Lords of the demon race felt a bone-chilling coldness and a deep sense of fear. Whether it was killing Dao Lords as a perfected lord or extinguishing 5 soul lamps in 8 days, they were all heaven-defying feats in the history of the original universe. "Kill. You have to kill him." Dao Lord Calmland screamed out Pan Lian, 7 souls, "Let's work together and kill Jiang Xi. If he doesn't die, then one day our race will be wiped out." Dao Lord Taotia's voice boomed like thunder, echoing throughout the entire planet. On the other side, although Dao Lord Pan Lian and Dao Lord 7 souls weren't together, they still heard the thunderous roar. The 4 Dao Lords of the Dire Monster and the Ghost Race came to an agreement to temporarily join forces. As for their original goal of fighting for a Tier 4 flying treasure, that was no longer important. The 3 pinnacle races were able to maintain their current state of balance in the original universe mainly because of their mutual checks and balances in terms of high-end combat power. This was because each of the 3 clans had an Empyrean overseeing them. With this level of combat strength, they could ensure that the 3 clans wouldn't do anything crazy and destructive to each other. But now, they saw something in Jiang Xi that broke the balance. This human prodigy had the potential to become a heavenly venerable. Once the human race had 2 Empyreans, they would have a chance to truly wipe out the monster race and ghost race. Therefore, Jiang Xi must die. Boom. Boom. The 4 alien Dao Lords, including Dao Lord Pan Lian who had been fleeing for his life earlier, all flew towards Jiang Xi at high speed. "You want to kill a human prodigy? Have you asked for our permission?" Dao Lord Sword One and Dao Lord Chengfeng both sneered and flew towards Jiang Xi as well. An even greater battle was about to break out. "You want to kill me?" Riverward smiled, showing no signs of fear. Even if he was here alone today, he wouldn't be afraid of these 4 alien Dao Lords. Moreover, Dao Lord Sword One and Dao Lord Chengfeng were here. Dao Lord Sword One was a flood-level Dao Lord and could only be stronger than him. Let's get rid of these small fries first. Jiang Xi transformed into a green blur and went to harvest the fleeing alien perfected lords. Whoosh, after confirming that he could capture all these small fries, Jiang Xi immediately used his creation heaven and earth technique. Almost instantly, everything within 1,000,000 kilometers was under his control. Seal. The frantically fleeing alien perfected lords immediately froze on the spot, unable to move. In their despair, they didn't even have a chance to struggle before they died. Kill. Jiang Xi's expression was cold. The 7 sword lights circling around him instantly multiplied into more than 4,000 and attacked the alien perfected lords. The reason why there were more than 4,000 was because more than 1,000 of these perfected lords were from the human camp and neutral races. Of course, he couldn't kill them all. The rest were from the ghost race, the demon race, and some top races that were hostile to the human race. Jiang Xi, how dare you? Jiang Xi, Dao Lords aren't allowed to kill perfected lords. How dare you violate the agreement of the 3 heavenly lords? You're breaking the rules. The heavenly lords will kill you. Let them go. Dao Lord Dao Tai and Dao Lord Anlan of the demon race and Dao Lord Pan Lian and Dao Lord 7 souls of the ghost race all roared furiously. They didn't expect Jiang Xi to do such a crazy thing after killing Dao Lord Hunzi. He wanted to kill more than 4,000 perfected lords in one fell swoop, including dozens of rank 5 perfected lord. Haha, Who said I'm a Tao Lord? I'm just a rank 5 perfected Lord. Jiang Xi laughed. Kill. With a cold shout, more than 4,000 sword lights pierced through the bodies of more than 4,000 alien perfected lords. With his current strength, even a sword light could take the life of a 5th revolution true monarch. Everyone below the Tao Lord level was an ant. That was not Tao Lord Hun Zi's arrogant words. You killed a rank 3 perfected lord. Experience points plus 30 billion. You killed a rank 4 perfected lord. Experience points plus 40 billion. You killed a rank 5 perfected lord. Experience points plus 50 billion. You killed a rank 3 perfected lord. Experience points plus 30 billion. A series of notifications sounded in Jiang Xi's mind. In the end, he gained more than 160 trillion experience point. Although it was far less than killing Tao Lord Hun Zi, the experience points were enough for him to deduce for 400 to 500 years. Jiang Xi of the human race, you must die. Jiang Xi, you lunatic. Ah. Roar. The 4 Tao Lords of the demon and ghost race roared in anger as they watched Jiang Xi kill so many perfected lords in an instant. That was because many of the 4,000 perfected lords were from the demon and ghost races. The remaining perfected lords from the top races also belonged to their 2 factions. Furthermore, they lost many rank 5 perfected lords. There were a total of 94 rank 5 perfected lords from the various races who participated in the fight for the grade 4 flying treasure. Excluding the rank 5 perfected lords of the human race and neutral races, the remaining 69 rank 5 perfected lords belonged to their 2 faction. The losses were heavy. Even though they were high and mighty peak Tao Lords, their hearts were aching and their eyes were dizzy. It was truly too difficult for a rank 5 perfected lord to be born. It was rare for one to appear in more than 1,000,000 eras. Even after countless eras, there were only slightly more than 200 rank 5 perfected lords of the ghost and demon races combined. But now, they had lost nearly 30% of them in an instant. What made them even more upset was that they had just declared that they were going to kill Jiang Xi. In the end, Jiang Xi gave them a tight slap to the face. Then, they saw River Word casually put away the 4th grade flying type supreme treasure. Kill. Kill Jiang Xi. If we don't kill Jiang Xi today, the Heavenly Lord will definitely blame us. The 4 Tao Lords of the alien races were about to go crazy as the rage in their hearts burned even more intensely. At the same time, Tao Lord Sword 1 and Tao Lord Chengfeng of the human race were more shocked than delighted. They were dumbfounded. That lad is way too bold, isn't he? Tao Lord Chengfeng actually felt his throat go dry. It was truly unbelievable for a Tao Lord to have such a low-level physiological reaction. I have a feeling that something big is going to happen. Tao Lord Sword 1 was someone who had experienced great storms in Chaos Sea. Even so, he was still shocked. He was even more shocked than when he found out that Jiang Xi had killed Tao Lord Hun Zi. That was because Tao Lord Hun Zi was only a Tao Lord of a top race. Although it would cause a huge commotion, it would not cause much trouble for the human race. Now, Jiang Xi had killed more than 4,000 perfected lords of the demon and ghost factions. Furthermore, most of them were rank 3 perfected lords and above. There were even 69 rank 5 perfected lords. That was a completely different matter. In the primal universe, be it heavenly lords or Tao Lords, they were the true upper echelons of power and would not attack easily. Usually, the perfected lords were the ones who were truly decisive. Therefore, the blow that Jiang Xi's actions had on the 2 peak races was no less than the death of a Tao Lord. Strictly speaking, the impact might be even greater. At the thought of this, Tao Lord Sword 1 and Tao Lord Chengfeng's expressions turned extremely solemn. No matter what, we have to protect Jiang Xi's life today. We have to inform senior brother 9 Firmaments as well. The 2 of us might not be able to stop what's about to happen. The 4 Tao Lords of the demon and ghost races were not fools. Given the current situation, they would definitely call for reinforcements. In the human territory, at the core of the Tao domain, there was a bustling planet that was filled with vitality. This was the Tao field of the Tao sect's Lord Ming. It was one of the sacred grounds of the human race and also the entrance to the Tao sect's universe. At that moment, in the Tao sect's universe, A white-robed middle-aged man sat quietly in the vast starry sky. He was the current strongest person of the human race, Lord Ming. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his gentle gaze suddenly turned sharp. In this vast universe, the Milky Way began to circulate, and the planets began to tremble. Is he going to attack? Lord Ming's body split into three. Apart from the gentle white-robed middle-aged man, the other two were an old daoist with a compass and a black-robed youth with an immortal sword on his back. They looked similar, but their auras were completely different. The old daoist was friendlier and had a sly look in his eyes. The black-robed youth was extremely cold and filled with killing intent. Thereafter, the two of them took a step forward and disappeared. The white-robed middle-aged man continued to stay in the Dao sect's universe. Not long after, in the starry sky near the core of the Dao sect's universe, a battle that shocked billions of races erupted. It was a battle between four terrifying figures. Each of them was incomparably large and stood in the starry sky. A single finger was larger than dozens of planets apart from the old daoist and the black-robed youth. The other two were the demon race's Heavenly Lord Myriad Demon and the ghost race's Heavenly Lord Yangdu. The former was a massive beast with 8 hooves, 9 heads, and 10 tails. The latter was a silver-faced, fanged, and golden-robed ghost. Lord Ming, do you think you can defeat us with just 2 clones? Heavenly Lord Myriad Demon said. The Dao sect's universe has restrictions. We can't use power that surpasses the universe Dao Lord level. Therefore, it's more than enough to stop you for a while. The old daoist's Heavenly Lord Ming smiled and said unhurriedly. Then today, at least one of your clones will die here. That's much more profitable than killing your human prodigies. Heavenly Lord Yang Du sneered. Cut the crap and fight. The black-robed youth's Heavenly Lord Ming shouted coldly and drew his sword. Boom! A massive battle erupted, causing the stellar river to tremble. The old daoist's geomantic compass transformed into an astral formation that was even larger than the entire solar system, trapping both Celestial Lord Myriad Demon and Celestial Lord Yangdu within. The black-robed youth struck out with his sword, causing trillions of streaks of swordlight to illuminate the starry skies. Gua! Celestial Lord Myriad Demon opened his giant maw and swallowed the entire solar system into his stomach, neutralizing all of the attacks. Old man, you've lived for far too long. It's time for you to be recorded in the Book of Life and Death. Celestial Lord Yangdu produced a tattered, ancient book. He opened it, causing specks of dim light to spill out from within. These specks of dim light seemed small, but each of them was as large as a star. They flashed with dazzling light, but they were cold and had no warmth at all. Whoosh! After the first strike, the battle grew even more terrifying. Heavenly Lord Myriad Demon and Celestial Lord Yangdu, the two clones of Celestial Lord Myriad Demon and Celestial Lord Yangdu, began to furiously attack each other. Both of them maintained their power at the very limits of the Dao Lord level, not exceeding it. That was because of the restrictions of the original universe. If they exceeded this limit, they would be punished by the heavens. However, even if they didn't use all of their power, the energy waves emitted by this terrifying battle crushed one solar system after another. The most powerful battle of the original universe, which hadn't happened even once in a trillion eras, had truly erupted. However, this was only one of the battlefields that caused the most commotion. The battle that truly shocked the races of the universe wasn't here, but in the ancient deity world. At the same time, on planet 181 of the ancient deity world, Pan Lian Daolord of the ghost race had already begun to fight with Jiang Ci. Although he was frightened to the point of running for his life just now, the distance between him and River Word was the closest. Gua! The originally handsome Pan Lian Daolord's body expanded and turned into an extremely ugly Rakshasa. Like the most ferocious ghost in the world, he pounced on Jiang Ci with his bone trident. You're so ugly. Who are you trying to scare? Jiang Ci punched out. Boom. The strength of a 4th-grade true treasure body was too terrifying. Coupled with the power of the ultimate secret technique, the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra. This fist, which glowed with 5-colored sword light, smashed half of Pan Lian Daolord's body and shattered the void. Clang. At the same time, Pan Lian Daolord's bone trident stabbed Jiang Ci, but it only made a loud noise. It didn't hurt Jiang Ci at all. Impossible. What kind of defense is this? Pan Lian Daolord's demonic face was filled with shock. How could he fight if he couldn't even break through the defense? He hadn't seen the first half of the battle between Jiang Ci and Dao Lord Hunzi, so he didn't know about Jiang Ci's defense. Whoosh! Pan Lian Daolord was very decisive. He turned and fled in the direction of Dao Lord Seven Souls. I just said that if you dare come over, I'll kill you too. Jiang Ci's body was like a sword. His fists and swords tore through the void as he chased after Pan Lian Daolord. After killing a desolate level Dao Lord, he had some experience in battles between Dao Lords. Pan Lian Daolord was also at the desolate level. Therefore, he seemed even more powerful now. Boom! 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 Jiang Ci's movement technique was very fast, and the speed of his punches was close to the speed of light. His entire body turned into a dazzling ball of energy that crushed Pan Lian Daolord. Damn it! Pan Lian Daolord roared as his body was smashed into pieces. If this continued, he would be killed in less than 30 punches. Swoosh! At that moment, Dao Lord Seven Souls rushed over from afar. Seven Souls' body. This ghost-like Dao Lord had 6 more heads and 12 more arms emerge from every part of his body. His aura was both strange and powerful. His appearance temporarily alleviated Pan Lian Daolord's crisis. Another desolate level Dao Lord. I'll beat you too. Jiang Ci roared. He formed a 5-element fist seal with one hand and continued to crush Pan Lian Daolord. He held a sword in one hand and executed the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra. Terrifying sword beams whistled out. Boom! 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 Pan Lian Daolord's body was smashed again and again, and his aura was constantly weakening. Dao Lord Seven Souls, who had just arrived, was in a better situation, but he did not give Jiang Ci any pressure. The 5-colored sword beams were difficult for him to withstand. On the other side, Dao Lord Dao Tai and Dao Lord Anlan of the demon race were extremely shocked when they saw this scene that resembled the rebirth of a godfiend. A rank 5 true lord had the upper hand against 2 desolate level Dao Lords. However, they knew that they could not retreat today. Otherwise, they would not have the chance to kill this human prodigy in the future. The environment of the ancient immortal world was special. It was too difficult to escape. If they were in the original universe, it would be very difficult for them to keep Jiang Ci here. Roar! Dao Lord Dao Tai opened his mouth and spat out a blazing wave of light that attacked Jiang Ci. Dao Lord Anlan made his move as well. He spread out his 16 colorful spider legs, which spread out dense void runes like a spiderweb and controlled the space around him. Swoosh! A huge sword beam and an ink painting blocked their attacks. The collision caused a huge explosion. Terrifying energy accompanied by 5-colored light covered the entire world. Do you think the two of us are decorations? Dao Lord Sword 1 and Dao Lord Chengfang arrived. Their strength was about the same. Sword 1 and Dao Tai were flood-level Dao Lords, while Chengfang and Anlan were desolate-level Dao Lords. Therefore, although the battle was intense, no one could do anything to the other for a while. Next, every Dao Lord fought desperately. The terrifying shockwaves of the battle destroyed more than half of the planet in the ancient immortal world suddenly. Jiang Ci! Dao Lord Pan Lian's desperate roar resounded through the world. Boom! The ball of energy that Jiang Ci had transformed into crushed Dao Lord Pan Lian. This time, the demon-like Rakshasa Dao Lord's shattered body did not reform. The shattered bones and flesh scattered all over the sky with a sinister ghost aura. You killed a desolate level Dao Lord. Eternal experience points +1, woo, above the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Eerie sounds that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves resounded. At the same time, it was accompanied by a bloody rain that filled the sky. The sky of the planet was dyed red once again. The phenomenon of a Dao Lord dying happened again. Clearly, riverward speed of slaughtering Dao Lords had increased this time. The remaining 3 alien Dao Lords all felt terror well up in their hearts. Was he still human? Let's go. We can't wait for reinforcements from the heavenly venerables and other Dao Lords. Dao Lord Dao Tai did not want to be entangled any longer. It had only been 5 minutes since they attacked, and one of them had died. If they waited any longer, they might all die here. You want to leave? Have you asked for my permission? Senior Sword 1, Uncle Master Chengfeng, stop them, Jiang Ci roared, his voice spreading tens of millions of kilometers away. Haha, don't even think about it. Fight to your heart's content. Dao Lord Sword 1 laughed loudly. He held a huge sword in his hand and slashed out sword beams. After the shock just now and the intense battle, he did not care so much anymore. He just had to kill. Don't even think about escaping. Dao Lord Chengfeng held a large brush in his hand and splashed ink on the unfurled scroll, drawing ink attacks. On the other side, Jiang Ci firmly suppressed Dao Lord 7 souls of the ghost race. He had the upper hand even when fighting 1 against 2. Now that Dao Lord Pan Lian was gone, he was naturally stronger. You have 7 souls. 7 lives, right? I'll kill you 7 times. Jiang Ci roared. Dao Lord 7 souls was a special life form of the ghost race. He was born with 7 souls. Among Dao Lords, his combat strength was not too strong, but he was very difficult to deal with and kill. However, he had met Jiang Ci today and was in the ancient immortal world. No matter how difficult it was to kill him, he could not withstand such a powerful attack. Boom. Whoosh. 1 fist, 1 sword. 1 attack. 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 Although Jiang Ci's figure was small, after transforming into a ball of energy light, he looked extremely tall. He was like a god that had descended to the mortal world and was the bane of ghost. Ah! Dao Lord 7 Soul's voice was miserable. One of the 7 heads on his body had dissipated. He was dead. Kill! Jiang Ci shouted coldly. His expression was cold and decisive. These alien Dao Lords in front of him were all the ones who had come to the ancient immortal world to hunt him down previously. There was naturally no reason for him to let them go. Boom boom boom, the fist shadows and sword beams were fierce. The energy in this world became more and more violent. Poochie. Another head on Dao Lord 7 Soul's body disappeared. He had many lives and did not have strong combat strength. He could not withstand Jiang Ci's attacks at all. He was even weaker than Dao Lord Pan Lian. Soon, 3 minutes passed. Dao Lord 7 Souls only had 1 life left. Buzz. Suddenly, 4 terrifying silhouettes appeared in the sky. 4 more alien Dao Lords descended. However, this time, they were all Dao Lords from top races and not from the 3 peak races. Right at this moment, another roar filled with unwillingness and despair resounded through the world. Damn you humans. Jiang Ci, 7 souls. The voice stopped abruptly. The next moment. Boom. Heaven and earth rumbled as ghostly wails and wolf howls filled the world. A bloody storm accompanied by lightning and thunder stained the sky with blood. The phenomenon of a Dao Lord's death appeared on this planet for the 3rd time. Heavens! What happened? This, a Dao Lord has died. That's Dao Lord 7 Souls of the ghost race. Did the human paragon Jiang Ci kill him? There are also the corpses of Dao Lord Pan Lian and Dao Lord Hun Zi. They have also died. This is not where we want to be. Let's go. The expressions of the 4 Dao Lords from the top races changed drastically as they investigated everything through their control of space-time. Another roar echoed throughout the entire planet. Senior Sword 1, Uncle Master Chengfeng, keep them here. I'll kill them. This voice caused the alien Dao Lords of the 4 supreme clans to feel utterly shocked. Then, without thinking, they turned around and left the ancient immortal world through the vortex passageway. As for fighting for the grade 4 flying treasure, if they stayed any longer, they would lose their lives. Who cared about the treasure? They had already seen the situation clearly. The one who attacked was actually Jiang Ci, who had caused a huge commotion 8 days ago. Now, this human paragon had caused a huge commotion again, killing 3 Dao Lords in a row. This was too unreasonable. How could they let others play? First released, then changed. Chapter 584. When he discovered that 4 more alien Dao Lords had arrived, Jiang Xi was delighted. Another big fish had entered the net. Who would have thought that when he turned around, the 4 big fish would run away again? I didn't notice. I killed them too quickly. Jiang Xi shook his head. Once the results of this battle spread, it would be very difficult for him to have such a good opportunity to kill Dao Lords again. 2 more. Jiang Xi turned his target to Dao Lord Dao Tai and Dao Lord Anlan of the demon race. Although the 2 of them were tied down by Dao Lord Sword 1 and Dao Lord Chengfeng of the human race, they were still approaching the vortex passageway closest to them. Don't even think about escaping. Swoosh. Jiang Xi transformed into a streak of sword light and flew over at high speed. Roar. Dao Lord Anlan was anxious. His 16 terrifying spider legs coiled in the void, wanting to borrow the power of the void to leave this place. He was weaker than Dao Lord Dao Tai and was now tied down by Dao Lord Chengfeng, so he was still some distance away from the vortex passageway. The scene of Jiang Xi fighting 2 Dao Lords of the ghost race alone and killing them had truly frightened him. His entire body turned cold and he felt as though he was gradually approaching the abyss of death. In truth, Dao Lord Anlan still didn't understand how Jiang Xi had become so terrifyingly strong in just 8 days. Back then, he had personally descended to the ancient immortal world for the token of the chaotic sky immortal manna and forced Jiang Xi, who was disguised as perfected Lord Wuda, to flee. If the emperors of the heavenly court hadn't arrived in time, Jiang Xi probably would have died back then. Sword 1, Chengfang, Jiang Xi, you're triggering the final battle between the 3 races. On the other side, Dao Lord Dao Tai, who was tied down by Dao Lord Sword 1, roared angrily as well. His voice was somewhat anxious. So be it. I'm not afraid of you. Dao Lord Sword 1 swung his sword in response. His sword was like a rainbow that pierced through the void. I'm just afraid that you'll hide in the demon realm and not come out. Dao Lord Chengfeng sneered. He waved his brush and splashed ink, causing one painting after another to cover the world. Roar. Dao Lord Dao Tai and Dao Lord Anlan were enraged. The battle also became more and more intense. Dazzling and glaring energy radiance covered the entire space like wild waves. 5 minutes later, Jiang Xi caught up to Dao Lord Anlan GWAAR. Dao Lord Anlan's panic was mixed with terror. Haha, Jiang Xi, I'll leave this to you. I'll go help out senior apprentice brother Sword 1. Dao Lord Chengfeng laughed loudly as he flew towards Dao Lord Dao Tai. Thank you for your help, Martial Uncle. Jiang Xi thanked him and took over the battle. Dao Lord Chengfeng and Dao Lord Kamlan were both Dolord-class Dao Lords and were on par with each other in power. Thus, even after fighting for so long, neither was able to do anything to the other. Jiang Xi, however, was different. His overall combat power was comparable to that of a flood-level Dao Lord. Given that he had so many supreme treasures at his disposal, he was actually slightly more powerful than even floodlight Dao Lords in battle. This was why he was able to effortlessly kill Dolland-class Dao Lords. Back then, when you bullied the weak, did you ever think that such a day would come? And they came so quickly? Jiang Xi smiled. The tip of his Tier 4 supreme treasure, Abyss Devourer, instantly slashed out with a 5-colored sword light. Swoosh. Jiang Xi, I should have killed you last time. Dao Lord Anlan's ferocious face was filled with anger. One of the 10,000-meter-long spider legs was directly cut off. Die. He suddenly spat out a ball of multicolored energy that exploded in the air, turning into a strange spider web that pressed down. Child's play. Although Jiang Xi said that, he didn't let his guard down at all. His strength was indeed far superior to that of a Dolland-class Dao Lord, but these veteran Dao Lords had all lived for countless eras. Perhaps they had some powerful trump cards. Therefore, he unleashed his full combat power right from the start, not giving Dao Lord Anlan any chance to escape. Swoosh swoosh, countless sword lights shot out, wreaking havoc in this space and naturally annihilating the energy spider web. Immediately after, he accelerated and approached Dao Lord Anlan, unleashing his full strength with a punch and a sword. Boom! The void exploded, and heaven and earth rumbled. After Jiang Xi unleashed his full combat power, he once again transformed into a huge ball of energy and completely crushed Dao Lord Anlan. Boom! Roar! Lord Anlan wanted to counterattack. However, in this situation where he was being crushed, the energy in his body was in a state of chaos. His huge body was shattered time and time again. The indestructible substance and another special substance in his body were also constantly being depleted. 3 minutes later, Jiang Ci punched out again, shattering the sky and destroying Lord Anlan's last hope. You killed a Doland-class Lord. Eternal EXP +1, the phenomenon of a Lord dying appeared again. This was the 4th Doland-class Lord to die today. There's still Lord Dao Tai, a flood-level Lord. Jiang Ci's eyes flickered. The chances of him killing a flood-level Lord by himself were very low. With Lord Sword 1 and Lord Chengfeng, the chances should be higher. I have to give it a try. Jiang Ci chased after him. 10 million kilometers away, the primordial beast Lord Dao Tai roared as the abyss devoured everything. I, Dao Tai, was born at the beginning of the universe's evolution. Who can kill me? Lord Dao Tai roared as he approached the vortex passageway. At this moment, he was fighting 1 against 2. Although he was in a sorry state, he wasn't completely at a disadvantage. And this was when he was fleeing and fighting at the same time. If he didn't consider leaving the ancient immortal world and poured all his energy into the battle, he would definitely be stronger. A flood-level Lord has at least walked a certain distance on the road of origins. His strength can't be underestimated. Jiang Ci's battle intent continued to rise. A moment later, he was about to catch up to Lord Dao Tai. But at this moment, the situation changed. An even more terrifying aura filled the planet. At the same time, the figure of a giant golden wolf was reflected in the sky. A special space-time fluctuation spread out rapidly and powerfully, sweeping everything in its path. The space-time control of Lord Sword 1 and Lord Dao Tai, who were at the flood level, was instantly destroyed like paper. The third demon, Lord Golden Wolf, Lord Sword 1's expression changed drastically. Chengfang, Jiang Ci, let's go. Lord Chengfang's expression was very serious as he flew away. A big one is coming. Jiang Ci was also very decisive. He abandoned the last Lord Dao Tai and sped towards the vortex passageway to leave the ancient immortal world with the 2 human seniors. As the third demon Lord Golden Wolf was naturally extremely powerful. If this space-time was controlled by Lord Golden Wolf, the 3 of them could forget about escaping. You want to leave? Lord Dao Tai, who had been fleeing while fighting, immediately turned around and counterattacked. Roar! His giant abyssal mouth transformed into a terrifying black hole that swallowed everything and affected the speed of Jiang Ci and the other 2. Scram! Jiang Ci punched out. A huge fist mark instantly expanded to 1,000,000 feet and destroyed the abyssal black hole. Further away, Lord Golden Wolf's space-time spread over rapidly and arrived in an instant. Boom! At that moment, heaven and earth rumbled again. A figure with a murderous aura was reflected in the sky. Then, a terrifying blood-red wave began to sweep across the planet and crushed Lord Golden Wolf's space-time. Lord 9 Firmament's slaughter clone arrived at this moment. 9 Firmaments. You dare to leave the ancient Dao origin world? Lord Golden Wolf roared. Even heavenly venerates have come out to fight. Why wouldn't I dare? Lord 9 Firmament's grand voice boomed between heaven and earth. Kaboom! The blood-red wave spread across the sky, transforming into terrifying demonic shadows that wanted to devour Lord Golden Wolf. 9 Firmaments, you dare to be so arrogant with just a slaughter clone? Lord Golden Wolf was furious. I'll still smash your dog head. The blood-haired Lord 9 Firmaments was clad in blood-red armor. With a wave of his hand, he sent Lord Golden Wolf flying with a palm strike that blotted out the sky. Roar! Lord Golden Wolf let out a howl that reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The third demon Lord howled and transformed into a golden werewolf. Wielding a supreme treasure saber, he fought Lord 9 Firmament's slaughter clone in the sky. Boom boom! Terrifying and boundless energy fluctuations shattered piece after piece of the void. The chaotic grey fog outside the ancient immortal world's barrier surged out and wreaked havoc on this planet. More than half of the once incomparably sturdy planet 181 had been destroyed. On the other side, Downlord Doughtai had fled the moment Downlord 9 firmaments arrived. He was very close to a vortex tunnel, so he passed through it and fled to another planet in the ancient immortal world. Jiang Xi and the other two continued to speed toward the vortex tunnel that would lead them out of the ancient immortal world. After leaving the ancient immortal world from planet 181, they would enter the human territory. Although Downlord 9 firmaments had suppressed Downlord Golden Wolf, there was no guarantee that other powerful Downlords would arrive later. Therefore, leaving as soon as possible was the best choice. At this moment, the battle in the sky also shocked Jiang Xi. Master is truly terrifying. Downlord 9 firmament's palm strike just now could probably kill a desolate level Downlord. Isn't that so? Senior brother 9 firmaments is known as a half-step heavenly venerate. In this primal universe, even the two heavenly venerates of the demon and ghost races can't do anything to him, Downlord Chengyu said with a smile. Even heavenly venerates can't do anything to him? Jiang Xi was shocked. That's right. The universe has rules and restrictions. No living being in the primal universe can use the power of a heavenly venerate, Downlord Jenny explained. The power of a heavenly venerate is too terrifying. If he uses his full combat strength in the primal universe, countless races will be wiped out, Downlord Chengyu said. This was the first time Jiang Xi had heard such news. Although he was secretly shocked, he remembered it well. Downlord 9 firmament's arrival also signaled the end of this battle. In just a short while, Jiang Xi and the others left the ancient immortal world through the vortex tunnel and successfully returned to the human territory. Not long after, the news and final results of this battle spread like a gust of wind throughout the billions of races in the universe. The shock it brought to the upper echelons of the various races was even greater than when they heard about the battle between the three heavenly venerate. After transcending 9 tribulations, Jiang Xi extinguished 5 soul lamps in a short 8 days and became a 5th transformation true lord with an endless lifespan. Then, he killed 4 desolate level Downlords in the ancient immortal world. Such a shocking battle record was rarely seen in a trillion eras. If it was in the Chaos Sea, it would be normal for 4 Downlords to die in one battle. But in the primal universe, the situation was very different. As long as the Downlords who stood at the peak of the universe didn't court death, it was very difficult for them to die. But today, these Downlords bumped into Jiang Xi. They died in Jiang Xi's hands partly because they courted death, but mostly because Jiang Xi was too extraordinary. This was a peerless genius that had never appeared in history. At the same time, the name of Downlord Jiang Xi spread throughout the universe. With this battle, a new Downlord was born in the human race. After Jiang Xi left the ancient immortal world, he didn't return to Earth immediately. Instead, he returned to the heavenly court with Downlord Jenny and Downlord Chengyu. Jiang Xi, you want to go home after doing such a big thing? You're really ambitious, Downlord Jenny joked. Stay in the heavenly court for now. The Downlord conference will probably be held soon, Downlord Chengyu said. Jiang Xi laughed. That was true. The impact of this battle had just begun. Then, he temporarily stayed in an immortal palace in the heavenly court. It was probably impossible for him to wave his sleeves and leave easily. In fact, Jiang Xi had been in a state of excitement since he left the ancient immortal world. This was because Tomorrow Venerate had made a promise during the last Downlord conference. As long as he was qualified to sit at that long table, he would take back control of Earth's Grotto Heaven world. Now that he had killed 4 alien Downlords, he was definitely qualified to sit there. Not long after, Jiang Xi received a message from his master, Downlord 9 firmaments, asking him to gather at the Skyspan Mountain River diagram. It seems that the battle in the ancient immortal world is completely over, Jiang Xi thought. Although the interior of the Skyspan Mountain River diagram was an illusory world, it felt extremely real, like a vast universe. Even though Jiang Xi now had the combat strength of a Downlord, it was difficult for him to distinguish between reality and illusion. What is the origin of the Skyspan Mountain River diagram? It's so magical. After this strand of my spiritual consciousness entered, It transformed into a spiritual body with the same strength as my true body. Jiang Ci stood in the starry sky of the Skyspan Mountain River diagram. Disciple, come here. Tao Lord Nine Firmament's voice rang in Jiang Ci's ears. Jiang Ci exhaled softly. With a thought, he arrived at another starry sky. It was the place where the Tao Lord meeting was being held. A huge, rectangular stone table floated in the starry sky filled with auspicious clouds. There was a black throne at each end and a golden throne on both sides. At that moment, there was only one figure on the first golden throne on the left. It was Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. This way. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments waved at Jiang Ci. Sit. This is your seat. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments pointed to the fifth throne on the left. Yes. Jiang Ci sat down and carefully looked at the thrones around the stone table. Apart from the black thrones at the two ends, there were 12 golden thrones on the left and 11 on the right. In other words, there are a total of 25 human Tao Lords and above. No, that's not right. Including me, there are 25 of them. Riverward thought. At that moment, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments spoke with a stern expression. You were too rash this time. Master, please forgive me. It's all thanks to you that I was able to leave the ancient immortal world safely. Jiang Ci said honestly. I'm not talking about the ancient immortal world. You extinguished 5 soul lamps in a row. That was too rash. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head. Reversing life and death. If your mental cultivation isn't strong enough and your foundation isn't strong enough, you'll still be in danger of dying no matter how talented you are. Thank you for your concern, Master. Actually, I've been in seclusion for 80,000 years. My foundation isn't weak. Jiang Ci told the truth. Oh. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was somewhat surprised, but he didn't ask further. He had long guessed that Jiang Ci had some sort of connection with Heavenly Lord Bluestone. This Heavenly Lord was known as the most mysterious loner in the primal universe. He had too many secrets. However, you did well in killing 4 alien Tao Lords. You killed a desolate level Tao Lord as a 5 transformations true Lord. Among all the human Tao Lords, only me, my master, and Heavenly Lord Ming have done so. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments laughed. So I'm not the first. This time, it was Jiang Ci's turn to be surprised. You're not the first to defeat the strong as the weak, said Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. In terms of strength improvement speed, you can be ranked first. Jiang Ci chuckled. Of course. With the experience panel, no one could surpass him in terms of cultivation speed. Even Jiang Dudu, who became stronger while sleeping, couldn't catch up to him. Suddenly, Jiang Ci was stunned. He realized that there was something wrong with Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' words. Master, you have a master too? I already have a junior brother. Of course I have a master. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments laughed. Jiang Ci came to a realization. When Liu Yuzhou was in seclusion, his avatar reported his safety to Tao Lord Nine Firmaments and learned of Tao Lord Chengfeng's identity. Back then, he was puzzled. How could Tao Lord Nine Firmaments and Tao Lord Chengfeng be fellow disciples? Now, he understood that there was a Grandmaster above him. But what about this Grandmaster? Jiang Ci was even more puzzled. Before he could ask before he asked, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments continued, before you sat at this table, there were a total of 22 Tao Lords of the human race. From today onwards, you are the 23rd Tao Lord of the human race. However, before the Tao Lord meeting officially begins, our Purple Firmament sect lineage would like to gather. Jiang Ci nodded. The Tao Alliance's 3 factions and 6 sects were a single entity to the outside world, but there was competition within. Tao Lords of the same sect would definitely band together. Soon, 2 more figures appeared before the stone table. They were Tao Lord Chengfeng and Tao Lord Mi Luo. Greetings, Uncle Master, 7th senior brother. Jiang Ci bowed respectfully. Tao Lord Chengfeng nodded with a kind smile. As an emperor of the heavenly courts, Tao Lord Mi Luo waved his hand. Junior brother, you already have the combat strength of a Tao Lord. There's no need for such formalities. Just treat me as an equal. Jiang Ci nodded. Everyone is here. Follow me to meet Master. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments stood up and flew towards the endless void of the Tongtian Mountain River diagram. Jiang Xi was filled with puzzlement as he followed closely behind with Tao Lord Chengfeng and Tao Lord Mi Luo. From what Master said, Grandmaster was still alive. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments seemed to sense Jiang Xi's puzzlement and explained with a smile, Jiang Xi, Chengfang and I have been apprenticed to Master since the birth of the universe. It can be said that Master is the pioneer of the human race. He has contributed greatly to the entire human race. If not for Master, the human race would not have become a peak race so easily. Even tomorrow revered Lord had listened to Master's teachings back then. In terms of strength, Master is actually the #1 heavenly venerate of the human race, Tao Lord Chengfeng added. Jiang Xi was extremely shocked. He knew that what he was hearing was definitely the most secret information of the human race. He had always thought that the human race only had one Lord Ming. He had never heard of another heavenly venerate. No wonder there is a black throne at both ends of the stone table in the Tao Lord meeting. So, the human race really has two heavenly venerates. This information shocked Jiang Xi so much that he could not calm down. Master's name is Purple Firmament. He was the one who founded Purple Firmament sect. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments continued, at the beginning of the universe, the human race was only a peak race. We were far inferior to the demons and ghosts. It was under Master's leadership that the human race grew stronger and more experts appeared. Finally, we stood at the peak of the universe. Later on, Master roamed Chaos Sea and slaughtered the experts of other universes, establishing a reputation for himself. There are quite a number of heavenly venerates in the entire Chaos Sea. However, Master is the only one who dares to call himself invincible. No heavenly venerate can compare to Master. At this point, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sighed and his eyes were filled with reminiscence. Tao Lord Chengfeng and Tao Lord Mi Luo were also lamenting. When heavenly venerate Purple Firmament was around, the human race was at its strongest. They suppressed the demons and ghosts until they could not breathe. Jiang Xi was completely stunned by this information. The pioneers of the human race led the human race to the peak and were invincible in Chaos Sea. What kind of place was Chaos Sea? Jiang Xi had heard about it a few times from Heavenly Venerate Bluestone and Heavenly Venerate Liu. Although he did not know much, he knew that it was an even grander world and battlefield. For Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament to call himself invincible there, how freakish must he be? However, the question came back. Where was Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament? Was he still alive? At that moment, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had already shut his mouth and led them through this illusory world. A moment later, they arrived at a special area. In front of them was an incomparably huge spherical star. It was unknown how big it was, but it felt small in terms of light years. The spherical celestial body was enveloped by an invisible barrier, and within it, there was an endless amount of grey fog churning. This scene gave Jiang Xi a very familiar feeling. It was as if he saw the chaotic grey fog outside the barrier of the ancient immortal world. At that moment, a door of light appeared on the surface of the spherical star's barrier. The group passed through the door of light and entered the interior of the star. The grey fog dispersed on its own accord, extending into a wide stone path that kept extending inwards. At that moment, whether it was Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, Tao Lord Chengfeng, or Tao Lord Mi Luo, they all walked respectfully on the stone path and did not continue flying riverward, followed behind them and walked forward. After an unknown period of time, the group finally arrived at the end of the stone path. There stood a statue that looked like a real person. When they got closer, they saw a handsome man in a purple daoist robe. He had a faint smile on his face. Just one look was enough to calm one's heart. The handsome man's eyes were looking ahead, as if he was looking at something deep and distant. Disciple greets Master. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the statue. Disciple has come here today to report good news to Master. Today, our human race and our Purple Firmament sect have another Tao Lord. His name is Jiang Xi, and is also my disciple. Jiang Xi. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments turned to Jiang Xi and said, "Come and pay your respects to your Grandmaster." Jiang Ci stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Jiang Ci greets Grandmaster. After listening to Master Nine Firmament's introduction, he also felt admiration for his Grandmaster. This was a legendary figure, and also a powerful creator of the human race. Master, please bestow upon Jiang Ci a Daoist title. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments bowed respectfully to the statue of Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmament once more. Jiang Ci was shocked when he heard this. Was the Grandmaster's statue alive? First released, then changed. Chapter 585. Although Jiang Ci was still a 5th transformation True Lord, his actual combat strength was already at the Tao Lord level. He was also a disciple of the Purple Firmament sect. It made sense for him to ask their founder, Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmament, to give him a Daoist title. However, it was very strange for him to ask their founder's statue for a Daoist title. Moreover, this was within the sky-piercing mountain river diagram, not the real world. Could it be that this legendary figure was still alive? Just as Jiang Ci was pondering, the lifelike statue standing in front of the 4 of them emitted strands of 5-colored brilliance. Then, the 5-colored brilliance condensed into 2 simple symbols. They were the words Mountain Sea in the common language of the Tao Alliance. Mountain Sea? Jiang Ci was shocked. Before the great changes on Earth, he had met Heavenly Sovereign Bluestone on Earth's 2nd moon and talked about Earth's ancient history. At that time, Heavenly Sovereign Bluestone had told him that Earth's name in the previous era was Mountain Sea Star. Later, Earth was discovered by the 3 sects and 6 sects. Because there was no longer any need to hide it, Jiang Ci specially collected information about Earth. However, the words Mountain Sea Star did not appear in the information that could be considered top secret. In the history of the Tao Alliance, Earth was Earth. There had never been any other names. Therefore, it could be inferred that the Mountain Sea Star of the previous era that Heavenly Sovereign Bluestone spoke of was far before the Tao Alliance's human race. But now, the Daoist title that Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmament statue had given him was actually Mountain Sea. Perhaps Earth's secret was deeper than he thought and the top secret information that he had collected. As for what secret it was, the answer definitely lay with the mysterious Heavenly Sovereign Bluestone. It might even have something to do with Jiang Du. This was because compared to him, Heavenly Sovereign Bluestone obviously valued Jiang Du more. Of course, Jiang Ci understood that he might be overthinking things. He had previously made a name for himself in the alien battlefield as the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Perhaps Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmament had given him this Daoist title. But then again, he also had the title of True Lord Wu De. Why didn't he use the words Wu De? The nearby Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, Tao Lord Chengfeng, and Tao Lord Mi Luo, upon seeing the words Mountain Sea, simply nodded gently. Clearly, they did not think as much as Jiang Ci. They all knew that Jiang Ci was the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Jiang Ci, hurry up and thank Patriarch, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said. Jiang Ci collected his thoughts and bowed towards the statue of Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament with a solemn expression. Jiang Ci thanks Grandmaster. Haha, junior apprentice brother, in the future, you will be Tao Lord of the mountains and seas. You will use this name to shake the myriad races of the universe. Tao Lord Mi Luo laughed. I hope that you can make a name for yourself in the Chaos Sea like Master in the future. For example, the 3 of us have Tao names that Master gave us. However, only senior brother Ju Xiao is famous in the Chaos Sea. Miluo and I are far inferior to senior apprentice brother Nine Firmaments, Tao Lord Chengyu said earnestly. Jiang Ci nodded. Chaos Sea. He was getting more and more curious about this place. Now that he had become a human Tao Lord, he definitely had the right to know such top-secret information. Alright, let's go back, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said. Following that, the group of 4 bowed respectfully towards the statue of Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament once more. Then, they followed the wide stone path from before and flew towards the spherical planet that was churning with grey fog. After they left, the stone path vanished. The lifelike statue of Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament was once again covered by the grey fog. The endless grey fog sometimes flowed slowly, sometimes churning violently. The statue stood tall within the grey fog. Only its calm eyes that gazed into the distance flashed with a five-colored brilliance. Its gaze no longer seemed to be gazing into the distance. Instead, it seemed to be looking in the direction that Jiang Ci and company had left. Traces of the previous era. An ethereal voice seemed to ring out in this space. Elsewhere, Jiang Ci's group of 4 was traversing through the endless void at an extremely fast speed. They moved thousands of times faster than the speed of light. In the end, Jiang Ci could not help but ask the question in his heart, is Patriarch Purple Firmament still alive? Haha, why? Do you think Master has perished? Downlord Chengyu laughed first. Patriarch has existed since time immemorial. How could he have perished? Downlord Mi Luo laughed as well. Finally, Downlord 9 Firmament said, Master's strength is at the top of the Chaos Sea. There are very few experts who can threaten him. Then where did Patriarch go? Jiang Ci pressed. After Master reached the limits of a heavenly venerable, he engaged in a battle with the origins of the primal universe in order to pursue the path of eternity. However, the universe's will is inviolable. In the end, Master violated the laws of the primal universe and was permanently suppressed by the universe's origins. Downlord 9 Firmament's eyes shone with a divine light that was filled with reverence and worship. Fought with the universe's origins? Jiang Ci was shocked. Although he had not seen the battle, he could imagine the madness involved. The primal universe was vast and boundless. How powerful was the will? One could tell just by looking at the invisible barrier of the ancient immortal world. In the ancient immortal world, even Downlords could not break through that barrier. Only heavenly venerables could pass through the chaotic grey fog outside the barrier, but they could not truly get close to the universe's origins. Therefore, although heavenly venerable Purple Firmament's strength could be said to be invincible among heavenly venerables, such a crazy action still ended in failure in the end and he was permanently suppressed. However, even if Master was suppressed, Downlord Chengyu continued, his eyes filled with reverence. At the last moment of that battle, Master still used his strongest secret technique, the Skyspan Mountain River diagram. He used this technique to cover every place in the primal universe. Only other heavenly venerables and places close to the universe's origins can isolate the coverage of the Skyspan Mountain River diagram. Jiang Ci was speechless. So that was how the Skyspan Mountain River diagram came about. He had always thought that the Skyspan Mountain River diagram was the most precious treasure of the human race. He did not expect that this was just a mystic illusion brought about by heavenly venerable Purple Firmament's strongest secret technique. It was really powerful. At the same time, Jiang Ci also came to a realization. Back when he was in heavenly venerable Liu's Liu Yuzhou, he was unable to send messages to the outside world through the communication bead. That was because heavenly venerable Liu's will was present. The Skyspan Mountain River diagram could not cover Liu Yuzhou. A similar situation was in the ancient immortal world. That place was close to the universe's origins. With the origins will, the Skyspan Mountain River diagram naturally could not cover that place. By the way, Master said just now that Grandmaster fought with the universe's origins in order to search for the Eternal Road. The Eternal Road, is that the realm after Heavenly Venerable? Jiang Ci asked. These two words reminded him of the new Eternal EXP and Eternal Fragments that had appeared after the experience panel was updated. You can say that. Downlord 9 Firmament nodded. He explained in detail, you should know that the prerequisite to becoming a Downlord is to completely grasp at least one Heavenly Dao after the Heavenly Dao realm is the Origins realm. If a Downlord can comprehend the origins along the Heavenly Dao and then completely grasp an Origins, he will reach the Heavenly Venerable level. At the same time, this is also the limit of the primal universe. If you continue cultivating, you will be rejected by the primal universe. With that said, Downlord 9 Firmament stopped. His eyes were filled with longing. He was only half a step away from completely grasping an origin and becoming a heavenly venerable. Jiang Ci nodded slowly. He had heard many times of the primal universe's rules. Only the strength of a Dao Lord was allowed. Otherwise, one would be punished by the universe's origins. It turned out that a heavenly venerable who completely grasped an origin had already exceeded the limits of the primal universe and was not tolerated by the universe. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments continued, I once heard Master say something. He said that the end of the origins is the eternal road. However, the eternal road is difficult to find. If one can't find it on their own initiative, can they only wait for it to be bestowed? I will always remember that Master, who had always been extraordinarily confident and could be said to be invincible, had a look of disappointment on his face for the first time. Jiang Ci, Tao Lord Chengfeng, and Tao Lord Mi Luo fell silent. They seemed to hear Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament's helplessness in those words. The eternal road was difficult to find. If one could not find it on their own initiative, they could only wait for it to be bestowed. Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament was already an invincible Heavenly Venerable expert. Who would dare to use the word bestowed to him? Master, who bestowed it? Jiang Ci asked. I'm not sure. Master didn't say anything back then. Tao Lord 9 Firmament sighed. Jiang Ci was silent, but his mind was racing. Ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had always had a question. Where did the experience panel come from? After the experience panel was updated, eternal experience points and eternal fragments appeared. It was obvious that this was related to the eternal road. If he could figure out the relationship, then it was possible to understand the essence and origin of the experience panel. Was it bestowed by some mysterious existence? Without an answer to this question, Jiang Ci would always have a sense of crisis in his heart. Even Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament, who was said to be invincible among heavenly venerables, could not find the eternal road. In the end, he was forced to fight with the universe's origins and was suppressed. However, the eternal fragments appeared on his experience panel. It was suspected to be related to the eternal road. It was obvious that the experience panel had a great origin, far surpassing the level of heavenly venerables. If there was really some mysterious existence, putting the experience panel on him. It even included getting him from the modern society of Earth to the era of Spirit Chi 200 years later. What was the purpose of all this? Using him as a carrier? Using him as a leak? Waiting for the day when he matured, cutting him off directly? Every time he thought of this, Jiang Ci felt a chill run down his spine. Especially as his strength continued to increase, the sense of crisis in his heart grew stronger. Until today, he already had the combat strength of a Tao Lord, but he still could not sense the true location of the experience panel. He could check his entire body, including his primordial spirit, but he could not find the experience panel. However, this thing existed in his mind and could be awakened with a thought. I'm still too weak. Jiang Ci sighed softly in his heart. After thinking about it, he asked Tao Lord 9 Firmament, Master, Grandmaster is so powerful. Is it possible for him to escape? If this legendary powerhouse of the human clan could appear in front of people again, it would definitely be a cause for celebration for the human clan. At the same time, with Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmament's strength, he might be able to see through the essence of the experience panel. Tao Lord 9 Firmament was silent for a while before sighing. No. Back then, Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmament also tried many methods, but none of them worked. Unless someone can defeat the universe's origin, perhaps they can save Master. However, even Master, who is known to be invincible among heavenly sovereigns, is no match for the universe's origin. Who can defeat it? Tao Lord Chengyu shook his head. Jiang Ci sighed softly. Based on the current situation, perhaps he could only find out something from Heavenly Sovereign Bluestone. In fact, he had always guessed that this old fellow might be playing the role of a guard. However, Heavenly Sovereign Bluestone clearly valued Jiang Dudu more. He had been protecting Jiang Dudu for so many years. Moreover, Heavenly Sovereign Bluestone did not bestow the strength of the Eternal Road. After all, it was something that even Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmament could not find. Following that, Jiang Ci thought for a long time but still did not have an answer. However, knowing about the Eternal Road this time could be considered as finding some clues. When he became stronger in the future, perhaps he could solve all his doubts. At the same time, in the Heavenspan Mountain River diagram, where the Tao Lord meeting was held, A series of powerful figures appeared in front of the enormous stone table. These were the Tao Lords of the human race. Haha, Chang Yuan, I remember that during the last Tao Lord meeting, none of you were willing to give up. None of you were willing to return the ownership of Earth's Grotto Heaven World to Jiang Ci. In the end, Heavenly Sovereign Ming said that when Jiang Ci can sit at this table one day, he can take back Earth's Grotto Heaven World. I didn't expect that after only 200 years, Jiang Ci is qualified to sit with us. Now, do you regret offending this great genius? Tao Lord Jenny teased. H, I'm an Eon Realm Tao Lord. Why would I be afraid of a brat like him? Tao Lord Chang Yuan, who had a red mole between his eyebrows, snorted coldly. Besides, didn't you not object when I proposed to refuse last time? He sneered. But I didn't support it. You should have agreed to Jiang Ci's request and used the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode in exchange for the ownership of Earth's Grotto Heaven World. In the end, Jiang Ci took away a 4th-grade supreme treasure and 100 million supreme-grade immortal crystals from the human race's treasury. Now that Jiang Ci is sitting at this table, he can take back Earth's Grotto Heaven World without paying any price. Tell me, don't you feel pained? Besides, don't say that he's a brat. Given Jiang Ci's cultivation speed, he might become a universe realm Tao Lord in a few hundred years. Tao Lord Jenny continued to tease with a smile. Tao Lord Chang Yuan's face darkened and he shut his mouth. Some of the other Tao Lords also looked displeased, but most of them just wanted to see a joke. The Tao Lords of the human race were naturally united against outsiders. Internally, however, they were divided into different factions according to their sects, and there was competition between them. Now that they had found an opportunity, they naturally had to take advantage of it at this moment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 4 figures flew over from the endless void. Senior brother 9 Firmaments. 9 Firmaments, you're here. 9 Firmaments went to see Lord Violet Firmament. The human Tao Lords all greeted Tao Lord 9 Firmaments first. This was because in terms of power, aside from Exalted Dawn and Empyrean Violet Firmament, who had been suppressed by the Primorverse, there was no one else. Next was Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, the 3rd most powerful expert of the human race and a half-step Empyrean. In addition, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments had always cared for the human race, and many of its major affairs were handled by him. He was definitely one of the most revered supreme experts of the human race. Afterwards, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments led Jiang Ci and the others to their seats. As soon as Jiang Ci sat down, he attracted the attention of many Tao Lords. Jiang Ci, you did well in this battle. You killed 4 desolate-level Tao Lords in a single battle. This isn't the Chaos Sea. It's mainly because of the help of Senior Jenny and Uncle Master Chengfeng. Don't be so humble. Jiang Ci, did you really extinguish 5 soul lamps in 8 days? To be honest, during that period of time, I was cultivating in a space where the flow of time was 1,000,000 times faster. No wonder. That's not right. Even if you were cultivating in a special space-time, the speed at which your strength increased is still abnormal. Senior, you flatter me. To be able to sit at this table, everyone is of equal seniority. There's no need to call me senior or junior. Jiang Ci nodded with a smile. He was at ease in such a situation and was not reserved or afraid. As he chatted with everyone, he observed the existences that stood at the peak of the universe. That's Tao Lord Yanqing. Although the #1 expert of the Tao sect is Lord Ming, Tao Lord Yanqing is in charge of the daily affairs. Jiang Ci glanced at Tao Lord Yanqing. He was a thin old man in a black and white daoist robe. He looked rather dignified. Jiang Ci had a long impression of Tao Lord Yanqing. 6,000 years ago, Shen Tian was accepted as an in-name disciple by Lord Ming. Before he became an immortal, Tao Lord Yanqing had guided him in cultivation. Leader of the Buddhist monasteries, Tao Lord Shazun. Leader of Sword Sect, Tao Lord Pure Wind. Jiang Ci glanced at a bald man and an old man with a sword on his back. Following that, as he chatted, he had a rough impression of the leaders and Tao Lords of the various sects. Leader of Vast Frost Sect, Tao Lord Hongla. Leader of Chaos Essence Sect, Tao Lord Chang Yuan. Leader of Heavenly Sun Sect, Tao Lord Heavenly Sun. leader of Infinity Sect, Tao Lord 3 Essences, leader of True Mystic Sect, Tao Lord Deep Truth. After getting to know everyone, Jiang Xi could not help but sigh. The human race was truly strong. Tao Lord Clear Flame, Tao Lord Master, and Tao Lord Pure Wind were all universe Tao Lord. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, who was known as a half-step heavenly venerate, was also a universe realm Tao Lord. There were a total of 4 top-tier Tao Lords. In terms of number of experts at this level, the demons and ghosts could only fight against the humans if they combined. Not only that, there were many universe realm Tao Lords below. In terms of overall strength, Purple Firmament Sect is ranked second among the 3 factions and 6 sects of the human race. Although Uncle Master Changfeng's strength is slightly weaker, Master is a half-step heavenly venerable and 7th senior brother Mi Luo is an universe realm Tao Lord. Now that I'm included, they're even stronger, Jiang Xi thought to himself. Of course, he was now a Flood realm Tao Lord. Among the Tao Lords of the human race, he was still ranked in the lower middle. Just as everyone was chatting enthusiastically, swoosh, the white-robed middle-aged man, Tomorrow Supremacy, appeared out of thin air on a black throne at the end of the long stone table. The Tao Lords fell silent and stood up to bow respectfully to Tomorrow Supremacy. Even Tao Lord 9 Firmaments did the same. Jiang Xi also looked at the number 1 expert of the human race with curiosity and respect. From the looks of it, Tomorrow Supremacy did not give off the aura of a heavenly venerable expert. Instead, he seemed like a gentle gentleman. In terms of temperament, he was completely different from the mysterious heavenly venerable Qing Shi and the charming heavenly venerable Liu. Jiang Xi, I didn't expect to see you here so soon. Tomorrow Supremacy's smile was gentle. Greetings, Tomorrow Supremacy. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Tomorrow Supremacy nodded and looked around at the Tao Lords. He smiled and said, "Today is a day worth celebrating for the human race. From today onwards, Jiang Xi is Tao Lord Mountain Sea. The number of Tao Lords of the human race has also increased from 23 to 24. The Tao Lords present all congratulated River Word." Even Tao Lord Chang Yuan set aside his prejudices and welcomed River Word into the highest echelons of the human race. Jiang Xi smiled and responded to them one by one. At the same time, he was puzzled. It seemed that Tomorrow Supremacy was related to Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament. Otherwise, how could he know his Tao name? After a while, when everyone finished congratulating, Tomorrow Supremacy spoke again. During the last Tao Lord meeting, Jiang Xi mentioned that he wanted to use the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode to exchange for the ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. The other Tao Lords all fell silent. Some of their expressions changed slightly. Since Jiang Xi has met the conditions I mentioned previously and is sitting at this table, the ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world will be returned to him from today onward. Tomorrow Supremacy said. Heavenly Venerable. Tao Lord Chang Yuan, the leader of the Primordial Chaos Sect, suddenly spoke. According to the rules of the human race, when one is weak, one can enjoy all kinds of resources and be nurtured by the race. However, when one is strong, one must contribute to the race and become the backbone of the race. Now that Jiang Xi is a Tao Lord, he no longer has the right to take things from the race for free. If he wants to take back the ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world, he must give something of equal value. That's right, Heavenly Venerable. The rules cannot be broken. Giving something of equal value to Earth is in accordance with the rules. Some of the other Tao Lords agreed. Jiang Xi glanced at Tao Lord Chang Yuan expressionlessly. Tao Lord Chang Yuan nodded at him in a friendly manner. Everyone. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments spoke. The Tao Lords at the table fell silent again. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments smiled at Jiang Xi. Back then, we used 100 billion points to buy the ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world from you. That's a fair price. Jiang Xi, are you willing to use 100 billion points to buy back the ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world from us? Your disciple is willing, Master. Jiang Xi immediately smiled. 100 billion points. After slaughtering so many people in the ancient immortal world, he had obtained a large amount of spoils of war. These points were nothing to him. 9 Firmaments. Are you joking? Tao Lord Longwall frowned. Setting aside the fact that Earth is the ancestral land of the humans of the Tao Alliance, just the value of Earth alone isn't worth 100 billion points. You might as well just say that you're giving it to River Word. Besides, we already discussed this last time. Jiang Ci was weak back then. 100 billion points was already an astronomical price for him. Today is different from the past. How can you compare it like this? Although Tao Lord Chang Yuan was at the Aeon realm, he didn't fear Tao Lord Nine Firmaments at all. Of course, more importantly, the matter of Earth did indeed affect his interests. Tao Lord Chang Yuan wasn't the only one. Many other Tao Lords expressed similar opinions. Over the past 6,000 years, the cultivators stationed in Earth's Grotto Heaven world had already tasted the benefits. In the eyes of these Tao Lords, Earth was a cradle for experts. In time, it might become a sacred ground like the 3 gates and 6 sects. Thus, how could they give it up so easily? Jiang Ci watched coldly as this dispute unfolded. This was because all the Tao Lords who spoke were at least at the Aeon realm, and each of them was more powerful than he was. Enough. Tomorrow Revered Lord lightly knocked on the table. The dispute immediately stopped, and all the Tao Lords looked at Tomorrow Revered Lord. Tomorrow Revered Lord said in a low voice, I said that when Jiang Ci can sit at this table and be on equal footing with us, he can take back the ownership of Earth's Grotto Heaven world. This is a promise I made, and I'll carry it out. Of course, the rule of the strong contributing to the race cannot be broken. Since Earth's value is so high, then, I'll hand over a 5th grade supreme treasure to the race. Treat it as my congratulatory gift to Jiang Ci for becoming a Tao Lord. Heavenly Venerable. Heavenly Venerable, how can we do that? The expressions of the Tao Lords changed. Although they argued, if Tomorrow Revered Lord took out a supreme treasure to settle the matter, they would have gone too far. Heavenly Venerable. Jiang Ci hurriedly spoke. A 5th grade supreme treasure was incomparably precious. Even many of the Tao Lords present probably didn't have one of this grade alright, it's settled. There's no need to say anything else. Tomorrow Revered Lord looked around, and everyone immediately fell silent. They couldn't change the decision made by the Heavenly Venerable. First issued, then changed. Chapter 586. The purpose of this Tao Lord conference was to congratulate Jiang Ci for becoming the 23rd Tao Lord of the human race. After confirming the return of ownership of Earth's Grotto Heaven world, the Tao Lords discussed some matters regarding the ancient immortal world and the Chaos Sea before leaving. Everyone's spiritual senses left the Tongtian Mountain River painting. Only Jiang Ci was left behind by Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Master, it doesn't seem right for Tomorrow Revered to take out a rank 5 supreme treasure for me. It's too valuable. Jiang Ci still felt bad. Although he had 2 rank 5 supreme treasures, the 6-fold mountain and the Heaven Awakening soul armor, it did not mean that rank 5 supreme treasures were cheap. Instead, they were very valuable. Even Universe or Aeon Realm Tao Lords would probably only have 1 or 2 rank 5 supreme treasures. You don't have to worry too much about this. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments smiled. Tomorrow Revered is not as poor as you think. He's the #1 expert of the human race and has the most supreme treasures. Even without the matter of Earth, Tomorrow Revered would usually give some of his supreme treasures to the race for free. Jiang Ci sighed inwardly. Whether it was Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament or Tomorrow Revered, it was not easy for them. Unlike those Heavenly Venerates who had no worries about their race, they could be carefree and unrestrained. As for the Heavenly Venerates of the peak races, they could not be so carefree. Not only did they have to care about their race, but they also had to constantly gather resources for their race, nurture their descendants, and ensure the prosperity of their race. Just keep this in mind, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said. Okay. Jiang Ci's expression was solemn. If not for Tomorrow Revered's support, it would be very difficult for him to take back the ownership of Earth's Grotto Heaven world. Even if he could get it back in the end, he would have to pay a greater price. Don't resent Tao Lord Chang Yuan and the others. This is a conflict of interest within the race, not a grudge, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments advised. I understand. Jiang Ci nodded. You just became a rank 5 true lord. Next, you need to open your own grotto heaven world. Have you thought about where to place it? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments asked. Earth, then. Place the grotto heaven world at home. I will be stationed there in the future. Then you'd better consider this carefully. Although Earth is the ancestral land of the humans of the Tao Alliance, it has been abandoned for many years, and its defensive measures are inferior to many of the secret realms of our human race. If he wanted to truly build Earth into a holy land, he was afraid that he would have to pay a huge price. What's more, if you were to be stationed there by yourself, it would take some time for the other Tao Lords of our race to reinforce you. Master, don't worry. I've already considered this. Jiang Ci's expression was resolute. He was now one of the highest echelons of the human race. However, his first identity would always be that of a great Shia citizen from Earth, and this would never change. The concept of home had long been engraved in the hearts of every great Shia citizen. All right, I'll send you the method to establish a grotto heaven world and the things to take note of. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me at any time. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments did not try to persuade him any further. Thank you, Master. Jiang Ci hurriedly expressed his gratitude. A perfected lord could establish a grotto heaven world, but he was still clueless as to how to do so. By the way, Master, what's the deal with the Chaos Sea? Jiang Ci suddenly asked. Chaos Sea? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments gave Jiang Ci a serious look. You want to explore the Chaos Sea now? I'll make some preparations in advance. Who knows when I'll go there? Jiang Ci smiled. It's good to explore. With your current strength, it'll be difficult for you to meet any opponents if you continue to stay in the primal universe. You'll only be able to obtain true tempering in the Chaos Sea. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded. Then, he explained, as for the Chaos Sea, simply put, it's like a vast and boundless ocean, and the primal universe is one of the larger islands. Jiang Ci's expression did not change. Heavenly Lord Bluestone had said something similar to him before. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments continued, in the Chaos Sea, there are a total of 4 massive celestial bodies like the primal universe. They are known as the 4 primal universes, and the universe we live in is the 4th primal universe. However, the first 3 primal universes have existed for a much longer time than our 4th primal universe. Compared to them, the experts of our 4th primal universe are far inferior to the first 3 primal universes in terms of both numbers and strength. We're too young. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments sighed. Jiang Ci was shocked. His view of the world had broadened once again. There were actually 4 primal universes in the Chaos Sea. The first 3 were even more ancient. In terms of danger, the 4 primal universes are like cradles that nurture life, while the Chaos Sea is a vast battlefield. It's a true battlefield where the heavenly lords and Tao lords of every primal universe gather to engage in battle. The cultivation civilizations of the various primal universes collide and fight with experts from other primal universes. There will be unexpected gains, and one's strength will increase even faster. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments was in high spirits. He had a slaughter avatar that advocated battle and slaughter. These words filled Jiang Ci with anticipation. It wasn't just to see a bigger world. More importantly, there were more Tao Lords in the Chaos Sea. They were all eternal experience points. The Chaos Sea is vast and boundless. To this day, no expert dares to say that they truly understand the Chaos Sea. The environment there is complicated. Not only are there the 4 primal universes, but there are also many miniature universes of heavenly venerables. There are also some forbidden lands that even heavenly venerables don't dare to enter. However, danger also means opportunity. Large amounts of true treasures and precious inheritances are hidden in the forbidden lands of the Chaos Sea. It's said that in some forbidden lands, even true treasures above the 7th stage might exist. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments sighed again. Jiang Ci was secretly shocked when he heard this. Of course, with your current strength, you can only explore the outer regions of the Chaos Sea. As for the deeper regions, don't think about it for now. Go back and make some preparations. Let me know when you want to go out adventuring. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments chuckled. Okay. Jiang Ci nodded, his heart filled with anticipation. Also, are you going to participate in the war to destroy the Fengqiao clan? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments asked. Of course. Although the human race was the most powerful peak race in the fourth primal universe, it would still take some time to plan and destroy a peak race. Over the past 8 days, the human race had mobilized an army of immortals and used various other methods to completely lock down the Fengqiao clan star domain. They ensured that no one would escape. However, the most troublesome person in this war was still Tao Lord Fengqiao. In the primal universe, there were no spatial restrictions like in the ancient immortal world. It was very difficult to truly kill a desolate-level Tao Lord. Thus, the main target of this plan was Tao Lord Fengqiao. If Tao Lord Fengqiao were to escape, there would be no end of trouble. Of course, after 8 days of careful planning, Tao Lord Fengqiao had nowhere to run. He was trapped in a remote, desolate star domain. The 3 Tao Lords of the human race, led by Jiang Ci, had successfully killed him. Naturally, the head had been harvested by Jiang Ci. After all, it was worth 1 eternal essence. Jiang Ci didn't feel any pressure about this sort of extermination war. First of all, Tao Lord Fengqiao deserved to die. Last time in the ancient immortal world, if Heavenly Venerable Bluestone hadn't acted in time, his main body would have died, and many of his treasures would have been lost. Secondly, the so-called extermination war didn't mean that all living beings of a race were exterminated. The human race had exterminated the cultivators of the Fengqiao clan, including tribulation transcenders, true lords, and Tao lords. After this war, the Fengqiao clan would become a vassal race of the human race. Just like the races of the Battle Pattern continent and the Myriad Mountains Star Sea. Finally, through this war, Jiang Ci had also announced his name as Tao Lord of the Mountains and Seas to the myriad races of the universe. He had used the extermination of a peak race to awe the myriad races of the universe. Moreover, this war didn't just awe the myriad races of the universe, it also intimidated some of the rascals of the human race. In the 5th heaven of the Purple Heaven sect, above a purple planet filled with dense spiritual qi, a huge palace was suspended. Inside the palace, Wu Yi, a 6th tribulation transcender, wasn't cultivating. He wasn't in the mood to cultivate. Why? How many years has it been? He was angry, confused, and worried. Some time ago, his master, True Lord Yang Yu, had told him not to think about the Purple Heaven Sword Manual anymore. Because Jiang Ci had already become a Tao Lord of the human race, the Purple Heaven Sword Manual was one of the most important inheritances of the Purple Heaven sect. It was the path of a Tao Lord. However, there could only be one inheritor. When the current inheritor died, the inheritance imprint would choose a new inheritor. Back then, he and Jiang Ci's first master, Daoist Ge, had competed for this inheritance and lost. Later, Daoist Ge died on Earth. Due to the special nature of Earth, the inheritance imprint of the Purple Heaven Sword Manual didn't return to the Purple Heaven sect. Instead, it chose Jiang Ci. This made Wu Yi furious. On the day Jiang Ci entered the Purple Heaven sect for the first time, he tried to kill Jiang Ci and obtain the inheritance imprint. However, due to the appearance of Tao Lord 9 Heaven's decree in the end, his assassination attempt failed. Therefore, he could only wait. Wait for Jiang Ci to die. When he learned that Jiang Ci entered the Outer Realm battlefield to temper himself, he was overjoyed because there was a high chance of survival in that place. However, now that more than 2,000 years had passed, his master, perfected Lord Yang Yu, suddenly told him that Jiang Ci was already a Tao Lord expert. He cultivated for less than 10,000 years. The Purple Heaven Sword Manual must be the reason why he could become a Tao Lord so quickly. That was my opportunity. Wu Yi's expression was menacing and his heart was filled with hatred. Right then, he sensed that someone had barged into his palace. Then, he saw 2 figures suddenly appear. They were his master, perfected Lord Yang Yu, and the sect's perfected Lord Iron Mountain. Greetings, Master, perfected Lord Iron Mountain. Wu Yi hurriedly stood up and bowed. Perfected Lord Yang Yu's expression was dark and he did not say a word. That expression made Wu Yi's heart skip a beat and he felt uneasy. Perfected Lord Iron Mountain smiled. Wu Yi, back then, you attacked Tao Lord Mountain Sea for your own personal gain. The might of a Tao Lord is not to be offended. Now, under the decree of the Tao Lord, I'm sentencing you to 60,000 years in prison. Do you have any objections? Wu Yi's expression changed drastically and his face was filled with fear. Tao Lord Mountain Sea? He had never heard of such a Tao Lord expert in the human race. It was obvious that this Tao Lord Mountain Sea was Jiang Ci, 60,000 years in prison. He was going to be locked up until he died. Because he was a sixth tribulation transcender and only had 50,000 years left. Master. Immortal Wu Yi looked at perfected Lord Yang Yu for help. Life and death are two paths. Either you choose to be locked up in the Heavenly Court's prison or you die now, perfected Lord Yang Yu said with an ugly expression. He was a first revolution perfected Lord. Although he did not have the strength to explore the ancient immortal world, he was qualified to enter the perfected Lord Palace therefore, he also knew of Jiang Ci's shocking achievements in the ancient immortal world. How would he dare to protect his disciple now? After all, immortal Wu Yi had almost killed Jiang Ci back then. Now that Jiang Ci had become Tao Lord Mountain Sea, only letting Wu Yi go to prison for 60,000 years was already very benevolent. If Wu Yi's cultivation could improve in the prison, he might have a chance to come out alive. However, this possibility was very small. The conditions in the prison were extremely harsh. It would be good if his strength did not regress. Wu Yi, which path do you choose? Perfected Lord Iron Mountain was full of smiles. He still clearly remembered the scene from 6,000 years ago. Jiang Ci's batch of genius disciples from the 9 Regions Genius Tournament had just finished cultivating in the ancient Tao Source world and entered the Purple Heaven sect's headquarters for the first time. In the end, Wu Yi suddenly attacked and wanted to kill Jiang Ci. If not for Daoist Ji's Tao partner, Granny Yang, saving Jiang Ci would have died then and there would not be Tao Lord Mountain Sea today. In other words, Wu Yi almost killed a Tao Lord of the human race. 60,000 years in prison. Wu Yi knelt on the ground and spoke with difficulty. His face was ashen. In the 4th heaven world of the Purple Heaven sect, Tao Integration Core disciple Qisong was very popular now. He had won the 4th heaven core disciple spot in the recent Tao Integration Cloud Summit competition. Back then, in order to compete for the 4th heaven core disciple spot in the Cloud Summit competition, he first sneaked an attack on Jiang Ci in the Myriad Mountain Star Sea and almost killed Jiang Ci. However, Jiang Ci did not die at that time and participated in the Cloud Summit competition. Furthermore, he was defeated by Jiang Ci. Since then, Qisong gritted his teeth and wanted to surpass Jiang Ci. However, what happened next made him feel despair. Because Jiang Ci's strength improved too quickly, he could not even touch Jiang Ci's shadow. Now that 6,000 years had passed, he finally became a 4th heaven Tao integration disciple. Tao integration cultivators pay more attention to accumulation. I still have a chance to surpass him. Qisong's eyes were gloomy at this moment. 2 figures appeared in front of him. Master. Qisong was stunned. The person who came was his master, 9 Tribulation Transcender Dei. He did not recognize the other person. What surprised Qisong was that his master seemed to be very afraid. His master's face was pale and his hands were trembling slightly. Qisong, this is true Monarch Iron Mountain. 9 Tribulation Transcender Dei squeezed out a smile. Ah! Greetings, true monarch. Qisong hurriedly bowed respectfully. True Monarch Iron Mountain was expressionless as he said in a deep voice, Qisong, do you know your crime? Know my crime? Qisong's heart trembled, and he hurriedly knelt on the ground. Combined with his master's terrified appearance, he suddenly had a feeling that a disaster was imminent. True monarch, I have always been diligent in cultivation and have never dared to violate the sect's rules. May I know, what crime have I committed? Qisong looked terrified. Dei, your disciple is very good at sophistry. True Monarch Iron Mountain glanced at Dei. Dei broke out in cold sweat and angrily rebuked Qisong. You evil disciple. Now that things have come to this, Why aren't you admitting your crime? Do you know that Tao Monarch Mountain Sea has already issued a decree? If you can immediately admit your crime, you will be sentenced to 10,000 years in prison. If you continue to argue, you will be executed immediately. Dei almost couldn't stand still. Although he was a 9 tribulation transcender, he was only an ant in front of a Tao monarch. Moreover, this ant had offended Jiang Ci in the past. This was because his disciple Qi Song had sneak-attacked Jiang Ci in the Myriad Mountain Star Sea, causing Jiang Ci to fall into a dead situation. He then turned around and slandered Jiang Ci as the attacker. At that time, Wine Sword Immortal had asked him about this matter, but he was ruthlessly mocked in the end. Now, for the first time, Dei felt that this beloved disciple, whom he regarded as his successor, was simply the biggest evil disciple in the world. He wanted to kill his master. Evil disciple, you still don't admit your crime, Dei angrily shouted again. Qi Song's body trembled and he hurriedly shouted in horror, I admit my crime, I admit my crime. Where is your crime? True Monarch Iron Mountain sneered. What crime? Qi Song looked at his master with an ashen face. Unfortunately, Dei couldn't even protect himself, so he didn't dare to remind him Qi Song's heart was in a mess. His childhood experience had created 2 completely different personalities. On the surface, he was simple, honest, and amiable. On the inside, he was vicious and unscrupulous. He was confident that all the vicious things he had done over the years were watertight. Even if someone knew about it, they wouldn't be able to find any evidence. Tao Monarch Mountain Sea's decree? How could I offend Tao Monarch Mountain Sea's might? Could it be that I've harmed this Tao Monarch's descendant? That's impossible. I would never offend someone with a strong background. Who is it? Could it be Jiang Ci? Qi Song suddenly thought of this. He had been paying attention to Jiang Ci's growth, especially when he heard that Jiang Ci had become Tao Monarch 9 Firmament's disciple. He was afraid for a period of time, worried that Jiang Ci would complain to Tao Monarch 9 Firmaments. If that happened, he would be finished. However, later on, Qi Song specially asked his master about Tao Monarch 9 Firmaments and knew that this Tao Monarch was famous for being fair. He was slightly relieved. Without evidence, Tao Monarch 9 Firmaments wouldn't touch him. As time passed, Jiang Ci didn't find trouble with him, so he was completely relieved and put these worries aside. Now, it seemed that Jiang Ci hadn't forgotten about this grudge. Qi Song thought for a long time and finally raised his head. Jiang Ci wants to kill me? He really didn't know how he had offended a Tao Monarch. Only Jiang Ci could ask a Tao Monarch to kill him. However, a Tao Integration Stage 4th Heavenly Layer Disciple had a status comparable to a 4th Tribulation Transcender. The Purple Heavens sect followed the rules. If there was no evidence, even a true monarch powerhouse couldn't kill him. The fact that Tao Monarch Mountain Sea's decree didn't directly execute him showed this point. This Tao Monarch was still reasonable. As long as he insisted that he was innocent, everything would be fine in the end. After all, there was no evidence to prove that he had plotted against a fellow disciple. After understanding this, Qi Song had nothing to fear. When he saw that true Monarch Iron Mountain and his master Dai didn't refute his question, he was even more certain of the answer in his heart. Sure enough, it was Jiang Ci. As for Jiang Ci's achievements in the foreign battlefield and the ancient immortal world, Qi Song naturally didn't know. With his status, he didn't have the qualifications to come into contact with people of a higher level. Being able to meet 1 or 2 true monarchs was already a great opportunity. Qi Song didn't know that when he was still working hard to become a 4th Heavenly Layer disciple, Jiang Ci had already made a name for himself as an invincible tribulation transcender in the foreign battlefield. When he finally became a 4th Heavenly Layer disciple, Jiang Ci could already kill Tao Monarch. If he knew this, he definitely wouldn't have said the words that were courting death. Master. Qi Song pretended to be miserable and looked at 9 Tribulation Transcender Dai. Master, don't tell me even you don't believe me. You know best what happened back then. At that time, Jiang Ci and I were wandering the Myriad Mountain Star Sea. I regarded him as a close friend, but he secretly attacked me and almost caused me to fall into a desperate situation. I didn't expect that after so many years, he still wanted to get rid of me, worried that I would tarnish his reputation. Master, you must testify for me. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied even if I die. He only felt his whole body tremble and almost vomited blood. This evil disciple. Did he have to drag him down with him? True monarch Iron Mountain sneered. Your disciple is not bad. He still dares to quibble even now. If he hadn't offended Lord Dao Monarch, he might have become a powerful expert in the future. Squeezed out a smile, but it was uglier than crying. Lord True Monarch, I'm really innocent. Qi Song's expression was miserable and indignant. He said loudly, if you don't believe me, you can call Jiang Ci over to confront me face to face and recreate the situation back then. Even if he's the disciple of Dao Monarch Nine Heavens, he can't bully others. Our Purple Heavens sect follows the rules. Everything has to have evidence. If he really wants to rely on his background to kill me, then I can only say that I've misjudged this world. Qi Song didn't dare to admit it. He knew that he had to grit his teeth and refuse to admit it. Only then would he have a chance to live. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. This master is really unreliable, a piece of trash. However, True Monarch Iron Mountain's next words made Qi Song feel fear and despair. You want Lord Dao Monarch Mountain Sea to confront you face to face? True Monarch Iron Mountain sneered. Lord Perfected Lord, I wanted Jiangxi and I too. Before Qi Song could finish his sentence, he froze in place, unable to think straight. The Lord Jiangxi you speak of is Lord Dao Monarch Mountain Sea, one of the peak existences of the human race. True Monarch Iron Mountain said loudly. Jiangxi? Impossible. How long has he been cultivating? Less than 10,000 years. He reached Dao integration 2,000 years ago. How can he be a Dao monarch? This is impossible. Qi Song was about to go crazy. Jiangxi, who had almost been killed by his sneak attack, had become a Dao monarch. Lord Dao Monarch Mountain Sea stands at the peak of the universe. How could he accuse you wrongly? His words are more effective than any evidence. True Monarch Iron Mountain was expressionless. Moreover, you deserve to die 10,000 times. Your actions back then almost caused the human race to lose a peak expert. As True Monarch Iron Mountain spoke, he waved his hand and an invisible wave covered Qi Song's body. I won't. Qi Song was filled with despair and fear, but more than that, he was unwilling to accept it. Poof. His entire body was reduced to dust. He couldn't be more dead. At the same time, the bustling grotto heavens on Earth were in chaos. All of us are to leave Earth. Who is it? Who gave the order? Our patriarch is Dao Monarch Dark Reign, one of the supreme existences of the human race. Who dares to chase us away? Do you want to die? Who gave the order? I sold 10,000 vital planets for 100 years of residency in the heavenly sun grotto heaven. You want me to leave just because you want me to? Then who will pay for my losses? You're finished. How dare you offend the Chonglu clan? Our patriarch is a fifth transformation true monarch. The factions stationed in the grotto heavens on Earth were enraged by the cold heavenly court enforcers. 6,000 years had passed, and these factions had long since witnessed the wonders of Earth. Therefore, even though the grotto heavens on Earth were very large, the residency rights were still incomparably expensive in the human race. Only the truly powerful clans had the right to enter. Moreover, the younger generation was allowed to come. After giving birth on Earth, they would immediately leave with the children. It wouldn't be a waste of time for others to come. They were the true nobles of the human race. They had paid a huge price to come to Earth, but now they were being chased away. The Dao Alliance, the Heavenly Court, and the 3 Gates and 6 sects have jointly issued an order. All factions in the grotto heavens are to leave Earth. Those who disobey will die. The so-called nobles of the human race could indeed flaunt their might in the human race's territory. However, in front of a Dao monarch, they were nothing. They could only leave obediently. As for the members of the 3 Gates and 6 sects, although they were unwilling, they didn't resist. This was because they more or less knew some inside information. The pitilessly talented human prodigy who had walked out of Earth had become a Dao monarch. Earth. My home. After everything calmed down, Jiang Xi stood in the starry sky of the solar system and looked at the azure planet. After 6,000 years, Earth had finally returned to him in one piece. Chapter 587. 6,000 years had passed, and Earth had changed a lot. The environment had become more beautiful. In the cities, there were not only unique technology buildings, but also islands that were suspended in the air by the power of formations. Among the pedestrians on the street, some were wearing casual clothes, some were wearing high-tech uniforms, and some were wearing cultivator armor with a powerful aura. There were also people riding tamed monsters, showing off on the streets, but they were quickly driven away by the law enforcers of the Great Sheer Alliance. In the early days of the Spirit Chi recovery era, the monsters that ravaged Earth had become the test subjects and pets of Earthlings. As for those wilderness areas, they had long disappeared, and only some ruins could be seen in museums. Today's Earth, nature, technology, and cultivation civilization were well integrated. Moreover, with the Great Sheer Alliance as the main force, the Earthlings were no longer limited to exploring the solar system. Many Earthlings who had stepped on the path of cultivation had the strength to enter the depths of the Tao Alliance and leave traces in the distant starry sky. Earth, Rain Viewing Pavilion. With the departure of the disciples of the Three Gates Six Sects and the various powerful families of the Tao Alliance, True Monarch Winesword was the last alien on Earth. Jiang Xi and True Monarch Winesword sat leisurely in the pavilion, drinking and admiring the beautiful mountains and rivers. True Monarch Winesword praised, "It's really a planet full of vitality." He had taken his revenge, his inner demon was gone, and he had become a true monarch with an endless lifespan. He didn't have to worry about life and death, so he was more carefree now. Compared to those big planets in the universe, Earth's foundation is still too weak. If Earth could have more true monarchs and a large number of tribulation transcender powerhouses, then one or two true monarchs would be enough. If one or two more Tao Lords appeared, that would be perfect. Riverward closed his eyes, letting his imagination run wild. True Monarch Winesword laughed, "Haha, kid, you really dare to dream. Tao monarchs are not cabbages, and you want one or two more. For a peerless genius like you to come out, it already shows that this planet is a place of great providence." Jiang Xi laughed. Tao monarchs were indeed a bit difficult, and even he himself wasn't a Tao monarch. However, the number of true monarchs and tribulation transcender powerhouses was something to look forward to. Earth was a magical planet, and people born here seemed to have great providence compared to people of the same age. It was easier to encounter opportunities. He rarely encountered bottlenecks in his cultivation, and even if he did, he would break through them very quickly. And these were the key factors to becoming a powerhouse. One could imagine that in time, the number of immortal path experts on Earth would definitely increase. Forget about becoming a Tao Lord. With you around, no one on Earth will dare to bully you. In addition to the resources you brought, you can send the talented Earthlings to some of the human race's universe secret realms to train. For example, the Battle Tattoo Continent and the myriad mountains Starry Sea that you've been to in the past. Under these cultivation resources and environments, the strength of the people on Earth would definitely increase even more rapidly. I believe that Earth will definitely become a holy land of the Tao Alliance in the future. True Monarch Winesword said with a serious expression. Jiang Xi didn't say anything. He raised his cup with Shizuan. The future was promising. Other than opening up a grotto heaven world, he had returned this time. Another thing was to transform the entire solar system and set up an all-encompassing offensive and defensive array formation for this solar system. During the 80,000 years that Liu Yuzhou was in seclusion, Jiang Xi learned all of Liu Yuzhou's secret techniques through the experience panel. Many of those secret technique stone inscriptions were related to array formations. In other words, he was now a master of array formations. In the entire universe, there shouldn't be many people who could surpass him in array formations. In addition, he killed 4 Tao Lords of other races and nearly 5,000 perfected monarchs of other races in the ancient immortal world. All of these brought him considerable spoils of war. Before returning to Earth, Jiang Xi had already disposed of these spoils of war and exchanged them for a huge amount of resources. He believed that with these resources, he could definitely make Earth impregnable. Let Earth become a holy land in terms of environment first. This is my experience in opening up a grotto heaven world. Take it for reference. After the master and disciple finished drinking, True Monarch Winesword gave Jiang Ci a jade slip. Thank you, master. Jiang Ci took it. With my current strength, I can't help you much. That's all I have. True Monarch Winesword laughed self-deprecatingly. Master, you must be joking. With master's talent, the method of opening up a grotto heaven world must be valuable. Jiang Ci laughed. Don't bother. I know myself. I'm already very satisfied and proud to have a disciple like you. True Monarch Winesword looked at the starry sky and sighed. Jiang Ci also looked at the endless starry sky. There was no need for formalities between the master and disciple. They were like family. In the following days, Earth and the entire solar system entered the stage of major transformation. With Jiang Ci's strength and resources, he quickly set up a shocking secret technique array formation in the entire starry sky. Under the protection of these large arrays, coupled with the fact that the solar system was originally surrounded by the mysterious asteroid belt. Now, even Downlords couldn't barge in directly. Then, it was the transformation of Earth, mainly the grotto heaven worlds. After all, Earth was only so big and the living space was limited. In comparison, there was a large amount of space in the grotto heaven worlds that could provide for the survival of people on Earth. In fact, even though the 3 gates and 6 sects had been stationed on Earth for 6,000 years, they had only barely developed a small part of the grotto heaven worlds. Especially the largest grotto heaven world, the Jasper Lake Grotto Heaven in the Kunlun Mountains. There was a boundless continent with a diameter of 10 billion light-years inside. In the entire original universe, only the Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance and the headquarters of the Purple Heaven sect each had such a huge continent. The vast territory, abundant spirit chi, and safe environment were enough to support the development of Earth for countless eras. Therefore, Jiang Ci focused on the transformation of the Jasper Lake Grotto Heaven. It would be the main place where people on Earth would live in the future. In the Jasper Lake Grotto Heaven, Jiang Ci stood in the sky above the continent. With his current essence soul stage, it was difficult for his spirit sense to cover this place. When a true monarch opens a small grotto heaven and becomes a Downlord, the small grotto heaven will expand into a large grotto heaven. If he can become a heavenly lord, the large grotto heaven will go through the process of creation and become a small universe. Jiang Ci thought carefully. The information that Tao Lord Nine Clouds and True Monarch Winesword had given him gave him a deeper understanding of the various grotto heaven worlds. In fact, even a small grotto heaven could be considered a cultivation paradise in the human territory. However, it was still far from a sacred land. For example, the Tsungyun sect, which ruled the pale blue planet, had a Tsungyun grotto heaven. It was opened by the Tsungyun sect's patriarch, True Monarch Tsungyun. The larger a grotto heaven was, the better the cultivation environment. In the human race, every grotto heaven was a sacred land for cultivation. For example, the 9 heavens world of the Purple Heaven sect's headquarters was actually a single grotto heaven. It was just divided into 9 layers of space. Its owner was Tao Lord Nine Clouds, who was known as a half-step heavenly lord. Under normal circumstances, a first revolution true monarch can open a grotto heaven with a diameter of 1 light-year. Similarly, a 5th revolution true monarch can open a grotto heaven with a diameter of 5 light-years. The grotto heavens of Tao Lords are divided into the universe, eon, flood, and desolation realms. A universe Tao Lord's grotto heaven has a diameter of 900 million light-years. An eon Tao Lord's grotto heaven has a diameter of 600 million light-years. A flood Tao Lord's grotto heaven has a diameter of 300 million light-years. A desolation Tao Lord's grotto heaven has a diameter of 100 million light-years. Jiang Ci carefully organized this information in his mind. He was both shocked and puzzled. This was because the Jade Pool Grotto Heaven had a diameter of more than 10 billion light-years. It was far larger than a universe Tao Lord's Grotto Heaven. However, this was still a Grotto Heaven world. It had not experienced the creation of a Heavenly Lord's miniature universe. The size of a grotto heaven world largely represents the strength of the owner. From this, it can be seen that the person who opened the Jade Pool Grotto Heaven was far stronger than a universe Tao Lord. He was even comparable to my master, Tao Lord Nine Clouds, who was a half-step heavenly lord. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. The strength of a true monarch and Tao Lord didn't just include their body, primordial spirit, immortal energy, Daoist arts, secret arts, and so on. It also included the size of the Grotto Heaven world. This was because they could use the world energy of the Grotto Heaven world to increase their strength even more. It was worth mentioning that in the ancient immortal world, because it was close to the origin land of the universe, there was the existence of the origin will of the universe. Even Heavenly Lord Purple Firmament's strongest secret art, the sky-connecting mountain river painting, couldn't cover that place. Those true monarchs and Tao Lords didn't have the strength to use the world energy of the Grotto Heaven world. Jiang Xi knew very well that if he wasn't in the ancient immortal world, he definitely wouldn't have the strength to kill so many Tao Lords and true monarchs so easily. If he was in the original universe and hadn't opened the Grotto Heaven world, those true monarchs and Tao Lords would have been enough to make him suffer. Back to the main topic, Jiang Xi was puzzled. Where did the owner of the Jade Pool Grotto Heaven go? With such strength, as long as he didn't seek death, he could definitely live until the end of the universe. Moreover, Jiang Xi was very sure that the owner of the Jade Pool Grotto Heaven was still alive. This was because according to the information provided by Tao Lord Nine Clouds, when a true monarch or Tao Lord died, the Grotto Heaven world he opened would also be destroyed and become dilapidated. In the end, it would be swallowed by the spatial turbulence. However, the Jade Pool Grotto Heaven in front of him was obviously just a wasteland and not destroyed. It still had rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth. As long as a seed was planted, it would quickly take root and sprout. I can imagine that a long, long time ago, this place gave birth to countless species of life. However, these life forms, including animals, plants, and all spiritual bodies, seem to have disappeared overnight without a trace. It's not just the Jade Pool Grotto Heaven. The other Grotto Heaven worlds on Earth, except for the most dangerous one, the Fengdu Grotto Heaven, are also in a wasteland and not destroyed. The owners of these Grotto Heaven worlds might not have died. Or perhaps, there's a mysterious power that I don't know about that allowed these Grotto Heaven worlds to be preserved, even if the people who opened them died. Jiang Xi's feelings were very complicated. Even with his current strength, he still couldn't find out the true secrets of Earth. Tao Lords had opened Grotto Heavens, and there were a total of 7 Grotto Heavens on Earth. This meant that in an era long ago, there had been 7 Tao Lords on Earth. It had to be understood that, excluding River Word, the human race of the Tao Alliance only had 22 Tao Lord. This was definitely a shocking and bewildering matter. This was because there were no traces of the existence of these 7 Tao Lords in the history of the Tao Alliance. Did they exist in the era when Earth was known as the Mountain Sea Star? Jiang Xi thought to himself. This was the only possibility. Venerable Ming Ming and Master Nine Firmaments might know some of these secrets. I'll find some time to ask them. The 3 gates and 6 sects had been stationed on Earth for 6,000 years. Given their background and knowledge, they definitely knew what these Grotto Heavens represented. However, the human Tao Lords didn't publicize this. Even Tao Lord Nine Firmaments didn't take the initiative to mention this to Jiang Xi. Is it because I'm not strong enough to know these secrets? Jiang Xi frowned and shook his head. No, I'm definitely qualified to know what the other human Tao Lords know. Perhaps the time isn't right. Or perhaps only Venerable Ming Ming and Master Nine Firmaments know about these secrets. The other human Tao Lords don't know. At that thought, Jiang Xi suddenly laughed. There was someone beside him who knew, yet he still had to think hard. His special supreme treasure, the heaven-reaching building, was obtained in the Jade Pool Grotto Heaven. The supreme treasure item spirit, Ni Shong, definitely knew something. Ni Shong, I asked you last time where the people here went, but you didn't answer. Can you tell me now? Jiang Xi smiled. Of course. Ni Shong's voice sounded. Although you haven't become a Tao Lord, with your current strength, you're qualified to know. What is it? Jiang Xi asked. They stepped on a path and then disappeared, Ni Shong replied. Jiang Xi listened quietly. After waiting for a long time, he realized that this was the only sentence. Gone. Yes. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. How concise. However, Ni Shong's words were very important. This reminded him of the first time he met Heavenly Venerable Qingshi on the second moon. At that time, he first fell into a space-time vortex. As a space-time observer, he saw many illusory scenes from countless eras ago. In those scenes, there was the majestic ancient heavenly court and the beautiful moon palace. Then, there was a path to heaven that looked like a galaxy extending from the starry sky not far away. There was a white-robed female immortal leading 100,000 female immortals in silver armor. Together with the golden-armored generals and the mighty immortal army, they stepped onto the path to heaven with a resolute aura. In the end, after an unknown period of time, there were only white bones left on the path to heaven. Everything was silent. Now that he heard Ni Shong's words and thought of those scenes, Jiang Xi's heart was in turmoil. Clearly, Ni Shong was talking about the scene he saw when he fell into the space-time vortex. Then, what was this path to heaven? Was it the eternal road? He asked Ni Shong this question. It's been too long. My memories are already blurry, but I'm sure that it's not the eternal road. It seems to be even more powerful, Ni Shong replied. This shocked Jiang Xi. Even the invincible heavenly venerate Zi Xiao could not find the eternal road. This showed how precious the eternal road was. Now, Ni Shong was telling him that there was something even more powerful than the eternal road. I only remember one thing. There seems to be a huge karma involved, so don't reveal these things, and don't let anyone know about that path. Otherwise, even if you're a heavenly venerate, you'll be killed. Ni Shong reminded. Jiang Xi was shocked. It was rare for him to be frightened. So scary. He immediately guessed that all of this might be related to the experience panel. Since it was more powerful than the eternal road, then the mysterious existence behind it might be the creator of the experience panel. Cultivate, improve. Who cares about the huge karma or the evil spirit? I'll find them sooner or later. Jiang Xi calmed himself down, and his gaze became extremely determined. Regardless of whether he was someone else's leak or not, before the question was answered, he had to improve his strength. The sense of danger was also a form of motivation. After Jiang Xi finished modifying the solar system and Earth's grotto heaven world, he immediately went into seclusion to cultivate. First, he had to open up his own grotto heaven world. Enter the space mezzanine. Jiang Xi stretched out his hand and directly tore open the void. Then, he stepped into it. Simply put, the space mezzanine was divided into the space fragment layer, grotto heaven world layer, space turbulence layer. When powerful beings fought, the void torrents that were shattered were actually the space mezzanine's fragmentation. Of course, in the eyes of a true powerful being, the space mezzanine did not need to be divided into so many layers. The closer one was to the original universe, the smaller the space fragment. The deeper one went into the space mezzanine, the larger the space fragment. The danger level also increased. In the safest place at the edge, even Dao integration cultivators could survive. However, there was a chance that even perfected lords could die after venturing deeper. The step of opening up a grotto heaven world was to choose a space fragment in the space mezzanine. Then, one would integrate all kinds of energy into one's body and refine it to open up their own grotto heaven world. It sounded simple, but it was very difficult to actually do. In particular, shuttling through the space mezzanine was extremely dangerous. Perfected lords will generally place their grotto heaven in the grotto heaven world layer. Then, as their strength increases, they will slowly expand their grotto heaven world into the depths and finally reach the space turbulence layer. The deeper one goes, the safer the grotto heaven world will be, and the requirements for strength will also be higher. Whoosh! Jiang Xi turned into a sword light and teleported through the space mezzanine. He directly skipped the space fragment layer and grotto heaven world layer and arrived at the space turbulence layer. After that, he carefully shuttled and no longer teleported. In the space turbulence layer, there were pieces of mirror-like space fragments that floated without any pattern. The speed of their flow seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. The impact was extremely strong. These space fragments are getting bigger and bigger. Their diameters are at least 10 billion kilometers. If hit, even a ninth tribulation transcender will die. Whoosh! Jiang Ci constantly searched for suitable space fragments. He found that some of the illusory space fragments had already developed land and sea. As he continued to go deeper, 2 days later, he found a space fragment with a diameter of 1 trillion kilometers. Oh, if I hit it, even a perfected lord will be annihilated in an instant. Jiang Ci became even more careful. With his strength, he was naturally not afraid of these. He was just afraid that he would encounter something bigger. After all, the flow of these space fragments was very irregular. 3 days later, Jiang Ci found a suitable target. It was a super large space fragment. The largest diameter is over 10 trillion kilometers, and the smallest diameter is over 6 trillion kilometers. It's enough to carry my cultivation, Tao techniques, and various other powers. Open a grotto heaven world. Jiang Ci took a deep breath and stood in the space turbulence. He opened his arms and immediately covered this space fragment with his spiritual sense. After he reached the 5th revolution true monarch realm, the strength of his spiritual sense had also undergone substantial changes by relying on the peacock visualization method and the secret Tao seal technique. Now, he could easily cover an area of nearly 1,000 light-years. It was naturally easy to cover a space fragment with a diameter of just over 1 light-year. Buzz, then, Jiang Ci followed the method that he had already concluded. He injected his physical strength, primordial spirit power, immortal power, Tao techniques, secret techniques, and so on into the illusory space fragment to fuse and refine it. The huge space fragment began to tremble more and more violently. The originally illusory space fragment gradually became real, as if it was being led from another dimension to the real world. Rumble. This process created a terrifying shockwave that washed away the surrounding space fragments like a wave. Finally, after an unknown period of time, this huge space fragment became incomparably real. There was no illusory space at all. A real grotto heaven world was formed inside. Whoosh, with a thought, Jiang Ci disappeared from the space turbulence and instantly appeared in the newly opened grotto heaven world. The vast and mighty world was filled with rich spiritual energy, and the edge of the world was still expanding outwards at an unimaginable speed. He closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes in the process. He benefited a lot. Soon, the grotto heaven world's diameter reached 5 light-years. Under normal circumstances, a rank 5 true lord's grotto heaven world was this size. However, Jiang Ci's grotto heaven world could not be judged by common sense. His primordial spirit was already at the level of a flood-level Tao Lord, and his body was also a rank 4 supreme treasure. He had also cultivated 7 Tao techniques and reached the perfected Great Tao realm. Even if he had not stepped into the heavenly Tao, his Tao techniques were comparable to a flood-level Tao Lord. It could be said that Jiang Ci's immortal power was not comparable to a flood-level Tao Lord's. In other aspects, he was at the level of a flood-level Tao Lord, and some of them even surpassed him. Therefore, his grotto heaven world continued to expand after reaching a diameter of 5 light-years. In the end, it took 10 years for the expansion of the world to stop. This originally irregularly shaped grotto heaven world had become a huge spherical celestial body with a diameter of 500 million light-years. 500 million light-years in diameter. It's only one step away from being comparable to a flood-level Tao Lord's grotto heaven. Jiang Ci was in high spirits. A flood-level Tao Lord's grotto heaven had a diameter of 600 million light-years. He knew where he was when compared to a real desolate-level Tao Lord. Apart from the strength of his immortal power, there was also the difference in his Tao technique realm. Although the power of 7 perfected great Taos was extraordinary, it was still inferior to the heavenly Tao in essence. I'm only a rank 5 true lord. It's already heaven-defying for me to be able to open up a grotto heaven of this scale. Let's try out the new power. With a thought, Jiang Ci felt as if he was in control of everything. At this moment, he seemed to have become one with the grotto heaven world. He was the grotto heaven world. Everything in this world was under his control. In the huge space with a diameter of 500 million light-years, there were primitive stars and starry sky continents surrounded by stars. On those stars and starry sky continents, there were mountains and seas. On the land, there were rivers, lakes, forests, grasslands, swamps, etc. In the sea, there was endless seawater and starry islands. At the same time, there was a brand new power in this world, the power of the world. Jiang Xi drew the new power into his body, and his strength instantly increased. A tenfold increase. Jiang Xi was shocked. Then, he rejoiced. Back in the ancient immortal world, it was fortunate that those true lords and Tao lords were unable to borrow the power of the world because it was close to the universe's origin. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. I wouldn't have had the chance to kill so many true lords, and I wouldn't have had the strength to kill 4 desolate-level Tao lords. Jiang Xi thought back to the war that had destroyed the Fengqiao clan not long ago. At that time, he had discovered that Tao Lord Fengqiao was far stronger than the 4 desolate-level Tao lords he had killed in the ancient immortal world. He had only been able to kill Tao Lord Fengqiao with the help of the other 2 human Tao lords. At that time, Jiang Xi didn't know the many secrets of opening a grotto heaven world, so he didn't think too much about it. He thought that Tao Lord Fengqiao was really stronger than the 4 desolate-level Tao lords. Now that he thought about it, it was because Tao Lord Fengqiao had borrowed the power of the grotto heaven world that his strength had increased by tenfold. That was why he was so strong. Now that my grotto heaven world has been completed, although it's a bit smaller than the grotto heaven of a flood-level Tao lord, it's still a huge improvement. In the future, when I encounter Tao lords below the flood level, I won't have to be afraid. Jiang Xi smiled. At that moment, a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. The power of the body, the power of the primordial spirit, immortal power, Tao arts, and secret arts that are closely related to one's strength can all be fused into the grotto heaven world, allowing it to expand. Can the shard of eternity do the same? Jiang Xi's heart thumped rapidly. Chapter 588. Jiang Xi guessed that the eternal shard should be related to the eternal road. If his guess was true, then the level of this thing, or rather its nature, would far surpass the heavenly Tao. Mastering a complete heavenly Tao was the key to becoming a Tao Lord. Mastering a complete origin was the key to becoming a celestial Lord. And mastering eternity would allow one to surpass a celestial Lord. My body, primordial spirit, mystic arts, Tao arts, etc. that are related to my strength can all be integrated into the grotto heaven world, allowing it to expand. If the eternal shard can also be integrated, then my grotto heaven world can expand again and become even larger. Jiang Xi was filled with anticipation. The size of the grotto heaven world would greatly affect the strength of a Tao Lord and a Tao Lord. The larger the size, the stronger the world power it could provide. Jiang Xi looked at his experience points balance. Experience points, 2,884 trillion eternal experience points, 5 yuan. He had killed 4 Tao Lords of foreign races in the ancient immortal world and then killed Tao Lord Buckwheat in the war to destroy the Buckwheat race, so he still had 5 yuan of eternal experience points. According to the interface's conversion function, 1 yuan of eternal experience points equals 1 trillion experience points. 1 yuan of eternal shard equals 1 yuan of eternal experience points. These two processes were reversible and could be converted into each other. There was no need to worry about the eternal shard not being used or being wasted. Convert. Since he wanted to do it, Jiang Xi did not hesitate. The 5 yuan of eternal experience points were instantly converted into eternal shards. Whoosh, 5 almost transparent diamond-shaped crystals appeared in front of him. Each of them was 3 inches long and emitted an intoxicating halo. Eternal shard. Jiang Xi discovered that at this moment, it was as if the entire grotto heaven world was transmitting an extreme desire. It seems that my guess was correct. The eternal shard can really be integrated into the grotto heaven world. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up, his heart filled with surprise and anticipation. Then, how much can the eternal shard expand the grotto heaven world? Jiang Xi took a deep breath and began to try to integrate it. Although the grotto heaven world he had opened had a diameter of 500 million light-years, far exceeding the range of his spiritual sense. But at this moment, his mind was integrated with the grotto heaven world. With a thought, he could completely control everything in this world. He was the god of this world. Merge. Jiang Xi said in his heart. Instantly, the rhombus-shaped crystal turned into a dazzling stream of light. Like the wind, it disappeared in front of him and merged with the entire world. Rumble, this massive celestial body with a diameter of 500 million light-years seemed to have received some sort of catalyst as it began to tremble violently. The borders of the paradise world were expanding at an unimaginable speed. Amidst the turbulent flow of space, one spatial fragment after another was crushed. It was unstoppable. This expansion lasted for another 10 years. When the tremors of the heavenly abode subsided, Jiang Xi held his breath and used his heart to feel the expanded volume. 600 million light-years in diameter. Jiang Xi's eyes widened in surprise. One shard of eternity had increased the diameter of his grotto heaven world by 100 million light-years. Right now, the scale of his grotto heaven was already the same as the grotto heaven of a flood-level Tao Lord. There was no difference. It's not over yet. There were still 4 yuan eternal shards in front of him, and he could continue to improve. With a thought, Jiang Xi chose to fuse everything into the heavenly abode. The size of the heavenly abode was closely related to one's strength. Since it could increase his strength, then the bigger the better. Rumble. In the next moment, this heavenly abode trembled even more violently and began to expand. This expansion took an exceptionally long time, and it was still not over after 10 years. Jiang Xi was very patient and waited in the heavenly abode. 100 years later, the expansion finally ended. Phew, a diameter of 1 billion light-years. Jiang Xi held his breath, completely stunned. Under normal circumstances, the grotto heavens opened by Tao Lords had diameters of 100 million, 300 million, 600 million, and 900 million light-years, corresponding to the desolate level, flood level, eon level, and universe level Tao Lords. In other words, the scale of his heavenly abode had already surpassed that of a universe level Tao Lord. How strong is the power of the world? Jiang Xi hurriedly channeled the new power into his body. Boom! Instantly, he felt as if he had broken through a barrier and entered the next realm. A powerful feeling surged from all parts of his body and shot into the cloud. My actual combat strength has surpassed that of an eon-level Tao Lord. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up in pleasant surprise. Although it was still slightly inferior to a universe-level Tao Lord, this result was already beyond his imagination. This was because compared to a true universe-level Tao Lord, he still had many shortcomings. Immortal power, Tao arts, and essence spirit were all too inferior. If he really wanted to compare, his current advantage was the strength of his body, which was comparable to a 4th-grade supreme treasure, and this heavenly abode with a diameter of 1 billion light-years. I need more eternal shards. Jiang Xi took a step forward and left his heavenly abode. Then, he passed through the spatial mezzanine and returned to Earth. He stood in the sky above the Kunlun Mountains and looked at this mysterious mountain range that was called the ancestor of all mountains. After the great changes in Earth's environment, this place that was covered in snow all year round had become even more majestic and primordial forests were everywhere. The spiritual energy was dense, and some had already condensed into spiritual mist that floated around the mountain range, turning this world into a paradise. The heavenly abode has been formed. I am Tao Lord Mountain Sea, so the name of this heavenly abode shall be the Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven. I'll place the entrance in the Kunlun Mountains, adjacent to the Jade Lake Grotto Heaven. As Jiang Xi thought, he waved his hand and used a great mystique to establish a teleportation channel in a valley. Through this channel, he could enter the Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven. With his current strength, he was not worried about others barging into his world. This was because in the Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven, he was a god. Even if a universe-level Tao Lord entered, they would be suppressed by his world. In other words, he did not fear a universe-level Tao Lord in the Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven. Next, I'll let my clone continue to deduce Tao arts in the original universe. As for me, it seems like I'll have to go to the Chaos Sea to explore. Jiang Xi looked at the universe's starry sky. The path of cultivation was endless. He was not satisfied with his current strength. Moreover, he had not become a Tao Lord yet. Moreover, according to Heavenly Venerable Bluestone, Jiang Dudu had many secrets. Without strength, he would not be able to protect Jiang Dudu's safety. He could not let Jiang Dudu sleep forever. In addition, if he wanted to solve the many doubts in his heart, he had to become stronger. According to Jiang Ci's plan, his clone was mainly responsible for deducing Tao arts and trying to let his 7 Tao arts enter the heavenly Tao realm as soon as possible. Once he comprehended the heavenly Tao, he could continue to deduce the Mountain Sea Sword Scripture's heavenly Tao scroll. At that time, his strength would definitely increase even more. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that he had to have enough experience points. Without experience points, everything was empty talk. Therefore, only by going to the Chaos Sea would his strength increase speed be guaranteed. That was the battlefield of Tao Lords and Heavenly Venerables. The peak experts of the various universes gathered and improved through battle. Killing a desolate level Tao Lord would give him 1 yuan of eternal experience points. Whether it was the interface deduction or the choice to continue expanding the Grotto Heaven world, it could increase his strength. What is a wider world like? Jiang Ci wanted to see it. Before opening up the Grotto Heaven world, he was only below average among the Tao Lords. Even if he entered the Chaos Sea, he could only barely protect himself in the outer realm. He did not have the strength to go deep into it. Now, his strength had increased greatly. Among the Tao Lords, he was already above average. He could go all out in the Chaos Sea. Of course, he still had to make the necessary preparations. Only by making sufficient preparations could he increase his survival ability. To always be in awe of unfamiliar environments, this was Jiang Ci's principle. Then, he began to gather information about the Chaos Sea in the Eye of Heaven network. As one of the top experts of the human race, he had the authority to know this. However, there was not much information, nor was it very detailed. In the end, Jiang Ci only obtained some general information. The Chaos Sea was a truly boundless existence. It was filled with endless chaos fog and a large number of dangerous places. Among them, the most dangerous were the 3 great danger zones, Goldflow River, Mount Shenhuang, and myriad worlds ruins. Apart from these dangerous places, there were also island-like universes in the Chaos Sea. Those universes were divided into 2 types. The first type was the 4 primal universes that were naturally formed in the Chaos Sea. These 4 primal universes were the 4 largest known existences in the Chaos Sea. Jiang Ci had learned about them from his master, Tao Lord 9 Firmament, last time. Their universe was the 4th universe. Among the 4 universes, it was the youngest one. The other 3 primal universes had existed for an extremely long time, far longer than the 4th. The second type was a miniature universe created by a celestial venerable. After a Tao Lord completely mastered an origin, if he could break through and become a celestial venerable, he could turn his Grotto Heaven world into a miniature universe. My human race's Celestial Venerable Ming and Celestial Venerable Liu both have miniature universes. There's another one. Grandmaster Purple Firmament's universe should be the ancient Tao Source world. Grandmaster was suppressed by the origin of the primal universe, so the evolution of the miniature universe has stagnated. In the end, it degenerated into an existence between a Grotto Heaven and a miniature universe. Jiang Ci carefully organized the information. Of course, in general, miniature universes created by celestial venerables were far inferior to primal universes. They were not on the same level at all. The 4 primal universes were the roots of the entire Chaos Sea, nurturing countless lives and powerhouses. Many celestial venerables and Tao Lords were born in the 4 primal universes. In terms of time of appearance, the first universe was the earliest to appear, then the second, third, and now the 4th. Based on this deduction, could it be that the 4 primal universes were created by a powerful being? Jiang Ci was shocked when this thought flashed through his mind. If that was the case, then it was terrifying. Celestial Venerable Ming and Master must have similar guesses, but they probably don't have an answer. Jiang Ci shook his head and temporarily put this thought to the bottom of his heart. With his strength, it was too early to consider this. In terms of the number of powerhouses, the first universe has existed for the longest time, so it has the most powerhouses. Then the second universe, the third universe, and finally the fourth universe, which is completely at the bottom. Jiang Ci frowned slightly. He couldn't find any information about the powerhouses of the first three primal universes in the Eye of Heaven network. I can only ask Master. In addition to collecting information about the Chaos Sea, Jiang Ci didn't forget to refine supreme treasures. First was the special supreme treasure, Sky-Piercing Tower, which had a total of 99 seals. He had been in seclusion in Liu Yuzhou for 80,000 years and had already refined 36 seals of Sky-Piercing Tower. He could use 1% of its power. With my current strength and this treasure, I don't need to fear Universe Dao Lords. If I can refine even more, then my ability to protect myself will increase even more. Maybe I can protect myself in front of a celestial venerable. Jiang Ci calculated in his mind. Refining Sky-Piercing Tower required a huge amount of supreme-grade immortal crystals. Coincidentally, he didn't lack resources now. The only problem was that refining would take a long time. There's no need to worry about time. I have an endless lifespan now, so I'll finish refining sooner or later. Next was the fourth stage flying supreme treasure he had obtained from the ancient immortal world. This supreme treasure was called Green Bird Palace. It looked like a palace and had both flying and defensive functions. In the future, I'll use Green Bird Palace when I'm in the Chaos Sea. I'll only use Sky-Piercing Tower when I'm in danger. Jiang Ci understood that treasures arouse the envy of others. Sky-Piercing Tower's value was too high. If the power of this supreme treasure was exposed in the Chaos Sea, it would definitely attract the attention of many experts. Next, Jiang Ci spent another 100 years to refine the fourth stage flying supreme treasure, Green Bird Palace. At the same time, he refined Sky-Piercing Tower to 42 levels, increasing its power once again. With these two supreme treasures, he had a greater chance of exploring the Chaos Sea. He believed that as long as he didn't actively seek death, he shouldn't encounter any life-threatening dangers. Let's go. Jiang Ci ended his seclusion and left Earth once again. At the entrance of the Dao Alliance Heavenly Court and the ancient Dao Origin World, Dao Origin Palace. Master. Jiang Ci bowed respectfully. More than 200 years have passed. Are you ready? Dao Lord Nine Firmament's slaughter avatar, who had long blood-red hair and was clad in blood-red armor, appeared in front of Jiang Ci. Yes. Jiang Ci nodded. He knew that this master of his also had a main body and a doppelganger. Dao Lord Nine Firmament's main body had always been exploring the Chaos Sea, while his slaughter avatar was responsible for guarding the ancient Dao Origin World and rarely left. This time, he wanted to enter the Chaos Sea, so Dao Lord Nine Firmament's slaughter avatar would personally send him over. Follow me. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded and teleported away with Jiang Ci. Swoosh. Then, they appeared on a huge space teleportation platform. The two of them passed through the teleportation array and finally arrived at a barren land in the primal universe. In this barren space, there was a huge black hole. Its huge suction force had already devoured everything around it, making it appear extremely dark. Swoosh swoosh. Jiang Ci and Dao Lord Nine Firmaments figures appeared in this dark space. There are two ways to go to the Chaos Sea, Dao Lord Nine Firmaments said. The first is to pass through the spatial mezzanine. At the end of the spatial mezzanine, you can break through the universe barrier and enter the Chaos Sea. Although the universe barrier is tough, the strength of a Dao Lord is enough to break through it. Jiang Ci nodded gently. When he opened the Grotto Heaven world, he had already reached the depths of the spatial mezzanine. He believed that if he went deeper, he would be able to see the universe barrier. The second way is to leave the primal universe through the Twilight Plains black hole in front of us. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments pointed at the huge black hole. The Twilight Plains black hole is the most powerful black hole in the entire primal universe. The suction force it emits is constantly distorting and destroying the universe barrier. Therefore, through this black hole, you can directly enter the Chaos Sea. Moreover, the peak experts of the various races will basically choose this path. The Twilight Plains black hole is that strong? Jiang Ci was surprised. There are strong and weak black holes, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said with a smile. Of course, if they can only leave through this black hole, there is no need for the peak experts of the various races to choose this path. The reason why the Twilight Plains black hole is important is that there are 46 spatial vortexes in the region after leaving this place. Through the spatial vortexes, you can go to many places in the Chaos Sea. Spatial vortexes? Jiang Ci's heart skipped a beat. The spatial structure of the primal universe was stable, and spatial vortexes rarely appeared. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments continued, the Chaos Sea is vast and boundless. It is not the primal universe, so there is no way to use teleportation arrays or travel through the origin space. If you want to roam the primal universe, you can only use teleportation, flying treasures, or spatial vortexes. However, the Chaos Sea is boundless. I don't know how big it is. How long will it take to travel by teleportation or flying treasures? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments laughed. Jiang Ci listened seriously. The shock in his heart had not subsided. Yes, just like sailing in the ocean on Earth, how far could one go with a small raft? The fastest way to roam the Chaos Sea is through spatial vortexes? Jiang Ci asked thoughtfully. That's right. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded. The Chaos Sea is extremely dangerous. There are many spatial vortexes everywhere. Through spatial vortexes, one might be able to cross a distance of hundreds of billions of light-years in an instant. The speed far exceeds teleportation or flying treasures. Therefore, in general, in the Chaos Sea, everyone usually travels through spatial vortexes. Teleportation and flying treasures are only used for short distances. Spatial vortexes alone should not be enough to travel long distances, right? Jiang Ci asked. Of course, if you want to roam the Chaos Sea, you need something essential, and that is a map. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments laughed. Then, he explained in detail, over the years, the locations connected to a large number of spatial vortexes in the Chaos Sea have been recorded and formed corresponding paths. These paths and some celestial bodies that can be used as reference coordinates form maps. In the primal universe, because the volume of the spatial structure is fixed, everyone can confirm the coordinates from anywhere. However, in the boundless Chaos Sea, it is not possible. Only with a map can you confirm the corresponding reference coordinates and find a safe spatial vortex. This way, you can avoid many dangers and not get lost. Getting lost in the Chaos Sea is a very scary thing. Once lost, if you want to use teleportation or flying treasures to find the way back, you will probably deviate from the correct path. If you are lucky, you might only be able to find it after countless eras. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments sighed. Jiang Ci was shocked when he heard this. This was like an ordinary person getting lost in the sea. The final outcome was usually death. It seemed that the Chaos Sea could not be underestimated. Therefore, under normal circumstances, pinnacle experts who roam the Chaos Sea will leave their avatars or avatars in the primal universe. If they get lost in the Chaos Sea under special circumstances, their avatars will at least have a chance to obtain a map. At this point, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments shook his head. However, sometimes, even if you have a map, you can't find the reference coordinates on the map because the area you are lost in is too far away. You can only drift in the endless Chaos Sea. If you are not careful, you will fall into danger and eventually die. Jiang Ci's expression was solemn. This information was extremely important. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said, exploration, battle, treasure hunting, these are the three main directions pinnacle experts roam the Chaos Sea. Every one of them is extremely dangerous, but the most dangerous is still exploration. Therefore, you must remember not to run around in the Chaos Sea. Without a map, if you want to explore the Chaos Sea, you have to rely on flying cardinal treasures. This is because you can remember the path you take when flying and form a new map. Jiang Ci nodded repeatedly and memorized it seriously. You can teleport to the places marked on the map. Teleportation is prohibited in unknown areas that the map does not cover. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments instructed with a solemn expression. This is the map of the Chaos Sea that our human race has collected for countless eras. It is also the most detailed one. As Tao Lord Nine Firmaments spoke, he passed a map to Jiang Ci. Of course, this is only a corner of the Chaos Sea. At least the 3 most dangerous lands are included. Jiang Ci memorized it carefully. This was a huge and complicated map that contained all sorts of information. It shocked him. Let's go to the Chaos Sea. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments led Jiang Ci towards the Twilight Plains black hole. Boom. As they got closer, they could clearly feel the power of the Twilight Plains black hole. This was the strongest black hole in the original universe, and it was emitting a powerful suction force. Moreover, this suction force was increasing with the passage of time. Just the shockwave alone was enough to turn a perfected cultivator into ashes. However, Jiang Ci had the Tier 5-6 mountain armor and a body that was comparable to a Tier 4 cardinal treasure. Although the suction force was strong, it was no threat to him soon. The two arrived at the depths of the Twilight Plains black hole. That is the main body of the Twilight Plains black hole. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments pointed at the mysterious celestial body in front of them. Jiang Ci's gaze was already attracted. It was a black sphere about 9 meters in diameter. Its surface was covered with golden patterns that formed a complicated pattern. A terrifying suction force was constantly emitting from the black sphere, devouring everything around it. It was also devouring the universe barrier not far away. That layer of sturdy barrier that only Tao Lords could break through was torn apart by the suction force. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jiang Ci and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments flew past the main body of the Twilight Plains black hole and easily resisted the suction force. Then, they flew out of the barrier through the hole. On the other side was the Chaos Sea, a vast world. Chapter 589. The boundless Chaos Sea was like a vast ocean. The turbulent waves rolled up to a height of millions of light years. If one was strong enough and had a wide field of vision, one would discover that there were 4 incomparably huge primal universes, like islands, rooted in this vast ocean. In the surroundings, there were many small universes scattered around, floating like reefs. Above them were endless abyssal cracks, and an endless stream of chaotic grey fog poured down from those abyssal cracks. It was incomparably magnificent. Buzz! As soon as Jiang Ci flew into the Chaos Sea, he felt a terrifying aura rushing towards him. As far as the eye could see, there was endless chaotic grey fog, like a tide, roaring wildly in the vast world. A monstrous aura and pressure floated along with the chaotic grey fog. Such power! Jiang Ci exclaimed. The power of this chaotic grey fog was so strong that if one was swept by it, even a 9th tribulation transcender would be annihilated in an instant. The chaotic grey fog is the energy source of the universe. Tao Lord Nine Clouds stood beside Jiang Ci and looked at the endless chaotic grey fog. Whether it is the 4 primal universes or the miniature universes of celestial venerables, they all use the chaotic grey fog as energy to maintain normal operations. Jiang Ci listened and nodded slowly. He thought of the chaotic grey fog outside the barrier of the ancient immortal world. It was close to the land of origin of the 4th universe, so it was not surprising that there was chaotic grey fog there. Leaving the primal universe is like leaving home, and the real process of tempering begins. Tao Lord Nine Clouds looked back. Jiang Ci also looked back. In the void behind him was the hole in the universe barrier that was torn open by the black hole of the primal universe. Continuing to observe along the broken barrier, one could see that this was a huge wall that seemed to never have an end. The entire Chaos Sea seemed to have been divided. This is the 4th universe that gave birth to billions of races, and also the cradle that gave birth to me. Jiang Ci looked silently. In front of this behemoth, he did not feel any pressure at all, only a feeling of looking up. It was like an ant seeing a dragon. The ant would never feel any pressure or fear. The difference between the two was too big, so big that they were not qualified to be compared. Jiang Ci was the same in front of the huge universe 4. How did Grandmaster dare to challenge the primal universe back then? Jiang Ci lamented. The higher you stand, the further you can see. Master, what you see has already exceeded the scope of our understanding, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sighed. In the entire Chaos Sea, apart from Master, No other heavenly venerables would dare to challenge the original universe. Perhaps one day, you will be able to traverse the Chaos Sea and become a true invincible expert. Only then will you understand why Master dared to challenge you back then. Jiang Ci nodded. He increasingly felt that his Grandmaster, Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmament, was truly powerful. Let's head to the region where the spatial vortexes are first. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments brought Jiang Ci with him and teleported to a spot in the void. Within the chaotic grey fog, there were 46 spatial vortexes emitting tearing energy waves. There are 46 spatial vortexes of different sizes and different distances to traverse through them, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said with a smile. You should be able to identify the serial numbers of these spatial vortexes by now, right? Yes. Jiang Ci nodded. The map that Tao Lord 9 Firmaments had given him was extremely detailed. It also gave him the method to identify the spatial vortexes. This was very important because if he were to make a mistake and enter the wrong spatial vortex, it would definitely be worse than going in the opposite direction. He might even get lost in the Chaos Sea. Our route this time requires us to pass through Spatial Vortex 14. Jiang Ci pointed at one of the larger spatial vortexes. Haha, not bad. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded with a smile. Following that, the two entered Spatial Vortex 14. In the endless Chaos Sea, there was a limit to what one could see with their eyes alone. Only by using their spiritual consciousness as a feeler could one see further. In the spatial vortex, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments constantly teleported with Jiang Ci. Every time, they crossed a distance of nearly 10,000 light-years. With Tao Lord 9 Firmaments' strength as a half-step heavenly venerate, he could maintain a high frequency of teleportation without rest. In the end, they teleported in Spatial Vortex 14 for 3 days. Whoosh, the two came out from the other end of the spatial vortex and re-entered the void space. That is. Jiang Ci was stunned by the scene in front of him not far away. There was a huge celestial body floating in the endless chaotic grey fog. The huge universe barrier extended in all directions, and one could not see the end of it. However, this universe barrier was already in a dilapidated state. Large and small cracks and irregular holes could be seen all over the universe barrier. The chaotic grey fog was like flowing water that could freely flow into this universe and then flow out again. Master, this is the coordinate reference for passing through Spatial Vortex 14? Jiang Ci was astonished. That's right. This is a miniature universe with a diameter of more than 1 trillion light-years. Unfortunately, it has been destroyed long ago and has become dilapidated. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded. Destroyed? Jiang Ci was shocked. Although he had obtained the map, it contained too much information. He had only briefly glanced at some of the coordinate reference objects and did not understand them in detail. Therefore, he did not know the situation of this miniature universe. A miniature universe created by a celestial master had a diameter of at least 1 trillion light-years. If the miniature universe was destroyed, it meant that the celestial master who created this miniature universe had died. Let's go. I'll take you to see this dilapidated miniature universe. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments teleported again with Jiang Ci and came to an irregular hole in the miniature universe barrier. A large amount of chaotic grey fog was crashing against the hole like a tide and constantly tearing apart the miniature universe barrier. Even if it's a destroyed miniature universe, it's still emitting terrifying power. A celestial master is not to be underestimated. Jiang Ci looked into the distance. Through this hole, which had a diameter of more than 10,000 kilometers, he could see the situation inside the miniature universe. In the vaguely visible starry sky, there was desolation and dilapidation. A large number of space fragments were floating irregularly. Among the star fragments and continent fragments, there were some huge bodies floating. After some great beings had died, even after countless eras, their bodies were still indestructible. Hooah! The barrier of the miniature universe was once again breached by the chaotic grey fog, creating yet another opening. A huge fragment of the barrier fell into the desolate and dilapidated starry sky, smashing the space fragments and star fragments into smithereens. The entire miniature universe was constantly collapsing and dying. Even if a celestial master dies, the miniature universe created by him will last for countless eras. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said with a sigh. Every celestial master corresponds to a miniature universe, and these miniature universes are like islands and reefs. Some of them will drift further and further away in the chaos sea and exceed our detection range. According to statistics, a total of 25,624 miniature universes have been discovered. Tao Lord Nine Firmament's words were shocking. Riverward's face was full of astonishment. Doesn't that mean that the Chaos Sea has a total of this many Empyrean powerhouses? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head with a smile. How can there be so many? More than 90% of those miniature universes have been destroyed. Obviously, the corresponding celestial masters have also died. As long as a celestial master is cautious, it shouldn't be so easy to die, right? Jiang Xi found it hard to believe. Celestial masters weren't ants that could be killed easily. Chaos Ocean was vast and boundless, and more than 20,000 miniature universes had been discovered. It was certain that in the long history of Chaos Ocean, there had been more than 20,000 celestial masters. Had they all died? Of course, celestial masters won't die so easily. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded. In the early years, my master, Celestial Master Purple Firmament, mentioned some secrets. He said that every endless eras, Chaos Ocean will experience a calamity that can destroy everything. It's called the Calamity Era. I think those celestial masters and broken miniature universes were destroyed during the calamity. Jiang Xi was shocked. A calamity that could destroy everything? If even celestial masters couldn't survive it, how terrifying would that be? Was the so-called endless lifespan just empty talk? He asked this question. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments smiled and answered, compared to the calamity era that will last for an unknown amount of time, true lords, Tao lords, and even celestial masters can see this long period of time as endless lifespan. Realization dawned on Jiang Xi. It was like comparing the life of an ant to an ordinary person. In the eyes of an ant, the lifespan of an ordinary person was equivalent to longevity. Master, are there any great beings who can survive the calamity? Jiang Xi asked. Yes. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments answered with certainty. There are 2 Holy Land universes in Chaos Ocean that don't fear the calamity. According to speculation, they've existed for even longer than the first universe. Holy Land universes? Jiang Xi was puzzled. He had never heard of them. Yes, the limit of a celestial master miniature universe is 9 trillion light-years in diameter. However, among the miniature universes that are still intact, there are 2 that are far larger than the other miniature universes. One of them has a diameter of 35 trillion light-years, and the other has a diameter of 50 trillion light-years. In order to distinguish them, the great beings in Chaos Ocean call those 2 miniature universes Holy Land universes. The great beings from those 2 Holy Land universes are extremely powerful. They're the 2 most powerful forces in Chaos Ocean, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments explained. Jiang Xi was secretly shocked. Didn't that mean that those 2 Holy Land universes had surpassed the limit of a celestial master? Before he could ask this question, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments answered him. My master, Purple Firmament Master, once made a guess. He said that the masters of those 2 Holy Land universes might have found the path of eternity. That's why their miniature universes could surpass the limit of a celestial master and not fear the calamity. Even with Tao Lord Nine Firmament's half-step celestial master strength, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. As expected, Jiang Xi thought to himself. This reminded him of the eternal fragment. His grotto heaven world had been greatly expanded after fusing with the 5 yuan eternal fragment. If the masters of those 2 Holy Land universes had found the path of eternity, they could, of course, make their miniature universes surpass the limit of a celestial master. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sighed again. The 4 original universes and the 2 Holy Land universes are all the forces in Chaos Ocean. However, none of the original universes are united. Just like in our 4th universe, there are 3 pinnacle races, the human race, the demon race, and the ghost race, as well as dozens of other top races. They fight against each other. It's the same for the other 3 original universes. Each original universe can be divided into dozens of forces. There are nearly 100 forces in total. However, none of these forces can compare to the 2 Holy Land universes because they are extremely united. Jiang Ci listened carefully and sighed in his heart. Although the 2 Holy Land universes weren't as big as the 4 original universes, they could stand tall in Chaos Ocean because of their unity and become the 2 most powerful forces. You must remember, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments exhorted. Those who are not of our race must have different intentions. When you wander in Chaos Ocean, you must be careful if you encounter any powerful beings who aren't on your side. They can attack you at any time. Okay. Jiang Ci kept it in mind. This is the information of all the powerful beings in Chaos Ocean. It's the top secret of our race. The pinnacle of the human race took countless eras to collect this information. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments took out a jade slip and handed it to Jiang Ci. After you read it, destroy it. Understood. Jiang Ci took it. He now understood why Tao Lord 9 Firmaments had personally brought him to Chaos Ocean. His purpose was to impart this important information to him on the way. Because he couldn't see the dangers of Chaos Ocean in the original universe, even if Tao Lord 9 Firmaments told him this information, he might not be too vigilant. Only when he saw this dilapidated universe with his own eyes and experienced all kinds of dangerous environments would he truly take it seriously. After that, Jiang Ci stood outside the dilapidated miniature universe, grabbed the jade slip, and checked it carefully. A large amount of information about powerful beings and important events that were worth paying attention to flowed into his mind from the jade slip. After a while, the difference is too big. Jiang Ci opened his eyes and looked at Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. Do you feel the pressure? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments laughed. Very big. Jiang Ci nodded with a complicated expression. When Tao Lord 9 Firmaments told him about the comparison of the 4 original universes and the 2 Holy Land universes, he didn't feel much. Now, after reading the information in the jade slip, he was really shocked and felt a strong sense of danger. It turned out that the 4th universe they were in was the weakest in Chaos Ocean. As one of the pinnacle great beings of the human race, Jiang Ci had a higher status and could access more secret information. He also had a more detailed understanding of the situation of the powers in the 4th universe. In the 4th universe, there were the 3 pinnacle races of the human race, the demon race, and the ghost race. There were also 64 pinnacle races. There were originally 66 of them, but 2 of them, the Hunzi race and the buckwheat race, had been destroyed by Jiang Ci. The difference between the pinnacle races and the pinnacle races was that they didn't have celestial venerables. In terms of Tao Lords, some of the pinnacle races might not be much weaker than the Tao Lords of the pinnacle races. In addition to some Tao Lords who traveled alone and some Tao Lords who hid their tracks, the total number of Tao Lords in the 4th universe should be close to 1,000. At the celestial venerables level, the number of celestial venerables in the 4th universe was about 10, but even with this overall strength, they were still the weakest in Chaos Ocean. Although the number of Tao Lords in the 2 Holy Land universes combined is inferior to our 4th universe, they have existed for too long. Tao Lord 9 Clouds sighed. He shook his head again. Although the number is inferior, the quality of their great beings is extremely high. As long as the Tao Lords dare to walk out of the Holy Land universes, they have basically comprehended the strongest secret technique of the Tao Lord. Jiang Ci felt the pressure increase. The strongest secret technique of the Tao Lords was the ultimate limit. Their mastery of Tao techniques was only one step away from the origin realm of celestial venerables. There's no need to talk about the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd universes. They have existed for a longer time than our 4th universe. The long time has allowed them to give birth to more Tao Lords and celestial venerables. Tao Lord 9 Clouds sighed. The 4th universe was too young. Jiang Ci was silent. Among the Tao Lords in the 4th universe, his strength could be ranked above average. Originally, he was very confident that he could roam the Chaos Ocean well. Now, he was even more vigilant. Compared to the large number of great beings in the Chaos Ocean, he was too ordinary. Haha, don't belittle yourself. Youth represents hope. Tao Lord Nine Clouds seemed to have seen through Jiang Ci's thoughts and laughed. Back in the day, during the savage era of the Fourth Universe, my master was able to make a name for himself as an invincible celestial venerable in the Chaos Ocean. All the major powers avoided him. In you, I can see my master's glory back then. In fact, he's even better than my master. If you train well in the Chaos Sea, you might be able to reach that height one day, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said with anticipation. Okay. Jiang Ci nodded vigorously. Let's go. I'll take you to the next place. Tao Lord Nine Clouds teleported again with Jiang Ci and left the dilapidated miniature universe. They continued on their way. After Jiang Ci became a rank 5 true lord, he could teleport as well. Compared to Tao Lord Nine Clouds' teleportation distance, it was still too far away. The range of his spiritual senses was the limit of teleportation, which was 1,000 light-years. Tao Lord Nine Clouds could teleport close to 10,000 light-years. Next, the master and disciple teleported again and again in the endless grey fog. Occasionally, they would pass through some space whirlpools and cross trillions of light-years along the way. Jiang Ci saw many scenes that were different from the original universe. They were magnificent and dangerous. Soon, 3 days passed. Do you see that? That's the Three Realms pool. Tao Lord Nine Clouds stopped temporarily and pointed to a place far away. Jiang Ci had already seen it. It was a huge abyss like the eye of the sea. 3 huge rocks stood on top of the abyss. Although they were called huge rocks, each of them was close to 1 light-year tall. If such a huge rock was thrown into the solar system, it could cause the entire system to collapse. The Three Realms pool is far less dangerous than the Three Lands of Extremis. But for you, if you enter without permission, you might die. Even if I enter, I have to explore carefully. I don't dare to teleport recklessly, Tao Lord Nine Clouds said. River Word was already a little numb when he heard this. No dangerous place in the Chaos Sea could be underestimated. Tao Lord Nine Clouds continued, in the Chaos Sea, we humans know of more than 4,000 lands of Extremis. As time passes, this number will continue to increase. After all, the Chaos Sea is too big. The 2 Holy Land universes might know of more lands of Extremis, but they won't announce it to the outside world. Jiang Ci understood this logic. This kind of secret would be tightly guarded by anyone. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 10th day since Jiang Ci entered the Chaos Sea. We will soon see one of the 3 lands of Extremis, Goldflow River. Compared to Goldflow River, those lands of Extremis are not worth mentioning, Tao Lord Nine Clouds said as he teleported again with Jiang Ci. When this teleportation ended, they stopped and stood in the void, looking into the distance. This. Jiang Ci's face was filled with shock. Chapter 590. The scene in front of them was simply too spectacular and beautiful. Looking from afar, one could see a long golden river stretching across the boundless Chaos Sea, separating the boundless chaos fog. Countless gravel of various sizes floated in the golden river water. The chaos fog flowing in it formed chaos cyclones that were as terrifying as an abyss. That's the Goldflow River. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments smiled. Look at those gravel. They're very small, right? Actually, we're still more than 100 million light-years away from the Goldflow River. If we can see those gravel from here, how big do you think it is? Jiang Ci was shocked. The map that Tao Lord Nine Firmaments gave him also recorded information about the Goldflow River. The Goldflow River was nearly 100 million light-years long and 1 million light-years wide. The riverbanks and the surface of the river were in the outer regions and were less dangerous. However, there were still some dangers that could kill Tao Lords with weaker life-saving abilities. The depths of the river were in the inner regions and were extremely dangerous. Even the strongest universe Tao Lords could die there. The depths of the river were the most dangerous places. Even heavenly venerables could die there. It was worth mentioning that the Golden River water was not made of water but a special substance that flowed like water. As for the gravel floating in the river, the large ones were tens of thousands of light-years long while the small ones were only a few light-years long. A single gravel was larger than the solar system. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. At the very least, such a scene could not be seen in the primal universe. Let's go. We're still quite a distance away from the Goldflow River. We'll need to teleport for a while. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments smiled. A moment later, they arrived at the outer regions of the Goldflow River and stood on the banks of this majestic golden river. Rumble. The golden river water churned and let out a deafening roar. The gravel looked very small from 100 million light-years away. Now that they were closer, they felt that they were incomparably huge and were floating in the river water. Some of the smaller gravel was being wrapped around by the river water and was flowing at an extremely fast speed. They were moving at least the speed of light. Look over there. That's a Tao Lord from the first universe's Houndwing race. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments suddenly pointed 100 light-years away. Jiang Xi instantly probed with his spiritual sense and saw a huge strange beast that looked like a dog but had a pair of scaled wings. The other party also glanced at them. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. The expert from the Houndwing race was shocked and immediately teleported away. Clearly, he was afraid of Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Houndwing race. Jiang Xi had already memorized the information of a large number of experts in Chaos Sea, so he was not unfamiliar with the Tao Lord of the Houndwing race. This race was once born in Universe 4, but it was exterminated in ancient times. But in the first universe, the Dogwing race was now a top race. Huff huff, the master and disciple duo continued to teleport, passing by the rocks and gravel that were flying at superluminal speeds. Finally, they landed on a huge boulder that was over 100 light-years in diameter. A boulder of this scale was not afraid of being washed away by the water of the Golden River. It stood in the river, unmoving. This boulder is the temporary base of the fourth universe's human race in Flowing Gold River. In recent years, venerated Ming has been adventuring in Flowing Gold River. Therefore, the peak experts of our human race are mainly here. Of course, there are also many experts from some of the top races that are on our side, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said with a smile. Jiang Xi understood that venerated Ming was the strongest human in Universe 4. With venerated Ming presiding over the Golden River, if anyone encountered danger, they could seek help from venerated Ming in time. Whoosh. Following that, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments teleported more than 10 light-years with Jiang Xi and arrived at the other side of the boulder. There was a sunken valley that was more than 1,000,000 kilometers deep. In the valley, there was a majestic temple. At that moment, there were two figures chatting outside the temple. They suddenly saw Jiang Xi and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments coming over and hurriedly stood up to welcome them. Nine Firmaments. Senior brother Nine Firmaments, you personally sent Jiang Xi here? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded gently and led Jiang Xi into the temple. River Word greeted the two Tao Lords as well. At the same time, his spiritual sense had already detected that there were 4 other Tao Lords in the temple. Together with the 2 outside, there were 6 of them among the 6 Tao Lords, 3 were human Tao Lords and the other 3 were alien Tao Lords. However, they belonged to Universe 4's human camp. Haha, Nine Firmaments, your slaughter clone is here. The 4 Tao Lords in the temple also walked out to welcome them. Clearly, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had a very high status. Everyone's gaze was focused on Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, welcome to the Chaos Sea and to the real battlefield. A hearty laugh sounded. This was someone Jiang Xi was familiar with, Tao Lord Sword One. In fact, Jiang Xi knew these 3 human Tao Lords. They had met at the Tao Lord conference previously. They were Tao Lord Sword One of the Sword Gate, Tao Lord Liang Yu of the Tao Gate, and Tao Lord Chang Yuan of the Primordial Chaos Sect. As for the other 3 alien Tao Lords, they looked similar to humans but were not human. Jiang Xi had never seen any of them before. Afterward, everyone sat down in the temple's banquet hall. A banquet had already been prepared. Before the banquet began, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments introduced them to Jiang Xi. These 3 are Tao Lords Yang, Tao Lord Cinnabar, and Tao Lord Shen Qing. Greetings, Mountain Sea. Jiang Xi smiled and bowed in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Haha, River Word, we knew that you were coming. We came from every corner of Goldflow River to welcome you, Dowlord Soulsword said with a laugh. He had helped out Riverward on 2 occasions, and the two were now quite close to each other. Thank you, everyone. Jiang Ci raised his cup and thanked them. This is your first time entering the Chaos Sea. Since we could make it back in time, of course we had to come. Dowlord Sword One shook his head with a smile. Then, he continued, quite a few of the other Dowlords of the Fourth Universe's Human Alliance are adventuring in the depths of Goldflow River. If they wish to leave, they have to fly through the many dangerous areas. It'll take them at least a few centuries to an entire epoch. Otherwise, there would be even more people coming to welcome you. Jiang Ci nodded. The Goldflow River was an incomparably dangerous place. Even universe-level Dowlords wouldn't dare to teleport within it. If they were the slightest bit careless, they could end up falling into fatal danger zones. Dowlord Mountain Sea, this is your first time entering the Chaos Sea. Welcoming you is one thing, but there are also some things we need to remind you of. Dowlord Longwall, who had been silent this entire time, suddenly spoke out. He had a red mole in the center of his forehead. When he frowned, he gave off a rather dignified aura. Please speak, Dowlord Longwall. Jiang Ci's expression didn't change. Dowlord Longwall said in a low voice, I know that you've killed 4 desolate-level Dowlords in the ancient immortal world. You've also joined forces with Dowlord Xiangshan and Dowlord Chengfeng to kill Dowlord Buckler in the war that destroyed the Buckler clan. In terms of strength, you are indeed stronger than some desolate-level Dowlords. However, there's no need to enter the Chaos Sea in the ancient immortal world or the primal universe. The situation here is much more complicated. If you want to truly adventure in the Chaos Sea, you'll need to temper yourself. As for adventuring alone or searching for treasures, you're still far from being able to do so. In particular, if you encounter experts from the top 3 universes, you'll have to be even more vigilant. I know you have a clone, but if your main body dies, you'll lose all your treasures. I'm sure your treasures are quite valuable, right? Jiang Ci smiled calmly. He had already experienced Dowlord Longwall's style of doing things during the last Dowlord conference. Later on, he learned from his master, Dowlord Nine Firmaments, that the leader of the primordial chaos sect had always been very straightforward. He would do whatever he needed to do and never beat around the bush. However, he had just arrived at the Chaos Sea. It didn't seem appropriate for him to directly insult someone and slap them in the face, right? Jiang Ci, Longwall is right. You must be careful of the experts from the top 3 universes. Dowlord Sword One hurriedly changed the topic. They're very domineering, especially when they're facing the 4th universe. They'll be even more domineering and attack at the slightest disagreement. Shouldn't I be more careful of the experts from the 2 Holy Land universes? Jiang Ci was puzzled. The Holy Land universes aren't afraid of the dangers of the cataclysm. As long as they aren't killed, they don't have to worry about suddenly dying one day. Therefore, the experts from the 2 universes generally won't fight to the death with their opponents, Dowlord Nine Firmaments explained. Jiang Ci nodded lightly. It was just like how the experts from the Holy Land universes had more precious lives. In short, you need to memorize all the information you have on the universe and Eon Dowlords of the Chaos Sea, as well as some of the top-tier Flood Dowlords, Dowlord Longwall continued. In the future, if you run into them, you need to avoid them as soon as possible. You're still far too weak compared to them. Jiang Ci frowned. It was getting annoying to hear Dowlord Longwall say this over and over again. Although he could sense some concern in Dowlord Longwall's words, they were far too direct and displeasing to hear. I know you're displeased, but I have to say what needs to be said. This is for the sake of the human race, Dowlord Longwall said in a low voice. If you run into any danger, immediately use one of your clones in the primal universe to call for reinforcements. Have the experts of the Human Alliance who are closest to you rush over to help you. Understood. Jiang Ci nodded and didn't say anything else. There was no point in arguing now. In the future, facts would speak for themselves. After the banquet ended, the 3 human Dowlords and the 3 alien Dowlords left the temple and entered the inner reaches of the Goldflow River. Longwall, You really didn't give Downlord 9 Firmaments any face when you said those words in front of him. That Downlord Mountain and Sea shouldn't be as bad as you say, right? Downlord Arcane Azure and Downlord Long Wall were chatting on another gravel celestial body within the Goldflow River. What? Are you going to lower your head in front of Downlord 9 Firmaments? Besides, I've already given him enough face. There are still many things I haven't said yet. Downlord Long Wall snorted coldly, and the grey mist around him instantly began to roil. Although that Downlord Mountain and Sea killed 4 desolate-level Downlords in the ancient immortal world, do you know what sort of place the ancient immortal world is? There's no way to borrow the power of an estate world there, and teleportation is impossible there. For a Downlord to fight there is equivalent to severing an arm. If you ask me, he's only been able to do so because of his supreme treasures. If he didn't have any supreme treasures, he'd barely qualify as a desolate-level Downlord. Even amongst the supreme experts of the Fourth Universe, he'd be considered one of the weakest, to say nothing of the Chaos Sea. I imagine that any Downlord would be able to crush him. Where did he get so many supreme treasures? Downlord Arcane Azure asked in surprise. HMPH, Downlord 9 Firmaments is in charge of the human treasury. None of the treasures left behind by Empyrean purple firmaments have been found. Where do you think he got them? Downlord Long Wall snorted coldly. Downlord Arcane Azure was enlightened, but he didn't say anything. As he wasn't a human Downlord, it wasn't appropriate for him to judge the internal affairs of the human race. We've only managed to find a decent supreme treasure after much difficulty while roaming the Chaos Sea. He's only been cultivating for a short period of time, but he already has a pile of supreme treasures. If you ask me, Downlord 9 Firmaments dotes on him so much, he'll suffer a great loss sooner or later. Downlord Long Wall shook his head. If that's the case, he's indeed much weaker. Downlord Arcane Azure sighed. There's nothing we can do about it. Downlord 9 Firmaments is his master. If he's in danger, Downlord 9 Firmaments will definitely help him. However, if he really does perish, it'll be a pity for those supreme treasures. Downlord Long Wall sighed. At that moment, only Jiang Ci and Downlord 9 Firmaments were left in the temple of the human race's temporary base in Goldflow River in the Fourth Universe. Downlord 9 Firmaments didn't discuss what had just happened because there was no need to. If Jiang Ci couldn't even withstand these words, it was best for him to return as soon as possible. He said, Jiang Ci, I'm going to meet up with my true body. There's some trouble over there. Trouble? Is it dangerous? Jiang Ci's heart tightened. His master was a half-step heavenly venerable. If he said it was a little trouble, it could be an extremely dangerous matter. It's fine. This time, my true body and avatar will merge into one. I'll be able to handle it. Downlord 9 Firmaments smiled. If there's anything, just use your avatar to send me a message from the primal universe. Okay. Jiang Ci nodded. Downlord 9 Firmaments smiled as he glanced at Jiang Ci. Then, he teleported and disappeared. Phew. Jiang Ci exhaled softly. He was the only one left in the empty temple. None of the experts roaming Chaos Sea chose to stop and rest. They were all working hard to improve themselves. Although Downlord Chang Yuan's words weren't pleasant, he was right about one thing. I do need to study the information of the experts in Chaos Sea. In addition, I need to study the information of Goldflow River in detail. Jiang Ci teleported and appeared outside the temple. He sat cross-legged on the edge of the boulder and sensed the terrifying chaos fog. Then, he closed his eyes and began to organize the information in his mind. Rumble, it was unknown where the surging golden river water flowed. However, Jiang Ci remained calm and wasn't in a hurry to explore Goldflow River. Suddenly, Jiang Ci flipped his hand and took out a green token. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone actually took the initiative to contact me, as expected of a Heavenly Venerable expert. He can actually contact me in Chaos Sea through this token. Jiang Ci used his spiritual perception to check the message. Jiang Ci, you've come to Chaos Sea? This was Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's message. Yes. Which of the 3 most dangerous lands are you in? I'm in Goldflow River. Senior Bluestone, How do you know that I'll definitely be in one of the 3 most dangerous lands? Although the 3 most dangerous lands are the most dangerous, they also have the most high-grade supreme treasures. All the major factions in Chaos Sea are basically gathered in the 3 most dangerous lands. I think it's the same for you humans. You shouldn't be so foolish as to go to places with high danger and no treasures. In the future, use this token to contact me. If you encounter any danger, you can ask me for help. However, I don't want you to ask for help. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone sent another message. Understood. Jiang Ci replied. Since it was a trial, he naturally couldn't call for help whenever he encountered danger. In the depths of Chaos Sea's famous dangerous land, treasured Lotus World, an endless amount of chaos fog roiled about, causing a series of terrifying waves to appear. A bronze palace stood tall within the chaos fog. This was Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's true estate. The reason why treasured Lotus World was such a dangerous place was largely because of Heavenly Venerable Bluestone. Although the 4th universe was young, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone was known as the most mysterious person in the universe. He was not someone to be trifled with. There were nearly 100 organizations in Chaos Sea, but none of them were willing to offend Heavenly Venerable Bluestone. There were quite a few servants standing respectfully within the Bronze Palace. Judging from their auras, even the weakest of them was a desolate level Dao Lord. An old man dressed in simple fur-hide daoist robes was seated at the front of the palace. He looked like a primitive barbarian as he casually sat on his throne. He's been training for less than 10,000 years before entering the Chaos Sea. His rate of growth is still a bit slow. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone shook his head, his deep gaze staring into the endless void. I wonder if he'll be able to make it in time. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The largest stone celestial body was more than 100 light-years in diameter, and it had taken root within the surging waves of Goldflow River, unmoving. On the surface of this giant stone, Jiang Ci was like a speck of dust, almost undetectable. The Chaos Sea. Jiang Ci looked up into the void and saw the abyssal rifts that stretched to an unknown distance. Endless grey mist poured down like a waterfall. He believed that even a speck of dust could defy the heavens. Of course. First, I'll conquer this Goldflow River. Jiang Ci's eyes shone with a shocking light. Swoosh. He teleported away, passing over the rocks and gravel in the Golden River and going deeper and deeper into the Goldflow River. The Goldflow River was more than 100 light-years long and more than 100 light-years wide. The river banks and the gravel in the sky were the outer region, while the depths of the river were the core region. The inner region was sandwiched between the 2 regions, and it was extremely vast. Even a universe Dao Lord would be in danger of dying in the inner region of Goldflow River if they weren't careful. Still, in most cases, it was quite safe, unless one actively sought death. Jiang Ci's combat power had already surpassed that of an Eon Realm Dao Lord. As long as he was careful, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Moreover, he had the unique supreme treasure, Skyspan Tower, on him. This was his greatest trump card in the Chaos Sea. Splash. After going a certain distance into the inner region, Jiang Ci plunged into the surging Golden River water, heading toward the true danger of the Goldflow River. Even perfected lords find it difficult to survive in the Chaos Sea, but the golden water in the Goldflow River has existed for so long without being destroyed. Clearly, this so-called water isn't an ordinary liquid, Jiang Ci exclaimed. He casually picked up a drop and discovered that the golden water droplet's mass was even greater than that of a star. No wonder it's one of the 3 most dangerous lands. It's indeed extraordinary. After that, Jiang Ci continued to dive deeper into the Goldflow River. According to the map that Dao Lord 9 Firmaments had given him, no expert had truly reached the deepest part of the Goldflow River. Therefore, no one knew how deep the Goldflow River was. Perhaps some experts knew but weren't willing to reveal it to the outside world. It's just that the humans of the 4th universe know that the Goldflow River's depth exceeds 300 million light-years. It's even larger than a human star zone. Jiang Ci shook his head gently. Such a vast region hides many dangers, but it also hides many treasures and opportunities. If you want to obtain them, you must have luck, strength, and courage. You can't lack any of these. Jiang Ci was very patient. After diving to a certain depth in the Goldflow River, he stopped teleporting and began to search the area. At the same time, about 2 million light-years away from Jiang Ci, Tao Lord Longwall, who had a red mole between his eyebrows, was also carefully flying through the river. He was now alone and had separated from Tao Lord Shen Qing. This was because in the Chaos Sea, the chances of two people finding treasures when they were separated were naturally higher than when they were together. Jiang Ci's talent is indeed high, but it's still too dangerous for Tao Lord Nine Firmaments to let him explore the Chaos Sea. If he runs into any of the veteran Tao Lords of the Chaos Sea, he'll probably suffer greatly. He might even ask us for help. Tao Lord Longwall sighed softly. Although he didn't like it, he understood that if Jiang Ci really did run into danger and asked for help, he would immediately rush over if he was nearby. If he asks for help and I happen to be the one to save him, I'll have to give him a good scolding. Tao Lord Longwall thought to himself. He had cultivated for countless years and was the leader of the Primordius sect. He was a lofty figure who did as he pleased. As for whether Jiang Ci was happy or not, that had nothing to do with him. So long as he felt that what he said made sense and was happy, that was all that mattered. As Tao Lord Longwall thought to himself, he carefully avoided the numerous water vortexes. These water vortexes were very dangerous, because some of them were so powerful that they might contain spatial vortexes. If one was trapped in one, they might instantly travel countless light-years and enter an unknown region of the Chaos Sea. Tao Lord Longwall's face suddenly changed. Spatial shackles. He discovered that the spatial ripples around him had suddenly frozen. This was a sign of danger. That was because there was no way the spatial ripples would stop for no reason. Be it because of the environment or the fact that other experts were secretly attacking, it wasn't a good thing. I have to leave this place immediately. Tao Lord Longwall's expression was extremely solemn and he was extremely anxious. Even now, he still had no idea what was causing this. Whoosh! Right at that moment, Tao Lord Longwall discovered that a figure was flashing towards him from an extremely distant river. Tao Lord Longwall of the Fourth Universe's human race? The figure's voice was extremely loud and clear. It passed through the Golden River water and instantly reached Tao Lord Longwall. Upon closer inspection, the figure was a humanoid creature with 5 pairs of white wings. Its entire body emitted a holy light and its aura was astonishing. The Heavenly Feather Race. Tao Lord Longwall did not hesitate and turned to flee. The Fourth Universe also had the Heavenly Feather Race, but that was just an ordinary race. However, things were different in the First Universe. The Heavenly Feather Race had developed into a pinnacle race, and the strongest one at that. They had a total of 9 Heavenly Venerables, and this Tao Lord before him was a Universe Tao Lord of the Heavenly Feather Race of the First Universe. First released, then modified. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.